Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Hey, German Weasel. How you doing tonight? Happy New Year, everyone. Glad to hear you're doing well, German Weasel. Hello, Bryce. How you doing? Glad you made it tonight. Welcome, welcome. And Zim, how you doing tonight? You've been at the hospital for a while, including Christmas, because of a ruptured appendix that got infected. Oh, Weasel. That sounds awful. I hope that you were doing better now. Glad you you're doing well, Bryce. I'm glad you're doing better, Weasel. Hello, Sierra. And Joe Crow, we've been having a pretty good day. You're on antibiotics and back home. Good to hear, Weasel. Glad you're on the mend. Well, thank you for stopping by, Nuclear Gamer. You have a good night. Hey, Park from the Philippines. Well, thanks for coming and joining us. Hey, Lily, how you doing tonight? Oh, well, thanks for stopping in. We appreciate you coming by and saying hi. Happy New Year to you too, Bounty Hunter. Happy New Year to everybody. That's alright, Zim. Happens to me all the time. I'll be typing a message and, I don't know, fingers. Sometimes I think they do their own thing. And hello, Super. Welcome to the Dazzle. How are you? Hey, Emo Puppy. You've got 2 more drawings for fan art coming together. Nice. I love seeing fan art. I can't wait to see them. Well, thank you, Jade. We appreciate the lurking. Warming up for this evening's festivities. Well, we'll see what we got for tonight. My favorite music genre, probably techno. I listen to that more than anything else. I'll listen to about anything though. Oh, you have some art already in Discord? I will have to check it out. Nice, nice. Love it. Hi, Trendy. How you doing? Do I have any New Year's resolutions? Nothing really specific. Just a lot of goals towards getting the whole zebra pig projects, you know, up and off the ground and better focused, and trying to work towards, you know, getting things just functioning better. Like, definitely want to learn more about video editing, and that's been a project for the last couple weeks that I've been trying to figure out how some of that works so that I can just do some basic compilation videos or little montages. I've been working on doing a death montage from Zero Servet, so that's been my practice project. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, nothing like very specific. But my goal overall is to just keep working one thing at a time on the zebra pig to try to make all of it work better and more streamlined and look better, and hopefully things will keep coming together. Trying not to get scared by a group of guys, especially ones I don't know. I don't know why, but groups of guys scare me. Well, Emo, I think that's complicated, but you know, if you're feeling intimidated by groups of people, one thing that you can do is go in with someone that you trust, but don't rush trust. Let that come in its own time. I think that pushing trust and trying to make it happen when you're not ready is just asking for bad things to happen. We have that inner voice for a reason, and we should listen to it. Getting some friendship necklaces for my friend group, and what makes them even better is because they're blood vials. Nice, Sam. It's always fun to get stuff that is meaningful for your group that you can like share an inside like joke or story or meaning that has history. Hey, Crazy Go. We'll be here a while. You have a few running goals. I want to try and be less negative and more altruistic. Well, those are pretty good goals, Trendy. Hopefully you can get your New Year's resolutions done. Well, German Weasel, I feel like the thing about this whole content creator stuff is that every time I figure something out, there's going to be the next thing that will make it better. And I think that as long as we keep trying to improve things, that we can keep making the channel better and keep growing. And so we're going to be constantly looking for what's the next project to work on. And if you're looking to see what my specs are there, Curvin, you can see them down in my about. They're listed there. That will tell you what tech and stuff that I'm using. Hey, Gleema, how you doing tonight? My friends aren't putting blood in theirs, but I am. I just don't know how to get myself to bleed without it hurting. Well, I think bleeding and hurting kind of come together. I know, realizing I sound like I'm in a cult. Well, I'm noticing a trend with you. New Year's resolution by Sarah Song. Let's not go bankrupt this year. Yeah, that sounds like a really good goal. Let's not do that. Let's not go bankrupt. Yo, I'm just chilling, and you? Well, pretty much, Glima. I'm just chilling here with the zebra, with the Dazzle, and just chatting and hanging out. Hey, Sir Skulk, how are you doing tonight? I think that sounds like a really good goal there, Sir Skulk. Hey there, Cod God. How you doing tonight? Me sweating, wondering what the pattern is. Right, Zeb? You're like, well, there's one thing that is in common in all of these conversations. You are the common denominator. Hey, Skitty Love, how you doing? Glad to hear that you're doing well, God. I am doing pretty good myself. Not as much sleep as I would like, but doing well otherwise. Hey, Vamp Fuel, how you doing? And yeah, we got quite a few viewers on tonight. So hello to all of those viewers. Hey, yourself. Oh, well, thank you. I hope that you also have good health and a good new year. Let's hope that things kind of smooth out in 23. We've had a pretty like cluster of rough years, so let's hope this next year is a little bit more gentle with us. Ah! Hi, Michael. How you doing? You must have come up in the rush. It's always hard to see the peeps in the rush. And yes, snacks! Hey, Ads, how you doing? Ah, yes, the noodles. The noodles. We shall never forget the noodles. Whether we want to forget the danger noodles or not. Chunky, you got tonsillitis? That's definitely not the best way to start the new year. I hope you get feeling better soon. Yeah, Gleam, I agree. It's like, where's the time going? I can't believe that it's already 2023. I'm pretty sure that it was 1999, just like yesterday. Do I ever play any of the Just Cause games? I have not. I saw someone post that there is no resolutions this year. That is... It's time for the circumstances to change for once, right? Where did your spaces go? I want to get one of those send nude shirt and put danger before news. Right, Sam? Oh, danger noodles! Don't worry about that, Cod God. Real life definitely has to come first before watching the stream. I get that. Hello, Miss Dead Inside. How are you? And a fellow zebra. Well, welcome, zebra. Hey, Basic Genie. How are you? Yeah, I know, Michael. I totally date myself when I'm like 1999. You know, the last century? Like, when I graduated high school? I still feel like 2019 would make more sense. Right, Glima? Like, oof. 2018 better, right? There's a lot of years that were better than, like, 2020 and beyond. The Just Cause games are really fun. You get to blow crap up and murder people. Well, I really do like explosive games. I mean, so You got me on that, German Weasel. You should totally drop that in the Discord so I can check it out, because I won't remember what it's called. The Ancient Noodle Clan is working on their merch line. Well, Serious Skulk, sounds like you got a project for yourself right there. Miss Dead Inside. So, oh, you're also hypermobile type. Welcome, fellow Bendy. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, Basic Genie. Ah, the good old days. You know, I think that's like a good sign that you're getting old. It's like, you're like, I remember when, or the good old days. Currently a junior in high school right now. Yeah, there's that. Skinny Love, I'm sorry that your knees are, like, giving you a hard time. I hope you get to feeling better soon. Because, man, it sucks when, like, the knees especially. It's so hard to walk and move around. I think it's, like, the knees and the low back, I think, are the hardest for me to gimp around with. Hey, Jack Snap, how are you? Oh, hey, thank you. That's very sweet. Libel will loading. Yeah, I Yep, definitely getting old. EDS hypermobile type is basically stretchy zebra gummies or something, right? Like when you just take like the little gummy bear and go week week. I don't know, Cod God. What did the toaster say to the bread? Bones that didn't crackle before are starting to now. Oh man, you know, Jeannie, I don't know that there is much that doesn't crackle pop. It's like Rice Krispies, definitely the song of my people. How has your mental health changed since you got a big following? I remember seeing someone promote you on TikTok and you went from a few followers to 130K in a span of a short time. How has that affected you? Well, Fire Rocks, I would say that it really has not affected my mental health. I tend to just try to take things as they come. It has definitely been an interesting challenge to deal with the influx of people, but it doesn't change like who I am and what I'm doing here. I think that it definitely has given me an opportunity that I hope that I can convert to sustainability so that I can keep doing a job that's less stressful. So it definitely has had that kind of positivity. And even if it doesn't convert to sustainability, at least it's given me a much needed break. So there's that. But I don't think that it's had a super impact. There was definitely in the beginning a lot of anxiety as I was like, whoa, I wasn't ready for this many people. Hey Violet Clones, how are you? Holiday nails? Well, we did snowman most recently. So I wouldn't say necessarily holiday, but definitely for the season. Wow, I want you in me. You put bread in the toaster. Wow, that toaster's naughty. So, a zebra gummy with the misfortune of nerves. Exactly, like, ugh. Well, thank you, Glima. I'm glad you like them. I think that she does a good job. I've been pretty happy with her stoof. Yes, the little snowman. It's been funny because I've been like, all right, so what should we get? And like, I could never come up with ideas. So I usually just tell her to do whatever, or we'll ask Serious Skulk like what she thinks that we should do. And this time, Serious Skulk was like, snowman, do a snowman. Do you know if you'll do a Don't Starve Together stream again? It was super fun last time. Zim, the answer is yes. Off the top of my head, I do not know when that is. It looks like the next Don't Starve is scheduled for like the 30th. Because there's never enough days to play games. Never enough days. I always have to look at my schedule. People ask me what I'm playing, and I'm like, I don't know. I barely know what I'm doing today. Yes, on my Instagram, you can see all the pictures of my nails, and I link up the person that does the nail polish. I go to Eden Day Spa, and it's Precision Polish is the account of the person that does my nails, and she's amazing. Do you eat a gummy bear bit by bit, or do you eat it whole? So I just tend to like bleh, 2 or 3 at a time, man. Just like, whew. She's definitely a nail artist. I don't know what they call them. Nail techs, I think, is their nail technician. I think is their formal like professional title. I'm really terrible about all of that, but I think that's their formal title. But yes, I try really hard to take and post a photo of my nails every time I have them done, since people always ask me, what did I get for my nails? I can never say ahead of time what I'm gonna do or play. It varies a lot, and I change my mind 24/7. Right? I'm really pretty consistent. Like, if left to my own devices, I will play the same thing forever. Like, I'm all about sameness, so it's not really that surprising that if you look at my schedule that there's a lot of the same games. But a lot of that is also because I like to play through the story. Like, the next story that we're going to play through will be on Tuesdays. We're going to be playing through the story of Grounded, and Stax is going to be doing that with us. And then we're still playing through Elder Scrolls Online on Wednesday, and Sarah Skulk is playing through that with me. And yeah, so we're working through those games. Are you allowed to have nail polish as a nurse? Not to be rude, just curious. So there's a lot of debate back and forth about nurses and nail polish, and a lot of times I get challenged by HR people and me having acrylic nails, because there is absolutely solid research showing that when you compare healthy fingernails that do not have nail polish to healthy acrylic nails and nails with nail polish do harbor more germs. However, that's a comparison to nails that are healthy. If you compare to nails that are people who have chronic finger infections due to nail biting, then by far, the people who have chronic infections of their fingers are much worse. So that is the argument that I make, and I have always won as a reasonable accommodation. So I use acrylic nails to treat nail biting, to prevent myself from biting my nails, to prevent getting finger infections, to actually reduce the likelihood that I myself will get infections or give infections to other people. So generally, no, you are not supposed to have acrylic nails or nail polish as a healthcare provider. But it is one of the reasonable accommodations that I put in because of my body focus repetitive behaviors and the chronic infections that I have in my fingers. So, yeah, I get an exception. And it's a complicated pain in the butt to get that exception, but I go through it because it's worth it so that I can have healthy fingers. One of my friends like surgically removed parts of the gummy bears. I say he's weird. He says it's normal. There are definitely a lot of people who eat gummy bears in bits and pick them apart and stuff. I don't get it myself. I just like meh. And yeah, Michael, I'm a nurse. I've been a nurse for 20 years. Hey, Spider Ronja Gamer. Show me a nurse that has healthy nails just due to the amount of hand sanitizer use. Exactly. That's exactly it. Like so many of us have cracked cuticles and breaking nails because we hit them so often and catch them on things so much, and natural nails don't stand up. In fact, I have to go about every 2 weeks just to have the acrylics repaired because they take so much damage doing nursing. So yeah, it's a constant battle, and I think that comparing it to healthy fingernails is an inaccurate comparison. I think that they really should be looking at what nurses' nails really look like when they're not being protected, because acrylics do protect your nails. Good that it helps prevent infections, etc. It has for me, Glima. It doesn't work for everyone, but it does work for me. Yeah, the alcohol evaporation just like sucks the soul and moisture out of my hands. It's just like, oh my gosh, any hope I had. And it doesn't matter like how much lotion you put back into your skin, it just never seems to make up for all the alcohol and soap and oh my goodness. And it's even worse if you have to do like a bedside like scrubbing and you have to do like a betadine wash or a chlorhexidine prep wash, so that it like just like sucks up the stuff even more than the alcohol. It's just crazy. Whew. Hello, exotic dog. How are you? Well, glad to hear you can hang out with us for a little bit. Lily, how you doing tonight? Oh, try not to spill my coffee here. I'm doing pretty good. It's always the first couple drinks out of my coffee cup that are super precarious, and I'm most likely to end up wearing it, but I'm never, like, risk-free. I have never played Overwatch. Glad to hear you're doing well, Lily. I haven't had any coffee today. Ugh. That's, like, usually one of the first things that I do to start my day. Good, bad, or otherwise. I find that having one of the large cups of coffee and a little bit of chocolate goes a long way to help staving off the headaches. Do I like blowing things up in video games? Oh, yeah! I will say that was probably the thing that I thought was the most fun about playing Kamikaze Veggies, even though it was really way harder than I expected the game to be. I mean, it looks really cute and goofy, but whew, it was like way harder to like get the timing of the jumps and to dodge the like bad guys than I thought it would be. But yeah, there's something super delightful to explosions, and explosions in video games are much safer than me engaging in playing with explosives in real life. But yes, I've always had a particular delight about explosives. Do I know who Tanger is? I'm not really good at name recognition, so I'm gonna say no, I don't, but I might, and just not be associating the name because I'm really terrible at that. You're making some mac and cheese, but it's even better because the mac and cheese are shaped as bones. That's hilarious. Nice, Sim. I think the funniest mac and cheese story I ever heard, well, it wasn't really mac and cheese, but the funniest story I ever heard with macaroni is that I had a friend who went to, I just lost the name of the store in the mall that does all the, like, Spencer Gifts. And they got pasta that was shaped like boobs and penises, and they cooked up the pasta and they made it into macaroni salad, and they took it to a family barbecue and served it without comment and just waited for people's commentary. And like most of the barbecue event went before the dad finally went, I don't know about having dick in my mouth. I mean, I can't imagine. So there's always been a little gremlin in me that kind of wanted to do the same thing to my parents to see how long it took them to notice. Want to know something? I usually drink coffee before or 15 minutes after I brush my teeth. You know, Michael, there's this weird study about brushing teeth and about like whether or not people like eat first and then brush their teeth, and it's about 50-50% about whether or not people start their day by brushing their teeth first or eating first, and I find that really interesting. Like, you nearly blew something up in a video game, but instead I quit the server? Uh-oh. You love this Squishmallow? Yeah, that's me. She's my buddy. She hangs out with me on the streams. I'm sorry to ask, but what is chronic illness? So, clinically speaking, a chronic illness is defined by any illness that has consistent symptoms, which means that they are present the majority of the time, so 4 or more days a week, and that they persist for 6 months or more. And that the prognosis is that it is expected that it is not curable. So, yeah, chronic illness is an illness that you have forever. Bro, after then you don't have weird toothpaste flavor for breakfast, right? Yeah, I really don't want to like brush my teeth and then eat because it just like changes the way that everything tastes and feels in your mouth. But then other people will argue that like morning mouth, dude. I mean, they're both are valid. Maybe playing with explosives in real life can be fun and interesting. Who knows? You might discover something you really enjoy. Well, German Weasel, I will say that my history of playing with explosives in real life has gotten me in trouble. So chronic illness is defined clinically as something that is present the majority of the time. So you have symptoms of the illness at least 4 out of 7 days a week. And those symptoms have been persistent for at least 6 months. And the prognosis is that the illness does not have a cure. So the basic idea of a chronic illness is that it is something that you have for the remainder of your life. And hello, Katai? How you doing? Welcome to the Dazzle. I think I just butchered your name, but hi, Cal. I am good. How about you? Brush before you sleep, after dinner, and if you don't eat anything else, then no morning mouth. Or at least less. I mean, there's always some morning mouth. And depending upon how much you mouth breathe will definitely greatly affect how much morning mouth you have. I played a game that was similar to Minecraft, and I was on a server, and my house kept getting looted. They went too far today by destroying my base completely and killing my dog. Oh, Lily, that's rude. I hate servers that are like PvP and trolly, and yeah, I just can't. I want to play cooperatively. Yeah, that frequently happens. Usually, like in the first 15 to 20 minutes, we'll get a lot of people, and then we'll usually taper down and then average out to about 20 to 25 for the majority of our stream. That's about our average. The majority of people will partake of our stream through the VODs right now. And I think that most of it is like, because we are variety streaming, that it's catching people with the content that they're looking for. So people will come in and they'll be like, oh, this isn't the content that I'm looking for. So they'll leave, and then they'll come back later and they'll pick up the VODs that they're looking for the content. Oh, it's all right, Exotic Dog. I have definitely come to terms with the reality of the foreverness. And we will be here. That is the plan anyway. John Wicker their ass? I don't know what that means, Bounty Hunter. Yeah, I just don't know why people have to be all like PvP and trolly, and I don't know. It's fine, don't worry. My username is a mix of what my friends call me and my name. I'm doing great. Well, glad to hear that you're doing great, and I will call you Collie. I wouldn't mind PvP if they have some decency of honor. Don't destroy everything and kill their pet unless in battle or something. Yeah, I agree. Like, and I think that that's a large part of why I don't like PvP. Is it can be very toxic and it can be very trolly, and it's just not nice. And yeah, I was really looking forward to Rust, and I was really like looking to buy Rust, and then I heard a lot about how Rust is being played, and then I'm suddenly just not interested in owning Rust. I'm just like, never mind. It's so sad. I usually make bases underground. And also, I recommend doing that and going farther underground to where you can't see a name tag above the surface. Yeah, I don't know. I just co-op. Co-op, man. Yeah, killing the pet just seems rude. Have I seen the John Wick movie? I don't think so. So maybe that's why I don't know the reference. And hello, Archer. Welcome to the Dazzle. And do I know which celebrities have died recently? Nope, can't say that I keep track of celebrity deaths. The guy's car gets stolen and his puppy killed. He goes on a 3-movie rampage for revenge. Well, that seems legit. I was playing a server with one of my friends, and when I went AFK, he built a TNT cannon and shot it at my base. Oh no! Wolfie King! The Hat War never ends. But we do have a Minecraft server under the Zebra Pig, fire, coffee, membership stuff. If you want a nicer place to muck about, yes, that is an option, and it is a co-op server, and we will not tolerate trolls. I don't play Minecraft too often, but whatever I do, I just run or just leave if someone tries killing me. Yeah. Plan to return to the server after getting rich and buying a bunch of dragon eggs and send them above the server. Oh my god. Keanu Reeves plays the lead. Oh, okay. I might have to check them out. If I remember. Because I, in general, like his movies. I agree with John Wick. If someone killed my dog, I would murder everyone. I think that that is a pretty common, like, sentiment there, German Weasel. He's very wholesome in real life, but plays badass characters. Yeah, I agree. Like, in real life, he very much embraces a lot of the, like, Buddhist philosophy and, like, is very much a philanthropist and supporter of, like, cancer research and, yeah. I think that he's one of the more amazing celebrities that doesn't get, like, hung up on his wealth. And yeah, dropping things in Discord is probably the best place to drop them because I do look at everything that's posted in Discord eventually. It sometimes takes me a while to work through it, but I do look at everything, and I don't always remember what's told to me in stream because I have a weird memory. So it's more likely that I'll actually remember what it was people recommended if it's in Discord because I'll look at it and then I'll go check it out while I'm looking at it. Do you watch the Joe Rogan Experience? Are you talking about his podcast, Matt? Because I have occasionally listened to his podcast, but not particularly a, like, Joe Rogan person. My dog is the greatest, better than anyone, he's king. I think that a lot of people feel that way about their pets, their German Weasel, and I think that in general, I think that it is safe to say that pets and animals treat people better than most people do. Totally, he's very down to earth. Yeah, I think that that's very much the case, Kali. Includes, but it is not limited to double sticks, single sticks, knife defense, knife and sword, melee. Oh, wow, that's all, like, intense. So yes, the podcast. Okay, so yeah, I've listened to a couple of his episodes, but not extensively. I think I built a zoo so everyone can see the mobs. I got all the mobs in the game. It was so annoying and difficult, but not the Ender Dragon. Then someone just blew it all up. I took like 4 or 7 real life days to build it. Oh, Michael, that's awful. It's terrible when you work really hard to build something and then people just like... And yeah, animals show a unconditional love that majority of people are just not capable of. Most humans put conditions on love, and some of those conditions are reasonable. Like, I will have you in my life and give you love if you don't beat the shit out of me. Like, that condition is reasonable. But, like, a lot of the conditions that people have are just dick moves and are not fair. Animals are the best. My childhood dogs were very special to me, and my cat is like my entire world right now. Yeah. Yeah, like I've had a lot of pets, all of which have been cats, and they have always been very, very special and amazing. And I will say that my experience with animals has been that in general, I feel like animals have treated me way better than people. I can trust an animal in a way that I can't trust people because I kind of know where animals are gonna, like, come from. So yeah. And pigs, oh my god, I love pigs. They're amazing. I don't care what anyone else thinks about their pets. Mine is the best and the only best. German Weasels is like, no, it is my dog. He is the bestest best. His conversation with Graham Hancock was mind-blowing about ancient civilization. Huh. Well, you are welcome to send me a link on Discord and I can check it out. I'm interested in all things. Okay, not all things, but most things. But ancient civilization is interesting. Thunder Raider, it is almost midnight there for you. Well, then you are a few hours ahead of us. The Ice Age? Interesting. Except cats often, which is why many people struggle with cats. I think I almost cried too, but it's in the past and now is the present and the future to create new things and new memories. Right? Yeah. Pigs are absolutely so smart and they're way clean and they're super friendly and they're super social. I absolutely love pigs and I would own one if A, it was legal in this area, and B, it was feasible in the house that I live in, because having a 250-pound animal in a small apartment is just not feasible. Well, it's also so adorable, right? Thanks for the lurk, Boot. It was a 3.5-hour podcast on YouTube and Spotify. Hey, but you know, if it's good, it's worth listening to. I don't think that it's raining here. I can't hear that it's raining, but I can't say that I stuck my head outside. I used to have a pig. He ran away, though. His name was Lucy, which my dad said was short for Lucifer, after we figured out he was a boy, not a girl. Right now, it is 6:48 p.m. So, yeah. It rained earlier today in the wee hours. Well, I'm glad somebody knows what it's doing outside. I'm like the worst person to ask about any of that stuff. And good morning to you. You're like on the opposite side of the clock. I always think that like the whole time zone thing is wild and crazy to like think about. It can be like a whole different day, and people's like New Year starts at like, so it could be a whole different year and everything, like in different parts of the world. It's so cool. The only time it doesn't rain is when it's snowing, right? Follows up 3 years later with more discoveries and the theories about ancient civilization. Interesting. And Bounty's got almost one. So yeah, it's like all over the clock. I actually went to a war in this game before and won, but I occasionally run into people from the war and have to engage in battle. It's always funny on the internet when the waves of Happy New Year's happen all over everywhere. Yeah, I know, right? Like, when you're streaming live and it's like, when do you set off your fireworks? You know, like, and it's fun to see how some streamers were doing it at every New Year's per the different time zones, and we're like redeclaring Happy New Year for this time zone. That was fun. Michael, you've never seen snow? That's crazy. Yeah, we can easily have snow on the ground, falling or on the ground about half the year. Yeah. Yeah, it's wild and crazy to think about like how different it is in different parts of the world. The Bible talks about a world-ending flood in geological studies. The scars on the Earth's landscape show a massive flood with caused these landscapes to change on a scale of that size. Oh yeah, there's definitely evidence that there was a large flood event, and it definitely makes sense that um, a large event like that would end up in the world mythology. Because if you look at a lot of the mythologies around the world, it is very much present that there was a world flood event. It's far from being exclusive to the Bible. We have no snow here too, just sunny and rainy days. Wow, that's so crazy. I mean, I say that, but before I moved to Maine, I lived in New Mexico and I hadn't seen snowfall because before that, I lived in Alaska and I was really, really little. And Alaska, there is snow on the ground, but it doesn't fall from the sky very often. So I don't remember seeing it snow. But also, I was really, really young when I left Alaska. So my memories from that are like negligible. I think I was like 3 or 4 when we left Alaska. I was a toddler. And the Bible is not the only culture and mythos to discuss the flood. Yeah, exactly. The fact that there is a flood myth is... Yep. Many of these cultures didn't have contact with each other, but have the exact same story. Well, it's hard to say how much contact they did and didn't have. Like, we assumed a lot of things, and now there's more and more evidence that there was more world trade and world contact earlier than we thought there was. And some of that is evidenced by the story sharing. I have a tank. Tank! What kind of tank, German Weasel? It's pretty crazy to think about the sheer size of the flood with that context. Yeah, it is. It's crazy. Yeah, it can be very cold. Sometimes it's even too cold there to be snowing. A flood big enough, everyone felt the need to note it, even if it wasn't near them. Yeah. I mean, and if you think about how, like, stories happened and how so much of it was word of mouth and the oral storytelling tradition, it's hard to say, like, how much was people, traveled in between communities, and we didn't necessarily document everything in those days. So it's really hard to say how much. Yeah. And there's more and more evidence that a lot of what we thought about old cultures was wrong. Like, as we evolve our archaeological view, we're re-examining a lot of our views of what we had previously determined. Like, DNA evidence is completely redetermining a lot of things. Like, we once thought that it was only male Vikings that went to war, and then DNA evidence was like, nope, women were absolutely buried in armor, regalia, and battle gear. So we make a lot of guesses, and I think that's what we have to keep in mind when it comes to these old civilizations, is that it's a lot of guesses. And when we're making these kind of guesses, we make it from egocentric views. Like, we often fall into the trap of projection. So whatever your culture is, and whatever your gender is, and whatever your worldviews are and your religions are, you're inevitably going to perceive the world through that lens. Um, it's just an inevitability. Like, we can't perceive the world in a way that we've never experienced it. So we are inevitably going to perceive the world through the lens of our culture. So it's all very vague, and it's really very hard to say how much of what we think we know about old cultures is even remotely accurate. Yeah, too cold to snow is always a fun time of year, usually the middle of winter with snowing on either side. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, and I realized I never clarified my house shouldn't have been able to be destroyed because it was on land that I claimed. Oh, that's even doubly ruder. It's mind-opening. To look at old cultures? Yeah, absolutely. And to look at even current cultures. I think that the more that we consider other worldviews, other religions, other cultures, other language, other perceptions, even the perceptions of other people within our own culture, the more that we can better understand, and the more that we can get a full big picture view of how the world really is. And I think that's where the value of things like archaeology comes from, and the value of sociology. My sibling has created the greatest tea ever. It's white peppermint, chamomile, and sugar, and I think something else. Oh, well, I'm glad that you're enjoying that, German Weasel. I will take a hard pass. I do not consume mint anything. It gets that cold. It's like 45 degrees over here, I think. Yeah. Yeah, cold is great. The server admins might have fucked up your land claim. Ugh, that sucks. I personally find peppermint too sweet. I prefer the earthier flavor of spearmint. Blech. You get the bigger picture, and you can more easily picture the BS from the truth. Yeah, it definitely helps you reevaluate the assumptions that you grew up with, the internal biases that you are basing a lot of your foundational beliefs on, when you allow other cultural views to challenge that belief set. Because whether we realize it or not, we are indoctrinated. That's part of being raised in a culture. And that word is used so negatively, but the reality is that it's inevitability. Like, we are always raised within the context of our culture, and we're always raised within the mores and norms within that culture. And because of that, there are always norms and biases and assumptions that we believe to be true based on our cultural norms. And until we perceive a different value set, and until that value set is challenged, there's no reason for us to ever go back and question that base reality. I find it nice whenever Twitch chat turns philosophical. Well, we never know which direction the chat is going to go here. We can do philosophy, we can do religion, we can do politics. Sometimes we just talk about food. I can talk about pretty much whatever you guys bring up. I mean, as long as it's not like too rude and crude. I mean, we gotta stay within the platform's rule sets. Bees are amazing. And they need to be saved or we're so screwed. Because they're like the primary pollinator. And I don't think that people realize that we are all going to starve if they die. And they're cute and fluffy. I have to go. I'm running out of battery. It was a very nice time. Well, Kali, you have a great night. Thanks for coming and joining us. Food is good. Food is absolutely good, Bounty Hunter. I love food. My dad is allergic to spearmint, so I've never had it because we're afraid I'm allergic to it. And if I don't get it, I might get too close to my dad and his throat will close up. Yeah. Yeah, I am also allergic to spearmint, and yeah, it sucks. I'm also allergic to wintergreen. I can eat peppermint, but yeah. So I just avoid mints altogether because they're very, very unpleasant. Psychedelics is another really interesting topic. There's a lot to be said about psychedelics, and they're doing a lot of really interesting medical research with psychedelics and psychosis right now. You had the best chicken fried chicken the night before last. Okay, what is chicken fried chicken? Like, what? That just hurt my brain. Like, chicken fried in chicken style? Like, what? Hello, Aphrodite. How are you? Welcome. Have yourself some zebra cakes. Sit down and join the chaotic conversation. The goddess of love. They're the primary pollinators. It's sad that people don't realize it. They bring us so much joy in the form of flowers and healing properties in honey. The list goes on. Oh, absolutely. Honey is amazing. And I don't think people realize, like, how much that we use honey in wound healing in modern medicine. Like, we still have not developed a treatment for wound healing that is as universally effective as both a antimicrobial and a wound bed nutritive as honey is naturally. And the other thing that's really cool about honey is that if you keep it properly, it has an indefinite shelf life versus many of the other medications that we use to treat wounds. They have very short shelf lives, while honey you can just keep forever as long as you keep the package intact. So it's really cool. And we can't replicate honey. That's the other thing. Like, scientifically, we cannot replicate honey. It's a giant piece of chicken covered in white gravy. Chicken fried in chicken fried steak style, usually. Well, what is chicken fried steak style? Like, is that like breaded and then deep fat fried and then smothered in gravy? Oh my God, that sounds decadent. I had a bad day, but now I'm happy here. I like your energy. Oh, well, I'm sorry that you had a bad day, Aphrodite, but I am glad that you're feeling better here. Oh, thank you, Bounty Hunter. I appreciate that. Yeah, ad sucks. Boo. But unfortunately, necessary evil. I'm drinking tea out of a spoon because the mug is so far and I'm lazy and I can reach the spoon without leaning or stretching. Hey, German Weasel, whatever gets the job done, man. Spoons for the win. My grandparents have bees, actually, so I grew up with a great source of this. Nice. That's very cool. I wish that there were more people who were beekeepers. Thankfully, there are thousands of other insects that also pollinate various flowers. However, many of our staple crops have been bred to be dependent to bees, which is definitely part of our problem. Absolutely. I mean, and not to mention that we are being way too selective and getting way too much into monocultures that are way too specific to their pollinators. So yeah, we're becoming way too dependent on specific species of insects with this very narrow band of like survivability where we're really setting up our whole cropping system and farming system for a major like fuck you event. I mean, much the same way that we're setting up our whole human population for a major fuck you event. We're one microbial event away from collapse. It just I don't even think people realize like how a major microbial event could cripple the food source. Chicken fried steak, also known as... Oh, okay, so it's the same thing as country fried steak. Okay, okay. I've never heard the whole chicken fried. I've always heard it called country fried. So it's that battered, crunchy, deep fried, and then like gravy smothered. Decadent. And so much goodness. I also found it interesting how some people say they don't like honey because it can have any flavor one can think of. The flavor depends on where they get nectar from. It depends on why they don't like honey. If they don't like the flavor of honey, I absolutely agree with you because honey definitely varies in its flavor dramatically. If it's because of a textural thing, honey is pretty consistent in its texture. So if you don't like the texture, and most people are not very good at articulating whether it is a smell, a taste, or a texture in their food preferences. They usually just say, I don't like it. So this cafe I like has a chicken option for chicken fried steak, and oh my god, it's so good. It does sound good, Lily. Monoculture is also threatening bees' survival, actually. I mean, monoculture is all kinds of not a good idea. It's just really not good for the ecosystem on so many levels. It's not good for us. It's not good. It's a bad idea. It's just such a bad idea. Like everything in nature is set up for having diversity so that if an event happens, there's a higher probability of survival and that there's more options and niches of survivability of interaction in the ecosystem. And when you create monocultures, you close options for ecological niching and you close survivability option probabilities. So monocultures are just dangerous, and I don't know why we do it. Like we know the problem scientifically and we just keep doing it. Monoculture is very dangerous for so many reasons. Viral risk, pollination issues, genetic diversity issues. Yes, there's Skulk. I think it is a regional name difference. It probably is, Miss Raj. I have yet to meet a honey I like the flavor of, so I don't like the honey available to me here, right? I see a double rainbow outside my window. Nice, Michael. That's super good luckiness. I mean, yeah, and it depends on, like, how financially viable you are. I mean, honey is pretty expensive when you purchase locally, let alone to purchase from a distance. And the reality is that what they're finding is that if you purchase from a distance, a lot of it isn't actually honey. It's actually substituted with guava nectar, or however you say that. Oh god, yeah. Anyway, because the majority of people can't actually taste the difference. So there's a lot of fraudulent honey out there, and it's really wild. Gotta have some mashed potatoes and amazing white gravy and some buttercorn on the cob for an amazing meal. That does sound like a good package. And if you're not gonna have mashed taters, a good baked tater to go with it is also a good option. Did you hear of red tide? It's killing the fish, and it's being supercharged by humans. Yeah, I have heard of red tide. I don't know the specifics of, like, what red tide is. I know that it's, like, an algae bloom, but I don't know, like, the specifics of all of it. Usually the honey from stores is the exact same or small variety. Yeah, again, businesses are interested in creating a uniform product so that their product is predictable because they don't want people to have a, oh, this is super amazing, and then buy it the next time and it be something that they really dislike. If their product is the same every time, people are more likely to consistently purchase their product. However, this consistency and uniformity of product is not realistic for food products and has created a lot of our food problems, from monocultures to food processing issues to flavoring and additive issues to why we see so much salt, sugar, and fat added into our food is to generate this consistency of flavor for product uniformity so that people will have purchasing consistency rather than accepting that diversity is a natural part of life. Thank you for the lurk, Bounty Hunter. We appreciate it. Have a great night. Red tide, green tide, and so many other persist, and algae growth booms have caused many environmental and health risks. So yeah, it is algae growth. Okay. Red tide is an algae that is poisonous and killing the fish, and the runoff and waste we dump into the water is feeding it and spreading it. Yeah. My mom's birthday is on Monday. Cool, cool. And a lot of our major supplies are a clearinghouse for honey. They blend them for a more uniform flavor, losing any of the amazing local flavor differences. Yeah, I mean, again, people want that consistency. So we do this a lot. Like, we do this with tomato products. We do this with just about everything. And one of the things that people don't realize about this is that it creates a lot of risk. Because when you take and do mixed batching, and this is why we end up with contaminated food, we're more likely to, because if you have one batch of honey that has through production been contaminated with E. coli, and then you mix batches to create that uniform honey, now all of that honey is contaminated with E. coli. And this happens with peanut butter, and this happens with tomatoes, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because when you mix all these regional areas together into a single pot, you are more likely to end up with a uniform flavor. However, you are also more likely to end up with contaminated food. That's how it is here, especially with oranges, is a gamble. You never know how the oranges are going to taste. But that's how real products are. And you actually know that a product is more true to the source and closer to the source and actually healthier for your body, the more inconsistent the flavor is. So if you are eating a product and each piece has a distinctly different consistency and a different taste, you are actually closer to the source of the food, you are closer to its natural origin, and you are at lower risk for contamination, and it is healthier for your body. That inconsistency represents the natural diversity that we see in life that is a representation of unaltered food. Yeah, certainly. We have extremely strict food laws in my country. Oh, yeah, even with really strict food laws, though. I mean, and the FDA has really strict food laws and food control. The problem is that a lot of this contamination happens and before... I mean, okay, so like, let's say you have a small microbial load in batch A, and then all of this gets mixed together to make one super batch. Then you test the super batch before it gets packaged for microbial load. The microbial load in batch A in this super batch is so small that it's going to test below the threshold and is going to pass the testing. However, now that whole batch is contaminated and gets packaged, and microbes are going to do what microbes do, and they're going to grow in this package. And all of that batch has the potential now to become contaminated, depending upon when in the process the food is contaminated versus when it is decontaminated. It doesn't just kill fish, it kills birds, dolphins, manatees, and whales. And the issue keeps being pushed back by big companies because if people knew, they wouldn't use their products. I don't know how much knowledge would change the consistency of product use, but I will say that it is getting better. Water the face hole. Thank you, Woody. But there is a large portion of the population that doesn't have the choice to be picky. When you look at the majority of people being financially in a position where they're struggling to make ends meet and they can't meet their regular needs consistently, they are not in a position that they can choose products based on the ethical values of the company. You can't afford to pick on a more expensive product because it is a more ethical company when that product is $2 more expensive and you are struggling to survive. So the mighty dollar is our voting system, and what we choose to spend our money on is what tells a company what is and isn't acceptable to the consumer. But the catch-22 to that is that we have to make sure that the consumer has the buying power to be able to make those votes meaningful, to be able to make the decisions based on ethical principles rather than on desperate necessity. The clouds look like they're upside down. Oh, that's cool, Michael. So many products wouldn't be used if people knew, at least until the issue of you have to buy or you can't meet a need. Gotta love consumer culture and the difficulty of spending-based activism. Sometimes the monopoly is so big that you have no other choice. Yeah, there's a lot of layers that limit options. I mean, and I don't think that a lot of people realize, like, because sometimes they think, oh, I'm choosing this company because it is more ethical than this other company. And what they don't realize is that they're owned by the same parent company. So it's just about one is being better branded and better PR, but they're owned by the same people. And if you look at like this master corporate umbrella that then has like hundreds of smaller corporate names under them, it adds another layer of corporate ethics to it. I mean, can you really say that a corporate is ethical and that you should give them their money if under one corporate name they are giving you organic goods, but under another corporate name they're not? So, you know, how do you make that vote, and how do you make an ethical decision when there's all of these hidden layers? And it's so difficult because companies do their best to hide this information from you. They do their best to not label things, and when they do label things, they do it in as misleadingly as possible, as legally allowed. They do it. They try not to make their company relationships known. They don't want you to know. Hey, Woody, you found me on TikTok. Well, thank you for coming and checking out my channel after seeing the TikTok video. I appreciate that. That's why when red tides happen, dolphins and manatees are the first corpses to be removed because they don't want you to see that. I mean, yeah, they're going to do their best to remove emotionally upsetting things, and people have emotional connections to certain animals versus others. So they're absolutely going to be more responsive to the animals that people have shown that they are more politically aligned with. And I find this kind of sad that there are some animals that people are absolutely more likely to be politically aligned with. And if an animal is cute and attractive and intelligent and has desirable human characteristics, we're more likely to support it than if it is an ugly slug. And it doesn't matter how important it is to the ecosystem. That's just how humans are. So if we are politically aligned with that animal, a company is more likely to represent itself in a way that's not harmful to that animal. Hello, Rusty Sniper. How you doing tonight? Absolutely, Lily. Every animal within the ecosystem has its niche in an important place. And we are in a precarious position when we try to put one animal in more valuable than the other. I mean, especially when we look at all of the discoveries that are based on animal, like you look at animal and plant life, look at all the medicines, look at all the technologies, all the cool science advances that we have that are based off of observing animal and plant life that we have because we haven't eradicated those species. So all of these niche holders are essential because they maintain the ecosystem, but also because of their potential to us if we want to be selfish. And hey, Clover, how you doing tonight? Welcome to the Dazzle. Glad to see ya. I'm good. Just wanted to pop in and say hi. Well, thank you for popping in and saying hi, Rusty. We're glad to have you for however long you can come and hang out with us. And I think some of this comes down to the very real nature of the complexity of science. Because science has become so vast and so complicated and so super specialized, it is absolutely impossible for people to understand the importance of all of these things. Like, even those of us who have a lot of education, if we're not educated in that area, we're just as clueless and struggling to understand how all of these things come together. Doing okay, a little nervous, but doing okay, not in any pain, so that's a plus. Oh, I'm glad that you're having a low pain day. That is always a good day. And I'm sorry that you're feeling nervous. That's crappy. Hey, Sharky, how you doing? Happy New Year to you as well. And hey, Anar, how are you? Welcome to the Dazzle. I always feel like the low or no pain days are like an unexpected holiday. Like you wake up and you're like, oh yeah. But at the same time, you're also like, there's this little imp in the back of your head like, oh, how long is this gonna last? I'm freezing. I drove to New York for the ball, currently in the ferry outside freezing. Oh, I bet. There was a red tide in Tampa Bay a year ago, and a guy on YouTube covered it to spread awareness. Yeah, I think that kind of education and coverage definitely helps people understand. But there's so many issues, and there are so many, layers, and it's so scientifically technical that there's no way that everybody can keep up with all of the things. There's just too much. Might have something to do with the coffee you had. Yeah, if you're not used to the caffeine, or it's more caffeine than usual, or a different time, yeah, that definitely can do it, Clover. I need to get my sleep schedule back in order. I start uni in a few weeks. That is a never-ending battle in my life. I always say, gotta get my sleep back in line, back on schedule, and then sleep runs the chaos. Yeah, I can never seem to get, my sleep under control. It is always a hot, flaming train wreck. Pressure to do everything because I can never do anything, so now it feels like, well, you feel good to do everything. Oh my god, Clover, yes! When I have a good day, it's so hard to not overdo it. And then you start this cycle. You have a good day, so you overexpend your spoons, so then because you've overextended, then you feel like hot garbage for the next few days. So you have to like rest, which then puts you behind. And then because you've rested, you end up feeling good, and then you're behind. So it's just this never ending cycle. Like spoon management, energy management, and like resource management is the never ending challenge that I face based on how I'm feeling every day. And it feels like Russian roulette. Like I wake up and I just never know how I'm going to feel and, you know, how many spoons I'm going to be allotted for that day. And yeah, it's so easy to overdo it and ruin the good day. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, Glima, it is. I think it's the biggest... I think it is the biggest challenge about having chronic illness is managing the spoons and knowing how much you can do. Because like today, oh, it could be totally fine and reasonable to do XYZ, and then tomorrow it could totally kick my ass. And there's so many variables that go into what your tolerance levels are for any activity that it's really unpredictable, because people will say to me like, well, if you know that showering is going to be exhausting, why not just plan for it? Well, okay, I always know that showering is going to be hard because it's always something that consistently takes a lot of effort for me. But there's a lot of variables that go into it. Is it also a high pain day? Is it also a day that I'm having a lot of fatigue? Is it also a day that my POTS is flaring up? Is it? Like, so yes, on baseline, taking a shower, standing for a prolonged period of time in a warm, steamy environment is inevitably going to activate my POTS symptoms and exacerbate those and make those worse. But how bad that gets is also going to depend on, did I sleep that day? How much salt have I been able to tolerate? Because is my nausea bad? Was my gastroparesis bad? Like, it's not a straightforward 1 + 2 = 3. Like, people treat it like this mathematical equation that always comes to the same sum. And it just, there's so many variables. There's just so many variables that change every day. And I tell people that I live a life of maybes. Like, everybody's life is uncertain, but I feel like my life uncertainty is on the basic foundation. So it makes some of the fundamentals unpredictable in a way that it isn't for people who are able-bodied. Like just eating. I can't predict from day to day whether or not I'm going to be able to tolerate food or whether or not it's going to just yeet out of my stomach. Hello, Bobby. Welcome to the Dazzle. How are you doing tonight? I don't have a physical chronic illness, but I have pretty severe depression. But the past few weeks, I have felt nothing. I hope it's depression just subsiding and not me becoming emotionally numb to everything. I'm sorry things have been really rough there, Rusty. And I don't think that it matters whether or not your chronic illness is psychological or physical. The demands are equally challenging. I think that people downplay the psychological challenges that mental health issues present. I would honestly say that the chronic illness that gives me the hugest hurdles is my ADHD. If my ADHD is not managed and those symptoms are not well controlled, the truth is that I cannot control anything else. When my ADHD symptoms are not managed, I become an absolute chaos demon, which means that I can't take my medications consistently. I can't manage and regulate my sleep well. I can't consistently stay on a routine. I can't make sure that I'm going to my doctor's appointments. I can't anything that is required to maintain all my other chronic illnesses. So that's the kingpin, and that's my a mental health issue. So I think that people underplay the importance of mental health, because it really, really is a driving factor in your physical health. Because even if you don't have chronic illness, if your mental wellness isn't there, then you're not going to be taking care of your physical person, and those physical needs are going to be neglected. So things like regularly bathing, eating consistently, getting good sleep, all of that is affected by depression consistently and is going to impact your health in the long term. Your physical health always is impacted by your mental health. And I don't think that that is looked at seriously enough in this country. You just got a new doggy? Oh, that's awesome, Bobby. What kind of puppy did you get? There were times when I wasn't able to leave my bedroom for weeks and I couldn't shower. Yeah, that's that self-deficit, that self-care deficit that I'm talking about. If you're not taking care of your person, your physical needs are lacking. I mean, and lacking attention, and that's going to come at a cost over time. And you're part of the ADHD family, then you know what I'm talking about, Rusty. The chronic illness that gives me the most hurdles is my autism or my joint pain. Yeah, Clover, I think that socially, my autism is definitely my biggest challenge. It makes it very difficult for me to engage with neurotypicals for sure. And I talk a lot about, like, what is my biggest hurdles? I think that, like, really the ADHD will determine whether or not I can take care of all the other things. My biggest challenge physically is probably a tie between my POTS and my mast cell disorder. The POTS impacts me the most day to day, but the mast cell has the most potential to be catastrophic. So, you know, yeah, Clover, use whichever terms you're most comfortable with. I tend to lump them all under chronic illness. Everybody has different terms that they're comfortable with. I myself, like I said, tend to lump them all under chronic illness, but I don't know anymore, honestly, what is the most politically correct and least offensive way to talk about anything. I'm trying to learn, but I will say that I struggle with that. Language is hard, and it's constantly changing, which makes it much more difficult for me. And every time I feel like I've got like a good handle on what terms I should be using and the way that I should be using language, it evolves again, as language does. The thing I hate is when people interrupt me and then I lose my train of thought. I mean, I get why people interrupt me because I have so much I have so much pressured speech that I just like never stop talking. But yeah, it is very easy for me to get derailed. And sometimes it happens when I'm not even interrupted. Sometimes I just get derailed. Like a thought inside my head bumps into another thought, and like the one that I was trying to express gets completely derailed, and I just look at you and go, I don't know. I don't know what I was saying. It's gone. Sorry. And I love when people look at me and go, how can you just lose hold of a thought? And I'll be like, I don't know. It just happens. They just like, out of my head. Delete. Evicted. And it just happens sometimes. Or words that are completely common and everyday, and I can't come up with it to save my soul. You know, you can't come up with the word fork, but it's just an everyday word, so you're like, you know, the stabby stick. Like, Or like I want to Google something, open Google, and forget what I wanted to Google. Oh, gosh. I'm constantly like, what was I doing? Why did I come in this room? What was on my to-do list? Or my favorite is I have this idea, this thought, like task that I don't want to forget about or whatever. So I open up my like note keeper on my phone, and by the time I get it open, I've forgotten what it was that I wanted to make note of so I wouldn't forget it. That's how long it takes me for things to just evaporate out of my brain. Hello, Winters. How are you tonight? And Happy New Year to you as well. And then you have to try to trigger the thought. Oh, yeah. And I love it when they try to trigger the thought and they're like, well, you were talking about. And I'll be like, yeah, I got nothing. Do normal people don't forget everyday words and forget thoughts, or is it just me? So what we're talking about is called thought blocking. And statistically speaking, it happens with everyone, but it is exceptionally uncommon in neurotypical individuals. For people who have ADHD, thought blocking is a regular occurrence. And for majority of people who have ADHD, it happens daily. It is very common to have thought blocking where you have a difficult time. You're expressing an idea and then that idea is deleted. That's called thought blocking. The other thing that's really common with ADHD is word seeking, which is where you know the word, it's a common word, it's in your vocabulary, it's very familiar, but in that moment you can't come up with it. That's also super common with ADHD. And again, it's something that neurotypical people experience as well, but it's an uncommon occurrence. But for people with ADHD, it is not an untypical thing. We frequently experience it. Yeah, I would love to have a quest log that I could refer to. Well, I say that because autism isn't an illness, it's a disability, because then doctors and people can be like, I hope you find a cure or work on a cure. All right, that's fair reason to use the language that way, yeah. Because it being a disability isn't about whether or not the person as an individual should change. It's about whether or not society is accommodating and society is inclusive and equitable towards that individual. So, I mean, I personally would argue that all mental health issues are an issue of equitability and inclusion and not an issue of the individual being defective or broken. And the reason that I say this is because of the triad of diagnosis. You can be fully symptomatic, but if you are not having distress or dysfunction, then you are not diagnosable. I mean, think about that for a minute. That is not how it works with physical illness. Like, if you have all the symptoms of diabetes, whether you are dysfunctional or distressed about it is irrelevant. You were still carrying that diagnosis of diabetes. The fact that there's this social standard of function and distress that's required says that it is a social integration issue rather than a mental status issue. So my personal opinion is that if society were more open-minded, more equitable, and more inclusive to the people who are diverse, then mental disorders would not exist because they would never be diagnosable. And my favorite example of this is the Pope. So he is someone who believes he's hearing the voice of God. It is not diagnosable as schizophrenia and as having psychotic delusions because he's not having distress and he's not dysfunctional within his society set. However, there are plenty of other people who are diagnosed with schizophrenia, delusions of grandeur, and religious delusions because they are distressed by hearing the voice of God, and it is causing them dysfunction because the people around them are not recognizing them as a spiritual leader. So it's more about integrating different neurotypes into society in an equitable way than it is about different types of brains being dysfunctional. That's my personal opinion on it. Is that why I go, huh, and then my brain catches up and I don't need them to repeat? Probably not, Kermit. Probably that is probably more related to an auditory processing disorder. If someone communicates information to you and you initially have no idea what they said, and then after a delay, you go, oh, I know exactly what they said, that is probably auditory processing disorder. And that's a hallmark symptom of it. Hi, Kaio-san. Welcome to the Dazzle. How are you tonight? And no, I do not play Roblox. Yeah, Rusty, it can be really difficult when you're testing and you get thought blocking. Well, thank you, Chilled Out, for coming and checking us out after seeing us in our previous video. We really appreciate it, and welcome to the Dazzle. I just mean you guys would do well to have a magic thing that adds all your tasks to your quest log, which were sorted by area or person, and you could select the one to focus on at the moment, like in video games. That would be so amazing if there was just like this magical book that did all of it for me. Could also help the autistic people know tasks are being given, even if the words being used were unclear. I know, right? I love it when people like ask me to do something. I don't register that they've asked me to do something, and then they're pissed that I didn't do it, and I'm like, what? When was that request made? What? So people who are autistic or ADHD have a high correlation of having auditory processing disorder. It very frequently comes together. And frequently, people who have auditory processing disorder are misperceived as being hard of hearing, misperceived as having poor attention. If you go to an audiologist, you need to specifically request to be screened for auditory processing disorder. And when they screen you, what will happen is that you will have a difficult time processing words, even though your sound testing will be completely normal. Hey, King Tut, how you doing tonight? And I find that auditory processing disorder is a huge hurdle for me in my communication, and whether or not it's related to the autism or the ADHD or both, who knows? There's no way to like know that. I'm doing pretty good tonight. Thanks for asking. But I feel like it is a huge communication hurdle because I have no control over it. And people get very impatient when I ask them to repeat. And I find it really frustrating that people don't want me to be using voice to text features. Like they're really weirded out by it, and I'm just like, I just want to be able to see the words that you're saying to me. Like being able to read chat makes it so much easier for me to be able to communicate to people rather than having a verbal conversation. Like I would be struggling to converse with people right now if we were in a room in a conference and you guys were at microphones asking me verbal questions or making verbal comments to me. It would be really difficult for me to actually engage with you. So the streaming platform where you're typing out comments that I'm reading is what has made it possible for me to engage this way, and it's amazing. Because I've tried to do conferences as a professional before, where I get up, I do a lecture in front of like 100 people, and then there's a Q&A at the end, and I've always struggle bust with someone with their microphone asking me a question and me having any idea what the fuck they just asked me. Oh, it's so hard. Oh, German Weasel, that's super nice. I bet your mom's going to appreciate it. Some people are rude, and you shouldn't love your life worrying about satisfying others. Just do what helps you. Oh, this is true, King. I mean, and I do what I need to in order to be effective. I just find that it's frustrating that the baseline in society is surrounding the able-bodied person when they only represent about 35 to 40% of the population, when the reality is that the majority of the people have some form of disability. The majority of the people are not neurotypical, are not normal-bodied. So why is all of society designed around this minority group? It's very frustrating to me. It should be normal to have alternative types of communication. It should be normal for people to use nonverbal communication. It should be normal to use translators. It should be just normal part. It should just be the expectation. It should be the expectation that we do what we can to make things equitable. But that's not how our society looks right now, and I find it very frustrating. I ask my wife to repeat herself like 50 times a day. She gets annoyed towards the end of the day with me. Hearing tests will come back in the average to above average for my age range. Well, Carmen, it very much sounds like auditory processing. So short of actually going to an audiologist that specializes in auditory processing disorder and getting that screened, you can run under that assumption and start doing things that help with auditory processing. And one of the things is getting out of the habit of saying what and allowing yourself a communication delay and telling people that you're going to delay. So giving yourself time to pause, to process what's said to you. And then if you still, after that pause, don't know what they said, say, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. The other thing that I find super helpful is that speech to text. There are quite a few on the line. I personally find that the Otter speech to text is super helpful, and there's a free version that you could try out. And one of the things that I like about it is that it tags different users as speaker 1, speaker 2, so that it can help you when distinguish the different people are talking, which is sometimes something I struggle with. And hey, Blockheads, welcome to the Dazzle. How are you? I was like so confused for a second because I thought that you were saying autism was a mental illness, and I was like confused. I had to even look it up to make sure. So according to medicine and diagnostic criteria, autism is in the DSM-5. So by medical standards, autism is a mental illness. I think mental illnesses are a social myth, including autism. I think that if we took care of society and did better as societies, and being inclusive and being equitable, no one would be diagnosable under any diagnosis in the DSM, including autism, because nobody would meet the criteria of distress or dysfunction. If society was always accommodating to the needs of diversity, then no one would ever be distressed or dysfunctional. So to me, it is not a dysfunction of the brain, but a dysfunction of society failing to take care of people in an equitable way. It is an illness of society recognizing the essential nature of human diversity. That's my opinion. So when I was talking about chronic illness, right now the statistics in the United States is that about, depending upon which piece of research you look at, 60 to 65% of the United States has some form of chronic illness, whether it is a mental health or a physical chronic illness, which means that the majority of people are not able-bodied. That means that only 40 or 35% of the population are neurotypical and able-bodied. That is a really small slice of the pie, because the majority of people who are able-bodied also have a chronic mental health condition. Do you see what I mean? Like, there's only this small group of people that meet the subset that our society is designed around. And that subset are people who are both neurotypical and able-bodied. And that is only around 35 to 40% of the population. And it's really hard to say how many people are neurodiverse, because neurodiverse isn't a clinical term. And because of that, there isn't, which is fine, but it doesn't have like a set definition. So it is hard to say how many people are neurodiverse when it doesn't have a overall term, overall definition. I mean, it isn't a medical condition, term, or diagnosis. People who are neurodivergent have differences in the way that their brain works. People who identify themselves as neurodivergent typically have a learning disorder, intellectual disability, mental health diagnosis, or sensory processing disorder. However, since there isn't any kind of criteria or definition that sets the standard of what it means to be neurodivergent, any other condition can also be included under that term as well. And people who have these conditions might not choose to identify themselves as also being neurodivergent. So there isn't any way to measure how much of the population is neurodivergent. That's not a measurable term. So we don't know the answer to that. We have absolutely no idea how many people are neurodivergent. And hey, Skunkworks, absolutely no worries. I've so been there. You are still welcome to join us, or you are welcome to take a day of rest, whichever it is that you need to do today. All right, let me open up. Exactly, and all of... So, so autism is a mental illness by the definition of the DSM-5. That's just what healthcare says. That's not what I'm saying. That's what the medical world says. That's what the DSM-5 diagnostic clinical criteria says. They have labeled it as a mental illness. Anything that shows up in the DSM-5 by the diagnostic definitions is a mental illness. Whether we like that or not, that is the label that we have been given. However, I will argue that all mental illness is not a deficit of someone's brain, but a deficit of inclusion and equity. All right, let me get over onto Discord so that we can get hooked up with Skunkworks here, and we can bring them on as our guests tonight.
Ew.
Hello. All right, let me see. Fantastic. Now let me see if my thing is working.
However you want to do it.
All right. In theory, if I change over to this other screen... Oh, crappy, you're not showing. What did I do wrong?
You gotta select the window. So if you have like a window capture, you'll have to reselect the window. Did you pop it out?
Oh,
there you go. Now pop out the
I forgot to pop it out. That's why it's looking weird. I'm always missing steps.
It's a learning experience.
Oh man, it has been such a learning experience. Let me tell you. They can see my weird emotes now. Where's the popped out version?
It put it somewhere. So wherever it put it, and then you gotta like point the window capture to the popped out. Whew. I have multi monitors. I don't know how your setup is. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. You have it popped out. All right, so it's half working.
It's half working.
It's half working. It's always half working. That's my life story right there.
You're using OBS, correct?
I'm using Streamlabs.
Oh, so find the source that you had just for what's going on here with the Discord, and then just I guess double click it and open up what it can point to, and then find your window for the pop out.
I'm just not seeing where the pop out went. That's what's puzzling me.
That I don't know. That's
because it
depending on
should
wherever
be an option, and it's not showing as an option.
that's weird.
That's definitely not it. Hey, look! You guys can see my mic. Yeah, I'm not seeing where the pop out is. Are you?
I don't know.
Sorry, I was
I'm
talking
not on
to
the
Miss
computer.
Raj. Do what?
Oh,
I will give Miss Raj the control.
this is
Tech support has
Sorry.
arrived. Oh no, don't worry about it. This is why I have tech ninjas.
I didn't even make coffee yet. Ugh.
You're like, I'm not
Oops.
even alive yet.
No, I was up till like 2 a.m. and doing things and talking to my Zoe, and stuff kind of happened. Then I passed out.
This doesn't look like it's any of those.
I like monkeys. Oh, meow. Yes, I hear you. Did you get your Cheetos?
Well, you guys give me just a second to see if we can figure out what the text problem is, and then we will, I mean, because you know, every stream I have, there has to be at least one tech hiccup, or it isn't a Zebra Pig stream. It's like my signature move.
Is the pop out on your desktop?
Yes. Like, I have the window. Oh, yeah, there. Like, I can see you on your glorious skunky self on full screen.
Did you, are you using game capture or window capture?
I think it's screen... Maybe I just need to start over with a whole new one and see if that will, like...
Don't use screen capture. You should be using game or window.
do
Well,
maybe
that's
do
also
window.
OBS. Yeah, you should be doing window capture.
There we go. Maybe that's the issue.
Oh, hey.
You're just like... swallowing the world! There you go.
Well, I'm kind of stuck. You might need to refresh the thing by clicking on my icon thing, whatever, and then clicking back. There we go.
Hi.
Hi.
Are we all working now?
Oh no, it stopped again because it's not on top. A moving skunk.
Do we have a moving skunk? Yay!
You have a moving skunk.
Yay! Well, that was an interesting challenge, but we got it working. Sorry about that, everybody.
I gave you the blue background so you could do chroma key if you wanted to.
Well, I'm happy that we have you showing. I will take the tech that we have. If I start doing other backgrounds, I'll probably end up having you upside down or something.
Okay. And we'll just do a cool background instead. So hello.
Hello.
Good morning from Korea.
So, yay, thank you for joining us. So, can you start by just introducing yourself to the Dazzle, since I don't think most of them have met you?
I am Stephanie. I'm 44. I'm a trans woman. I live and work in South Korea, at least in the meantime. I have done informative consent for my freaking. I can't think of words.
We were talking about
Informed.
that.
Yeah,
It's okay.
I'm doing informed consent for my HRT through International Hospital in Seoul. So, it's currently not covered under my insurance policy for some strange reason. I mean it should be, but it's not. But that's whatever. But Korean health costs are really low. Like a year's worth of HRT was $600 on injections. So, but I do satellite communications. I work on like oh god, how do I explain this? Like satellite communications. So like I put a freaking antenna somewhere and get internet and telephones for my customers.
Nice. You are also a tech ninja.
I am extremely tech ninja. I do computer networks, servers, switches, all the fun shit. It's yeah. This model you're seeing me in, I configured it for VC face and VR chat. So yeah.
All right. Very, very cool.
Ugh.
So
My cat
I
yelling.
invited you to chat because I am hoping to talk about transgender and transgender experiences and to try to, like, talk about issues that are going on.
I mean, I can give you the perspective of what it's like being an American in South Korea on an army base and in Korean like national amongst the Korean nationals, because it's totally like two different sides of the coin.
So do you think it's different being transgender in different countries?
It is. It's extremely different. I feel safe here. I'm not gonna lie. I feel freaking safe here. I walk right into a women's bathroom and they don't give a shit. I literally walk right in, do my business. Now I'm not extremely passing because I'm bald headed, freaking fat, and whatever because I'm 44 and I transitioned late, so that I lost the hair. But I wear wigs. I wear makeup sometimes. I definitely wear the face masks. But then again, Korea, we've been doing it for decades. So the whole face mask thing is kind of new to Americans. So, but we do it over here because of the air pollution, air quality. So some days are worse than others. And we wear a mask in order to keep the pollutants out of our lungs, because some days it'd be like smoking a pack of cigarettes, is what they say. So
Yeah.
you don't want to, you don't want to sit here and inhale all that. So you wear your 95 mask for it. But yeah, like off base, the only troubles I've run into are lesbian bars because they want to see an ID when you go in, and my ID doesn't match. So,
Oh, okay.
and getting a new one while you're overseas is not exactly easy. So I still have all my old records. I just changed my name legally like a couple years ago, but I haven't been able to change my documents legally because I have to go through Wisconsin to get a new birth certificate, then I have to get a new passport, then I have to get a new ID card, and it's just a pain in the butt.
I don't think that people realize like how much is involved when you change your name. Like I changed my name when I got married, and it's really involved. Like you have to change like your social security card, all your IDs,
Mm-hmm.
any licensures that you have, all of that has to be changed. So that it matches your current name, and then you have to make sure that like your old name and your records that are in your old name are connected to your new name, so like your college records and all of that connect up. It's a very involved process, and it took me personally about 5 years to work through all of that. It was a pain in the ass, and I was in this country, I didn't go abroad.
Oh yeah, I'm waiting to get back to the States, and I'm gonna start updating all my stuff, starting with my passport, and then I'm gonna update my driver's license through Texas, because that's where my driver's license is, and that's kind of where I'm headed back to. But we'll talk about that later. So the other flip of the coin, Americans in Korea. So pre-COVID, I used to be like a little party girl. I used to go downtown, drinking with friends, dancing, hanging out at the queer section of Seoul, all this fun stuff. And then COVID hit, and obviously I've been a recluse. I've literally stayed in my house. I don't go anywhere. I caught COVID from work too once. That
Yeah.
sucked. Yeah, from work. Not going out because I don't go out. It's just fuck. Love it. Anyways, so like I'd walk down the street and Americans, had to say something.
Yeah.
That's a dude in a dress, and I'm like, I'm sorry you became attracted to me for a moment. Or when I was out with my friends, dancing, and this guy that I was dancing with, they had to talk to them when I went to the bathroom, letting them know that, that's a guy you're dancing with, right? And I'm like, really? They had to tell you this? They had to tell you? And he's like, I'm not letting it wreck my evening. I'm like, okay, cool, let's go. I mean, that same night he bought me a rose too. He was very sweet. He's a very sweet individual. But I couldn't date him. That's another story for another time. So yeah, like on base, I get a couple stares. I get a couple people like scowling at me and stuff. I don't really pay it any mind. Weirdly enough, the other day I wore my choker when I went to the grocery store on base, and I had this guy like fist bump me, and I'm like, okay, hi, do I know you? I mean, I'm not. I'm like, that was a little strange. I've never done that before. Just this random stranger, just like, look. I guess it was the collar thing. I don't know, the choker.
Well, there's
I
definitely
was like,
worse responses to have, right?
I was taken aback. I was like, okay, this is a different reaction that I'm not used to. Using the bathroom on base, I'm a little more cautious because Americans, so I have to deal with that because they usually have opinions that they like to give to everybody else. But I haven't run into anybody in the bathroom yet that's like, you're not supposed to be here. But I've gotten a few looks as I walked around. But most I'd say, even though Americans versus Koreans, most people that I know, like a good 90% of them, don't even care. Like, I go shopping on base for clothes, and I'll just start up a conversation with this woman to my left, be like, oh, is this cute? And she'd be like, yeah, but it's not in my size. I'd be like, yeah, I know, I need like 3XL anyways, so. But yeah, we, like, it's just, it's, most of the time, but it's not. That's the small percent that I've run into. A small.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's definitely not the American experience here.
I don't know. I think it's because it's a military base and they know they need to be on their best behavior, because if they're not, they're overseas. So if people overseas cause a problem, family members and whatnot, family members can be sent back to America. And yeah, that's not a fun experience. So if somebody's spouse decides to start berating me and assaulting me or something on or off base, they can get sent home.
Yeah. Yeah, they face consequences that they don't generally face here in this country.
Yes, there are real consequences to their actions here, and I've had commanders and units here tell me, like, if you have any issues as a trans woman on base, you let me know and I will handle it. And I'm like, oh, that's so sweet of you. So yeah,
well, I think it's awesome that they're being that supportive.
Yeah, that's, I don't know if it's because they have to or what, but
well, even if they have to, then I still think that that's good. I mean, it's better if people want to, but it being an expectation is a good start. I mean, I think that it's ridiculous that it's not even an expectation in this country that we treat people with respect and dignity. As a non-binary person, I get a lot of shit for being non-binary. Christmas was especially bad. People yelled at me for it during a Christmas game because there was a prompt that, like, all women pass to your right. Yeah, Clover, it's really a challenge. For me, I'm bigender, and the biggest hurdle that I have faced is not being female enough. I'm a tomboy, I have a male brain and a female body, and I'm okay and comfortable with my female body and have no desire to change my physical self. But I also don't feel the need to embrace all the feminine things. I'm very masculine in my nature. So that is often dubbed being a tomboy. And people just expected that when I turned 18, I was just going to magically grow out of that tomboy nature, that I was going to suddenly love makeup and want my hair to be a glorious mantle and lovely ruffles. And, you know, I like some girl things. Like, I like having my nails done. And occasionally, yeah, I like to put on a dress or whatever. But for the most part, I want to be in pants and I want my hair short and I prefer to wear suits and I really like a good sharp tie. And I get a lot of commentary that is very passive aggressive and more aimed at why do I not meet the feminine expectation. Like, I frequently get commentary about why I choose to have male haircuts and why I choose to keep my hair so short. And it's like, because it's my hair, what difference does it make to you? Like, let me rock long ass hair and it tucks in peace. Hey, you know, Serious Skulk, I am not saying you can't do that. I'm just saying that's not my thing. I mean, I think that everybody should be able to do exactly their combination of things. And if you want to wear a tux top with a tutu skirt, you should be able to do that. Like, what the fuck difference does it make to anyone else? Like, I think that's what frustrates me so much. Oh, yeah, I know that it was directed at society there. I know that you know that I am all people. I'm very, like, do your thing. So I think on some of the interestingness that I face is that the language has changed over my lifetime. When I first kind of started realizing that I was different than other people, there wasn't the language, like the gender term didn't exist. When I was 12, you know, back in the 90s, we didn't have as many terms that we have now, and I think that it's great that we've increased our language to better describe people's individual experiences. But the learning curve has been interesting. I have a hard time with language, but it was interesting because I would have a hard time telling people what my experience is. So I'd always say, I feel like I'm a guy in my head. And people would look at me and be like, what? And it wasn't until recently that I even knew there was a term for feeling like you're both genders at the same time. So I was like, oh, there's a label for that. That's cool. And it was nice to know that there were other people that had the same experience. So that's been cool. And that's been kind of affirming to know that there are other people out there. So what was coming out as transgender like for you?
Oh God. Well, you see, I knew since I was 12 that I was trans, but I didn't know what trans was. Yeah, I was 12 in what? 1990. So
Yeah, exactly. Like the language wasn't there.
Yeah, the language wasn't there in 1990. Like, and the first introduction I had to transness per se was Weekend at Bernie's.
Oh
That's
goodness.
a movie. Yeah, yeah. All because remember the suicide note or whatever it was something about I'm gonna go get a sex change, and that was like, wait, that's possible. And I didn't think anything of it after that. That was the whole shtick for freaking why they killed Bernie. But that's a whole, yeah. The movie itself is just terrible.
The movie is
Anyways.
absolutely terrible.
It's absolutely terrible. But that was my introduction to, like, you know, things like that may be happening in the world. But I was a dumb, like, not so much teenager, and I didn't know anything, and I'm like, whatever. So I carried on with my life as being as masculine as I could. I joined the army. I took a combat job. I decided that I had to do everything in my life to conform to what males were supposed to be in society. I mean, I buckled down. I got married. I had kids. I have 4 kids. I I moved on with my life. Contemplated ending my life a few times. That was not fun. I've gone through a lot of depressive cycles. And then in 2016, I decided to start exploring my gender because I finally figured out what being trans was. And I was like rewinding before 2016. Rewinding that, my first deployment to Iraq in 2005 is when I finally figured out what being trans was. And I hate to say this part because this is the only way I figured it out was through pornography. I was like, wait,
Oh yeah.
you can be a woman and still and whatnot and this is a thing? People
Yeah.
enjoy this? And I was like, I would just like to have a nice freaking set of tits and a body that I can appreciate and not this whole freaking life that I've been going through. And then in 2005, I just kept going again. I was in Iraq in a combat mission. I changed my job after that to satellite communications, which is what I do now. And I just kept going. I kept pushing forward, kept being what everybody wanted me to be. And I divorced my first wife, married my second wife, had 3 kids with her, and then divorced her in 2012. Nice tits and happy in your own skin is a totally valid goal.
I
I
agree.
mean, I mean that's my personal feelings about it. But like so we just kept moving on. I ended up divorcing my second wife in 2012, marrying my third wife, which I'm still currently married to her, but that's a whole interesting story. So 2012 to 2016 were my last couple years in the army because I couldn't make it to 20 years. I did 17. Um and towards the end in 2016, I think they just finally let trans people in the army by then with the Obama era thing.
Hmm.
And I chose not to come out then. I took my first contracting job in Kuwait, of all places, and that's when I decided to explore my gender. In my freaking I had a studio apartment in Kuwait City that my company was paying for while I worked at their hub in Camp Arifjan. Basically doing what I do. So that's when I started exploring it. I started talking to the Filipino ladies in Kuwait. They hire a lot of third country nationals in Kuwait. So I started talking to some Filipino ladies, and one of them bought me some clothes, and I bought makeup from like Amazon and the on-store shop at. And I tried things out. I started exploring my gender. I looked like shit, but I started feeling better about
I
myself.
think anybody who
Oh,
just starts makeup, oh man, the struggle is real.
it is extremely. So in 2017, I'm doing all this, and I finally I do a year with this company, and it's just atrocious. The company itself is okay. The job is all right, but middle management sucked. That's a whole. Yeah, we're not gonna go into that. So I ended up finding this job in Korea. But I had to take some time. New makeup life and how to try not to look like Halloween Day. Exactly. I watched a lot of tutorials. A lot. I practiced a lot. I used to do full face makeup every day before work, before I had laser on my face. So, but so after that, I went back to America because I had to take a small pause between Kuwait and Korea, and that's when I basically broke it down to my now wife that, hey, I'm trans, and she's like, well, I'm straight. I can't be married to a woman. It's not gonna work. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry. She's like, I respect you. I respect your decisions in life. I wish you would have told me this beforehand because you're saying you knew that you were trans since you were 12. And I'm like, yeah, but I didn't know how to tell you until now. So we're friends. She just doesn't want to be married to me.
Yeah.
So we don't have any kids, so that's a positive. So she's back in Texas at my house. I'm here in Korea for now. So I basically came out then, and she bought me my first wig. We got some clothes. I had her daughters do my makeup and whatnot. We had fun, and we went out to like the McDonald's down the road, and I got like a frosted, whatever they call. So yeah, we're still friends. That is a plus. That's it's still a difficult situation, but I left her. We stayed married so our kids could have health
Mm-hmm.
insurance and whatnot. And the VA pays more money to you as a disabled vet when you're married. So I get $3,600 a month from the VA for disability pay. So because I did 17 years, I'm 100% disabled vet. Anyways, so after that, I came to Korea, and I didn't exactly present female until at work until like 3 years ago. Was it now? Three? Wait, how long have I been on HRT? Where's my phone? Yeah, I've been the timeline. I gotta go. I gotta work backwards. So I've been on
I'm
HRT for
terrible at
two
the
years, 9 months.
timeline.
So I've been on HRT for 2 years, 9 months. That puts it back from 2023 to 2022, 2021. So about 2020. Yeah, March 2020 is when that. So about a year prior to that, I decided to start presenting as female all time at work. So that was an interesting thing. And my company at the time wouldn't use my chosen name because legally we have to use your legal name on everything, documents and emails. And I'm like, well, okay, whatever. My boss and my associate here were like calling me Stephanie the entire time, but like corporate was like dead name, dead name, dead name, and I'm like, whatever. I'm still getting paid.
Yeah.
So, and then they're like, we have to research the dress code to make sure it's okay for you to wear women's clothes at work. And I'm like, look, you have a 1 paragraph thing in your fucking handbook for the dress code, and it says just make sure you're wearing jeans and a collared shirt. At no time is there gendered language in your dress code. So HR's like, you know what? You're correct. Have a nice day. So,
Yeah.
and then my boss is like, I don't care what you wear as long as it doesn't get caught up in any of the freaking equipment.
I think it's ridiculous
So.
that even becomes a conversation. Like, we go to look at your dress code. Like, really?
That's corporate HR trying to protect corporate HR or some underlying bigotry with the HR person, because that too can be a thing. But so we lost our contract with the company I was with, and a new company picked it up. And the new company's like, well, what do you want to be called? And I was like, Stephanie. Well, we will make sure that your email address is made with Stephanie. And I'm like, oh, thank you. So they, yeah, my new company was like, we'll pick you up, we'll call you by the name you want to be called and everything else. So yeah, and they have absolutely zero issue with it. So
I mean, I think
but
that
yeah, like,
some places it's appropriate to have a dress code, like labs and nursing to have dress codes that are centered around safety make complete and total sense. Like, nursing dress codes are about making sure that you have your body parts covered so you don't get splash damage and making sure your feet are protected and don't get crushed. You know, all that stuff makes total sense. But you know, and making sure that when you're at a business that your body parts are like covered and that you look, you know, professional, you know, reasonably makes sense to me. But yeah, I agree. It should be about professionalism and not enforcing gender identity concepts.
I totally agree. So Amentum doesn't really give a care, but in my field, as a I basically do IT. That's like the easiest way to explain it. I do IT, but I do IT with satellites, so it's a little extra added to it. And the most of the dress people that wear in most of the clothes people wear in these fields are jeans, tennis shoes, and a collared shirt. It doesn't need to be like a freaking, like, you know, like how Pizza Hut's got the cool little green shirts with the collar on it and everything, a little whatever they call those. Like I wear shirts with collar shoes, but like the dress code isn't collared shirts. The new company, they're just like whatever you can wear that doesn't impede your freaking performance. So I'll wear dresses with freaking leggings underneath, or
Nice.
and you know, some boots. It's like whatever I can work on that I can pull the ladder out if I have to climb on a ladder, work on my satellite antenna, you know, all that stuff. So it's just they yeah, they're good with it. So basically in 2019 I started exploring my gender. I started coming to work as female. But this was after I got a new boss. That was, oh god. So I was working alone here for a small stint between 2018 and 2019. And we got a new boss. They flew into Incheon. I had to go pick him up. We got a new associate. Same thing. Had to go to Incheon, pick him up. But we were having dinner one night together to get to know each other. You know, new boss, new employees. And this is while I've already started presenting female on the weekends. So I go to the bar that I usually hang out with on the weekends, and my friend walks up to me and goes, "Hey, Stephanie," and I'm like, They don't know." Because I was in boy mode.
Right?
I wasn't presenting at the time, and my friend just walked up and was like, "Hey, Stephanie," and I'm like, "Well, this is awkward." And then
Yeah,
my boss
right?
is like, "Stephanie," and I'm like, "Yeah, hi. So I'm just gonna come out with it," and I just told him. So that's when I got the whole ball rolling with my old company. We ended up, talking about it. Like they respected me and everything, and it became an nice cohesive environment until I figured out my boss was a Trump supporting piece of shit. But
Ugh.
yeah, yeah, yeah. He wasn't one of those that was like all on the Trump train for bigotry reasons. At least he wasn't presenting those. He was like, I just like it because it makes my retirement fund look good. And I'm like, dude,
Yeah, but at what
you,
expense?
exactly. You're all about the money.
You're gonna
That it
stand
was
on
all
everyone
about.
else, yeah. And a lot of
Right?
people are. As long as their money's coming in, they're willing to stand on other people, and it's okay. And
Yeah,
I think that that says a lot about people's moral values if they are willing to ignore moral and ethical injustices as long as their needs are being taken care of.
So I stopped talking to this guy like at work about stuff like that. Anyways, they laid him and my other associate off a little over a year ago, and I've been here by myself since then. During the time frame between him and the new company, I decided to take the leap into HRT. The only place that does it though is in Seoul. Well, the only place that's close to me, and that's an
Yeah.
hour trip north. So I went up there, I signed the documents, I got on HRT, and you know, been stabbing myself once a week, which today is stab day. So
Woohoo!
I have
Stab
to
day!
stab day. Yeah, I need to get the good chemicals in me. But yeah, it's been an interesting journey here in Korea.
I
Sad
feel
thing is, they laid me off now. My last day of work is January 13th, and I'm still trying to figure out how I'm getting home. And I'm headed to Texas right now, so that's also going to be fun.
that's gonna be interesting. It's an interesting culture out there.
In Texas, I know. So my current spouse is half Mexican, half American. So when Trump got into office, her and her daughters experienced a lot of discrimination with people telling her to go back to her own country and shit. And she's like, I was born and raised in Wisconsin. What the fuck you talking about? Go back to my country.
Well, yeah, that's
So,
a lot of the bullshit that people hear just in general, and it's for as diverse as we are in this country, on so many
mm-hmm.
levels, I find the lack of acceptance and tolerance so frustrating. And I don't understand why people are so interested in othering other people.
I don't know. I don't get it. I
I
don't get
mean,
it. I
if we
did.
really examine it, anybody that we're looking at is more like us than they are different.
Mm-hmm. Just having basic empathy is just the easiest thing. Just to be caring for other people, because I've been in some really deplorable situations.
I mean, honestly,
Like really not deplorable, but really bad.
I would be pretty
Uh,
happy with basic indifference. Like, you don't know me, I'm not affecting you, so you have zero reason to invest one way or the other in what I'm doing.
that's most of the time my reaction to most people, unless it's something. If somebody needs help, I'm gonna give them help. That's just the way I am. But like I've been in Kosovo after we stopped the stuff that happened there. I can't remember it right now, but I was there doing peacekeeping missions. I've seen the streets of Kosovo. I know what it looks like out there, and I know those people needed humanitarian aid, and we supplied it. I was in Baghdad after the invasion and knocking down Saddam, and I saw what happened there with the vacuum of without his people there, his regime holding things together. So all of a sudden we had to be the peacekeepers and stuff there. So I had to work tirelessly in freaking what do they call it, like guard positions to make sure people didn't try to steal other people's stuff, or that rich freaking whatever guy down the road kept turning the power off to the slums because he felt like he wanted more money. So we would go turn the power back on and tell this guy to knock it off, otherwise we're going to remove you from this position. You know,
Yeah.
I've been there. I've seen what it's like on the far end of the spectrum where people are assholes like that, and I don't like it. You know, I always help your fellow person up. Don't knock them down.
That would be nice. For example, our
But
country, mid Europe, we have a patriotic Japanese guy who is racist as fuck against anyone from East, who is spreading disinformation all the fucking time, only using the power of fear by giving that info to the idiots who believe him. Yeah, there's a lot of misinformation. And the unfortunate reality of the echo chamber effect that we see on the internet is that the biases that people already have are just becoming more and more solidified and more reaffirmed, rather than the potential for the internet being a source of exposure to our differences. And it's because of the way that they've chosen to set up the programs, because they want to make money rather than facilitate improved culture. And I think that that's unfortunate that, once again, corporate goals have been given the priority over cultural goals, and we're stuck with the consequences being that money first often leads to the people suffering.
that's the biggest thing. Like, you can find misinformation on the internet for free all day long. You can find misinformation on the internet. The minute you go find that article with facts in it, it's behind a paywall.
Yeah, the
Peer-reviewed
polarization,
article,
true, is so high. And paywalls, it's like even, and it frustrates me because it can be something that is government paid and funded research, like even by the National Institute of Health, and it is still something that is not readily available for review by the public, that you have to pay to view it. And that a level of elitism, and that strata of, like, if you don't have money you don't get it, is just complete bullshit. This whole idea that money is what drives everything, even the ability to have information, is just, it shouldn't be the way that our cultures work. And yet America is so saturated with it that people don't even see it for what it is. I find it mind-boggling. So when talking about transgender, I think that it's important to note that it's an umbrella term, and that there are many states of being underneath that term, many of which I can't say I yet know, because I'm still learning all of the language, because most of these terms didn't exist when I was young. We already covered that part. But it can be anything from feeling like you're not associated with a gender, to feeling like you're both gender, to feeling like you change genders, to... but the general sense of it is when you feel like the gender of your sex, your biological gender, and the gender that you feel on the inside do not completely align in some way. Is that turn? I think is the best definition I got.
If you don't agree with your assigned gender at birth, you're pretty much trans.
NIH-funded research does have to eventually be made publicly available. That's what the PMC is. Yes, it does eventually, but that's the caveat, is eventually. And if you look at the PMC, most of that research that has been published, the average date on that research is 10 years old. And it's not because research articles in the National Institute of Health are taking 10 years to be published. It's because they're taking 10 years to be published to the public, which is fucking ridiculous. It should be published to the public immediately upon publication. It's absolutely insane that the paywall exists until 10 years after. And they can get away with it because it is eventually released to the public, so they have met their criteria of releasing the information.
Mm-hmm.
Because that lag is on average, at least for the medical field. I can't speak to other fields of research, but the average lag for the public domain release from the NIH is 10 years. I don't know if chemistry and biology and all of that have that same kind of time lag, but that's what it is for like nursing and being a doctor and all that research. And it's and those are the pieces of research that we really should be looking to be most immediately released.
Sorry. Sorry about that.
I mean, people should be able to research their conditions and see what is the most up-to-date information on their condition, not what was researched 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yes, definitely.
And we have a lot of that, a lot of data control. And one of the things that was data controlled was the transgender research that is just now being released to the public. And people are like, oh wait, but this research was done 10, 15, and even 20 years ago, showing that gender affirming care is statistically necessary to prevent suicide and to have the best healthcare outcomes, both physically and psychologically. And yet, because there has been such a lag in this research being made available to the public, people who are transgender have paid the cost for another decade and a half, when we could have had research sooner to help us fight for equity and protect people and save lives. Like, the research that's being hidden from the public is life-saving research. I mean, we're not talking about research that shows, like, I don't know how many flies are on the planet. We're talking about research that shows what can save or cause people to die. We're talking about research that shows medication side effects that are fatal, and that shows that if you have children that are not respected when they have transgender identities, that they're more likely to have a shorter lifespan. Like, it's mind-boggling to me that the lives of these individuals are not valued enough to make that information public and screaming at the rooftop. I can't imagine being somebody who found out this information and not screaming it at the rooftop that we have to protect and save people. It's mind-boggling to me. And yet we do it all the time. And why and for what? Pretty sure compliance date has moved up to be something much shorter. Saying this as a scientist who has published funded research, I want to say it has to be within a year now, but looking it up to make sure that I don't misspeak. And I know that they have definitely been pushing to address those standards, and it might have changed, in which case, yeah, cool. The director of the National Institutes of Health shall require in the current fiscal year and hereafter that all investigators funded by the NIH submit or have submitted for them to the National Library of Medicine, PubMed Central, an electronic version of their final peer-reviewed manuscripts upon acceptance for publication, to be made publicly available no later than 12 months after the official date of publication. Well, then that is new and that is cool, and I think that is a huge hurdle. And if it's been there since 2009, then I would say that it's not being enforced well. Because it's one thing to have laws and expectations. If they're not being enforced and tracked, they're meaningless. And this is what we see with a lot of the equity laws, where we say that you have to treat people equally regardless of their identities and stuff, and then they're not. Like, these laws don't mean anything if we're not holding people to them.
Mm-hmm.
What treating people like and with respect make them want to live their life to the fullest? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, people totally don't need to be treated like human beings. What? What? And you mean if they're treated like dirt and abused, they're more likely to not want to exist? What? 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 Hello, Spade. Oh man, I don't know how to say that name at all. Hi, welcome to the Dazzle. I'm really bad at saying names. I think that I butcher about 99% of people's names when they come to my channel, which is like awful.
Wow.
So, obviously, you came here today to talk about transgender issues, which means that talking about being transgender is important to you. So, why do you feel that it is important to get on platforms like this to talk about being transgender and being open and in the public about your transgender experience?
Because when I was 12, there wasn't any. That's the best way to put it. There was no information out there when I was 12. When I came to the realization of who I was and that stuff, I couldn't explore it because there's nothing there. Well, when I started to question things. Like, literally, like, I was 12 years old, laying in bed. At the time, I was Christian. I'm not now. That's a whole... Yeah, that's interesting.
Yep.
But I used to pray to God, be like, make me a girl, because I feel wrong. I literally would lay in bed and wish that, and pray, and everything else. And I would wake up the next day as a guy, and I just hated life. And that was 12. That was 12.
Yeah, I was definitely in that same... I always guess around 12. I was definitely in that same age bracket when I realized that my perception of myself, my own gender, was definitely different than the rest of my family. And I try talking about my experience, and the way that I put it is that I want to be the person that I needed when I was 12.
That's exactly what I... Yes.
When I was 12, I needed somebody to value me as a human being with the experiences that I was having, and to validate the experience that I was having, and to tell me that I still had value even though I was different. And I needed somebody to give it a name, to just say that I was wanted. Because being raised Christian absolutely did not feel wanted. The message that comes with Christianity and being transgender or any of the alphabet soup stuff is definitely a strong message of undesirability. And a lot of the labels that I carry came with a lot of this strong messaging of being undesirable. So it would have been really nice to have had someone when I was 12 who said, you are not an alien, you are not broken, you are just different than the people you are currently living with, but you are not alone, you are still part of the human race. And somebody who could have shown me the history of transgenderness and how it is saturated throughout history, and how prior to, you know, kind of the Puritan age, it was a much more celebrated part of humanity. So I really could have used that. I could have used somebody to just say that it was going to be okay, even though I didn't have all the answers when I was 12.
Right. Right? Just to have somebody out there that could just be like, this is something that can be if you want it to be. And it just wasn't there.
Yeah, and this is definitely true that not all research is NIH funded, which is totally exempt from that criteria. I mean, that's absolutely true, Wondering. And it definitely puts a lot of hurdles on stuff, because the for-profit journals just want to keep the research to themselves so that they can make profit off of stuff rather than improving society. And again, it comes back to the corporatization of our culture. When we start putting corporate benefits before societal benefits, we start seeing a breaking down of the community that we need in order for everybody to thrive. Like, we need to take care of our community for everyone as individuals to be taken care of. And I don't think that we value that enough as Americans. I think that we've really, really forgotten it. And yes, I do think that the villains are the corporate companies, whether they're journal companies or pharmaceutical companies, or I think a lot of it comes back to the corporate America problem.
Yeah, the conversation that I wish I had when I was 12. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly, human. And I'm hoping that there are other people out there right now that are young and trying to figure out stuff that can know that, you know, my channel and Skunk's channel are safe places where you can come and you can ask questions and you can express yourself in the fullness of who you are, and you're going to be accepted and you're going to be okay, and you're not going to be judged for being different than the people that you live with. And you know, we can tell you that, hey, you know, you can have found family, that it's not just about birth family. Blood isn't everything. You know, we can make our family out of people we choose.
I kind of lucked out. My parents accepted me for who I was. My mom is a little yeah, she's different. She's I love her, but at the same time I had to cut contact with her because she kept spewing freaking OAN news bullshit and Fox News stuff, and oh my god, Biden's gonna force us all to get the vaccine, and I'm like, Mom, stop. And she just kept going on about stuff. I was like, if you keep this up, I'm gonna have to stop talking to you.
Yeah, there are times that we have to create boundaries just to, and sometimes it means a no contact boundary because we need to protect ourselves. And that doesn't mean that we don't care about the person. It just means that that person isn't healthy to be in our life. And sometimes they can be a good person. It's not a judgment of their quality of personhood. It's just a judgment of how they affect you as an individual and whether or not they're good for your mental health. And I think that that's what we need to consider when we're choosing to let people in our lives. Are they good for your mental health and well-being? And are they supportive of you as a person? And I try to remind people that the people that you should have in your life are the allies in your life. They should be celebrating when you are having victories and should be supporting when you are having your challenges. And if they are not engaging with you in that way, you really should reevaluate that relationship. Because whose side are they on? Like, are they really your friend? Are they really your ally? If they're like, well, it was bound to happen when you struggle, like what's going on there? So it doesn't matter if they're a good person or not. They might not be good for you. Like, I'm 80% sure I'm agender, but I don't know my experience of gender being just not something I think about. Aside from the sexism I experienced was unusual until college, and I joined the LGBTQ club. Yeah, and it's totally okay if you don't know what label you should wear. I mean, I don't think that is as important as just living to your genuine self, like just being whatever is comfortable. And if that means having the glorious feminine mane and makeup while wearing a tux and tie, then do that. If that means some other combination, do that. Like, I don't think finding the label is as important as it is to be genuine to yourself and to be honest and to be comfortable with yourself. Because I think that what people forget about gender is that there are many men who identify as men and who are comfortable in their masculinity who explore feminine things, and it doesn't take away from their masculinity. And those labels are not as black and white as society wants them to be. And the same is true about people who define themselves as female. So all of this is smeared up gray, and society wants these black and white labels to put people in neat categorized boxes. And the trouble is that humans never fit in neat categorized little boxes. So it's okay if you're not sure what label or what box you feel like you should fit in. It's more important that you're just being true and genuine and comfortable with who you are. God's plan: create earth and people, do random bullshit to random person, what to do next, right? The label isn't what I was trying to talk about. I guess that I misunderstood that what you were trying to talk about then. Which is happens to me all the time. Well, you have a good night, Michael. Thanks for coming in and joining us.
Excuse me. I need coffee.
Coffee.
I haven't made any.
Ah.
Or breakfast. I saw your message and I just
And you were like, oh no.
It's been a rough week. It's been a rough month.
Yeah, it sounds
We're
like
only on
that you've
day
been
2. It's
having
been a rough
lots of
year.
challenges, right? Hello, Agent. How you doing tonight?
It's January 2nd and it's already been a rough year.
No, I feel that, man.
Can I get a refund, please?
I feel like that for like the last 3 years. I want just like a whole like refund of the last 3 years. They have all been like tumultuous and fuckery and too many body bags. I am just so like tired of all of it. I'm tired of all of the unnecessary hate. I'm tired of all of the unnecessary anger. I'm tired of all of the unnecessary selfishness. And I just keep watching the dumpster fire that is American society, and I'm just like, I wish I had solutions on how to fix any of it, and I feel like I don't have any answers. And I feel like I'm failing the young people because I feel like, all right, I'm like midlife. I should be having some wisdom to offer. And I'm like, fuck, I got nothing. And I look at all these young people who come to me and ask questions, and I'm like, fuck, I got nothing. I don't know. I don't have any answers.
just if you don't have the answers, just point them in the right direction is all you can do.
It was fun to be in college for most of those last 3 years. It was hard and scary to be swimming in illness central all the time with people who don't care. Oh, God. Yeah. And I was always like afraid that I was going to get the call that you were sick and in the hospital. Because I knew that people were like not being responsible around you. And I was always afraid that I was going to get it because people have been so irresponsible around me. And yeah, it's just, there's been so much anxiety about all of it over the last 3 years. And now I'm looking around and everybody's like, why is there so much RSV and flu? And I'm like, because we're paying the price for our stupidity and our irresponsibility with COVID. All right, so we totally like derailed and ranted about COVID.
Yeah.
So as a transgender person, what do you feel like has been your biggest challenge?
Oh God. That's a rough one.
Yeah, I know.
'Cause,
How do you
like,
pin it down, right?
how do you pin it down to just one thing? Because coming out is its own challenge, and then presenting. Yeah, like telling people you're trans is one thing. And that seems difficult at the time. That's your first step. Your first step is coming to terms with your being freaking trans, and then telling people that, hey, I'm trans. And then the next step is doing what it is to make yourself conform to the gender that you say you are. In my case, I'm a binary trans woman. So I literally am like what people think when they say trans person.
Mm-hmm.
The binary. Yeah, they don't think of non-binary people. Like when you say transgender, they think the trans woman. That's literally the
Yeah,
first thing they go.
yeah.
They don't even think trans.
That's the first person that comes to their mind is
They
literally
don't they
the
don't think
trans
trans
woman.
men.
And
They
I
don't think
find it
trans men at
really
all.
interesting how much the
Ow.
trans women have been the focus of all of this. And I'm just like, what? Like, there's been way less concern about trans men and people who are bigender or agender, and I'm just like,
They
why so much
focus.
focus on the nature of feminism and femaleness? And
It's I don't. So like the next hardest thing after the whole coming out was, am I presenting correctly? Because I don't, I didn't get the cool 16-year-old go to Claire's, get your ears pierced, freaking go to Hot Topic and buy the cute clothes and stuff. I didn't get that. So I literally lived through my teenage years when I was 39. I'm not gonna lie. I was wearing all sorts of stuff. It probably shouldn't have been put together. But that was so like presenting, that's a challenge, but that's not nearly as hard as coming out. I guess therapy and HRT were really hard steps. Finding a
yeah,
therapist that's accepting, that can give you the gender dysphoria uh diagnosis. I actually found one of those here, but I didn't see her for that initially. I saw her that for my PTSD and depression. So gender dysphoria just ended up coming out because that's kind of what was causing my depression.
oh yeah,
And then she's like, it took a year. It took a year for me to get the courage to go and get HRT.
yeah.
It
And
literally, I couldn't.
that's a lot to take on.
Yeah, because but once it happened, it's just been, it's like, it's easy. It's easy mode now. Well, here in Korea, it's easy mode. It's about to be difficult when I go back to America, because
Right.
I'm about to deal with new people, and they're like, "Well, you need to get a diagnosis," and you'd be like, well, "I have this one from Korea," and they're not gonna listen to it. And I've been on this hormones in Korea for 2 years, 9 months now. I kind of don't want to be off of it. Can we continue this? Like I wrote the LGBT advisor for the VA in Temple, Texas, because I'm heading back to Killeen, Fort Hood area. Temple's literally the next city over. And I'm like, I need this, and I need to know what I need to do. And I wrote her like a week ago, and I still haven't gotten anything yet. So
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, like the hardest steps were coming out, therapy, and freaking and HRT.
Yeah.
Those are the hardest steps.
I
Because,
don't.
yeah, after
I don't feel like I ever experienced gender euphoria, trans people, and often without realizing they are cis people experience. Yeah. I mean, I think that a lot of people who are cisgendered don't realize that they have that celebration of their gender identity. Absolutely. And trans women are more common even throughout history. Oh yeah, very very common, very common. But I didn't know how much about gender euphoria and what it even really was until college. Yeah. And most
oh
people don't know
god,
anything about it at all because we don't talk about this stuff. We don't talk about
gender
identity and we don't talk about
gender
any
euphoria.
of this stuff.
Gender euphoria is a freaking thing. It's, oh god, when it hits so amazingly. It's nice. It's like when I have my makeup and my freaking wig on, and I like the way I look. I get that sense of gender euphoria, and it's amazing. But
Yeah, I
like
think that
gender
you're right,
dysphoria is the other
Sarah
side
Skulk.
hurts.
Trans women are men choosing to be female, which is seen as lesser. So I suspect the freaking out over trans women is the bullshit of protecting women from male violence and the sexism intersecting. Yeah, I think that you're probably right there because there's a lot of female fear about men being in their space because of the history of violence. And then there's also a lot of like, why would a man choose to be the lesser gender? You know, with the
Mm-hmm.
sexism bullshit that exists. So yeah, you know, I think you're probably right that it's this intersection of these two issues that collide that make trans women more of a social issue than someone like myself who's bigender. In fact, most people don't even know what it is. I've never heard it talked about. Like nobody gives a fuck. We're non-existing as far as society's concerned. Hello, Slap. How you doing? We had a guy on our school, we didn't know that he was a girl a year ago, but he had such a respecting family. He got the first, and just saying. I guess I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. I think that for me, the biggest challenge has been knowing that people want to delete me solely for my identity. When I watch news and I see that people have been shot and killed solely because they're transgender and nothing else,
Mm.
I have a very difficult time with accepting that this thing that is inherently part of myself, that doesn't hurt anybody, that doesn't affect anybody in any way, shape, or form, makes people want me to cease to exist. And that going out in the world puts me at risk for violence just because I carry this label that is so negatively viewed by society. And it makes me very, very angry that even people who have worked very hard to make society better. I mean, I've spent 20 years dedicating myself to nursing and literally keeping people from dying. And yet I am still in this category of undesirability. And I am still in this category of people that society would just like to eliminate. And it's like, what is it that we have to do for you to just accept that we exist and be okay with us existing? Like, I can't wrap my head around that. Oh. Yeah, thank you, Sarah Skulk. I love it when my brain just can't process information. Yes, I often need people to translate language for me, and my moderators are super good because I have language deficits, and they're very good at filling in when I go, what? So, yeah. Thanks, Siri. Appreciate it. And yes, this is Skunkworks. She's a super amazing streamer, and she's come on over to hang out with me and talk about the issues surrounding transgender to help just make people in this community feel more welcome and to help increase awareness about the issues and to just hopefully be present so that the people who need us to be present can see that we're here.
I'm pretty vocal on Twitter too for no apparent reason. But yeah, I have a tendency to reply to bigotry and then block them immediately after I reply, just so my reply is there, but they can't see it, but other people can. Oh, you don't need to follow me. Yeah, I'm gonna be on a streaming hiatus after this move until I get my desktop back in America. So.
But they're still really worth following because when they start streaming again, she's a lot of fun to watch. I really enjoy her streams. So
it's
even though she's going on a break, she's worth following.
We just do chill streams.
She does.
It's probably my last week too.
And it would be nice to encourage more discussion. For example, I don't know much about so many things in the trans world because no one talks about it or are killed for it. Exactly. Like, it's hard to talk about things like safe binding when we as trans individuals are not in a position to feel safe. And then I, as a nurse, hear about some of the practices that people are engaging in with binding, and I become medically concerned for them, not because I don't think that you should do binding, but that there's a safe way that won't harm you, and there's an unsafe way that can actually cause physical damage to your person. And I think that it would be beneficial that we could have those kind of conversations out in the open so that people can engage in gender expression and identity exploration in ways that are not going to harm themselves. And when we don't have these conversations, a lot of really young people engage in things like binding in ways that are going to cause harm. And because these things aren't talked about, people are getting hurt. And yeah, I think that discussion is super, super important. So on the topic of binding, please, please, please never use any kind of compression garment unless it is specifically designed as a binding garment.
Mm-hmm.
Compression
wear
for
it for X amount
binding
of time.
is very, very dangerous.
There's a time limit on it too, per day.
Absolutely. Just, whew. Maybe I should like do a blog on that.
Yeah, there's a few out there.
Well, that is super good because sorry that this
But
has
how do I
nothing to
do the
with-
avatar thingy?
Oh.
Well, I mean, like, what do you want to know about avatar thingy? Because there's a lot to do here. This is literally a VR chat avatar base that I made into a VTuber asset, and then I'm using it as a VSF instead of VRM, so I'm able to use Pyomi shaders instead of standard shaders. So, I mean, that's why you get the cool little the lens flare on my glasses and the rim lighting on the hair.
And this is so out of my wheelhouse that might as well have been another language.
Oh god, I got into 3D stuff about a year plus ago. I think I have a Vive Pro headset. I used to freaking sit in VR chat for hours with my friends doing all sorts of stuff.
So I looked at VR chat and I thought, oh, this would be super cool to be able to have like a little avatar that I could like do stuff in here with. And then I was like looking at making and I went, oh my god, nope.
So this one is the Albert Hyenid. Albert's the name of the artist. I expanded the tail in the back, so this tail is actually really smushed out in Unity. I do have a custom tail that I have on my other avatars. I need to update this model. And then these clothes that you see, the bralette that I'm wearing, is custom made by a friend of mine named Spade 3D. The glasses are from Julia Winterpaw. The hair is from Kitten Avatars. The trans earring, which you can barely see, is custom made from a friend. But yeah, it's a lot of work to put stuff together.
that tail is amazing and epic. When they're in VR and they're like, and when she's like all moving around and you can like really see the full glory of the tail. I love her tail.
It's floofy.
It's so floofy and I love it, and I want to like pet it, but it's not pettable, which makes me very sad.
I have I have a fur shader on my VR chat one, so it actually looks like fur for the tail as opposed to flat like in here. I again, I need to update this model, but yeah, she's pretty wonderful. I could open up my cyber spunk one. Boop. Let me see here. Select. There you go. Here's my cyber skunk.
I love the like, I don't know what the
tail.
little eyeballies going on there, and I like the floofier tail.
So this is the actual floofier tail that I was talking about, the custom one, and it has the fur shader on it here. I've updated this model. We have custom arm socks. I don't even know what to call these things.
I've usually heard them called sleeves.
Sure, sleeveys.
When I make them for
armies.
crochet, when people request them and order them, they usually request them as sleeves.
So this has the cybernetic glasses. We have cybernetic eyes on this one. The collar in VR chat has words that'll go and scroll on it.
Yes, Seeking. There is a fellow skunk today who is
Yes, I'm a
quite
skunk.
glorious and fluffy. Seeking is also identifies as a skunk, so that's why they're getting excited.
Yeah, this is my skunk avatar. I only have these two made for VC face. Let me go back to my other one now. There we go. But yeah, and I'm using Elite Motion for hand tracking while I'm doing this. So this is webcam and Elite Motion tracking. So this isn't VR at all.
I think that it's super cool that you can like bring your avatar to my channel through Discord so that you could still be visually present the same way that you are on your channel. I think that's cool. And a lot of people who do the little avatars don't have it quite that integrated. So
I'm a tech head.
I was gonna say, so
will,
you're flexing your tech muscles.
I will literally bash my head on my computer until I figure it out.
I usually, after a few minutes, cry to my tech ninjas and say, "Make it work."
Yeah, that's why. Like,
if it doesn't bleed, I don't know.
So my advice to you, since you like to stream, is to get away from slobs and get into OBS, because OBS makes things quicker. I mean, easier. But here's the thing: it has a slight learning curve, and that's the problem. Once you get comfortable with OBS and how it works, and you get into it, it has plugins to do all sorts of fun stuff. You can't
If
really
there
get the
was a
plugins on
really
slobs.
good like tutorial or like educational
that's-
thing to go with OBS, I could probably do it. But I literally sat there for 8 hours to stare at this program and literally know how to do nothing with it, which is why I went, okay.
Yeah, I get it.
Because
So
I
how
am
good
not tech savvy at all.
the microphone here for Discord, they use a lot of awesome plugins in Discord and processing to make it sound amazing. and then when you throw the raw microphone into freaking OBS, it sounds like complete butt. And you have to like put in an equalizer and compressor and all these fun things in order to make it sound better. So yeah.
I mean, when it comes to technology, the learning curve
Yes,
is
functioning hands.
absolutely huge. Yep, that is true, Dragon. And yeah, right now, Mr. is doing the majority of the stuff for the stream, and Stax is doing most of the Discord stuff. So I usually just look at them and cry when stuff doesn't work the way it's supposed to. Like tonight, when you weren't showing up right, I went, Miss Raj, can you come make it work? Yes,
I'm
and
sorry,
and even articulated fingers that like wiggly. Yes, this
I feel
this skunk
bad that I
avatar
wasn't
is
here
amazing.
on time though, because I was
Poop
I
occurs.
was just yeah. I was up
And
to like
it
2
was-
a.m. playing MechWarrior Online.
And it's fine. Look how worried we are not about it. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay, all good. All good.
Nobody died. Nothing's on fire. So it's not a crisis.
So back to things about being trans though. Difficulties that I've run into being an overseas trans woman and transitioning while I've been overseas is things like my documents don't match. So when I transitioned and I came to work the first day in full face makeup, hair, and everything, my ID was still boy mode me. That was a problem. The dude took my ID, and then I freaking looked at. He looked at it. He looked at me. He looked at it. He looked at me, and I'm like, I didn't talk yet.
Oh,
So I
thank you,
looked at him and I was
Danton.
like, oh, thank you for the gift sub. I was
We
like, I
appreciate the
assure you,
support.
it is me. So after I spoke, they like, oh, okay. So I got they let me on base, and then finally I was able to change my picture on my ID card. So that was a little bit easier. So getting on and off base, I was able to just update my ID card. But like my passport is still boy mode me. My driver's license is still boy mode me with a beard.
Oh,
God,
goodness.
Oh lordy, that's
like people with and without a beard like look a lot different. And then to do a gender
Right.
transition on top of that, that picture's got to look nothing the same.
Yeah, so we'll be fixing that when we get back to Texas. But like freaking my passport still boy mode me. And when I want to travel, I try to do it in boy mode, and it sucks, but it's easier on your travel if you
Yeah.
do it and match your ID than not. So yeah, it's gonna be fun traveling back to Texas and boy mode me. Anywho, those are some of the problems and stuff I've run into. Cause I took a small vacation to Hawaii last June-ish. Yeah, June with my partner, and I had to travel in boy mode. Um, my partner came over here last October, and we had some fun. We went to Seoul and saw some things. So she got to come to Korea and spend time with me.
Yeah, I think that people don't realize like how involved it is to just have your documents changed. Like I
Yeah.
had no idea when I went into it. Like just no idea whatsoever. Like
I got my name changed in Wisconsin, and the judge was like, "Are you here for a name change or a name and sex?" I was like, "Just a name change, Your Honor." Stephanie? I was like, "It's Stephanie, sir." Oh, well, motion granted. Like it was like less than fucking 2 minutes.
I think
In the
it's
courtroom.
crazy that you even have to appear in court.
I
Like,
know,
it should
right?
just
Most
be,
countries
like-
you just do the paperwork.
Yeah, it should just be paperwork. And pay a
Ye-
processing fee, if anything. You know, it's
Like,
like-
agreed.
our courts are so backed up. Why are we filling them with stupid shit like that? I don't understand.
I don't know.
In
Yep.
our country, it is easy. You come with a paper, $40, and reasonable reason. So many things should be online. I mean, I do think that it's reasonable that they do a quick background check to make sure that you're not changing your name to try to hide your identity. Like, I think that that's a reasonable part of the process. Because that was part of my process, is that they had to do like a quick check to make sure that you weren't trying to like evade the law, you know, that kind of stuff. But so I don't think that it should just necessarily be like a quick same day thing, but I don't think that it should be like the ridiculous long involved process that it is. It's just so crazy. So what do you think that is something as a transgender person that people frequently misunderstand about you?
Ugh. What's okay and what's not okay to ask a trans woman? Like why do you think it's okay to ask me about my genitals?
Like, right? Like, why would you walk up to somebody that you don't
Do you-
know and feel like
Right?
you have the privilege to ask them about their parts? Like,
Have you had the surgery?
I find it
But I'm
very awkward as a healthcare provider to ask people about the procedure when I know they're transgender, but it's relevant to know like
now,
what
I went to the
biology
doctor's
someone
office.
has. Like,
I went to the doctor's office the other day to see a urologist, and they were like, they actually had to ask, like, do you have you had the
right.
surgery? Because it's going to a urologist for crying out
Right,
loud. Yes,
right.
the plumbing down there has to be asked
right,
about.
like
And I was
that's what I'm
I have
saying. Like,
not.
as a healthcare provider, I find it very awkward and it's relevant to what I do. Like, when you're talking about abdominal pain, like I had a patient who was transgender who was having a lot of abdominal pain, and I had to awkwardly ask the question of like what parts they have. Because what parts you have can affect like what kind of abdominal pain you can have and what we should be screening and testing for. And like it felt like it was a very intrusive and it just felt like a wrong question and like none of my fucking business, even though it was very relevant to the care that I was providing. So I couldn't imagine like being at a bar and asking a complete stranger, dude, what's in your pants?
What's in your pants?
Like, if you aren't looking to get in bed with that person, why is it your business? Like,
Exactly. Why do you care?
yeah, exactly, Siri, exactly. Unless you're actively going to be using them together, it's not relevant. Like, if you're looking at taking this person home and engaging in adult time, then it becomes relevant.
Yeah.
But other than that,
I've had a moment of that. You know, I was at the bar and this guy wanted to come home with me, and I was like, "Look, I'm trans, right? Yeah. Well, I haven't had the surgery, so the plumbing down there's a little different. Are you okay with this?"
right?
And he was like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "Okay, well, sure." Granted, he underperformed, but it was still, you know, those are like the only two times that I feel it's appropriate: the doctor's office or someone that I'm actually going to be intimate with.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
it. But like sitting at somebody's house on the couch and we're having a cup of coffee and you're just like, so have you had the surgery yet?
I
The
find
surgery, huh? The
social
surgery.
boundaries to be so like mind-boggling to me. Like Americans have such ridiculously inappropriately lacking boundaries. Like petting people, like you just like up and touch people's hair, or like asking questions that ain't none of your fucking business, like making commentary, like for people boundaries.
Yeah, like in VR chat, it's the Americans that I run into that feel the need to boop my snoot all the time, and I'm like, I don't even know you, dude. We're not friends. We're not friends. I go to a public lobby, dude walks up and boops my snoot. Now in VR chat, if you don't have avatars shown for everybody, they look like little robots, like just little floating hands and like a robot torso and head. So you just see this robot hand come to your face and go, boop, and I'm like, why are you booping my snoot?
Yeah,
I don't know you.
It's so like, yeah, and I agree, Danton. It's very akin to like what's under your kilt, like, or asking someone if they're going commando. It's none of your business. I mean, and I agree
Commando.
that medical reasons are very different for asking questions in general, but still, I think that sometimes medical providers ask intrusive questions that they don't need to know the answers to, and they ask under the guise of needing to know the information when they're just being curious. And I think that oftentimes I just think that it's often a privilege that's over abused. Like we're given a trust, and I think that trust is often taken too far. So I try really hard when I'm asking a question of any of that kind of nature, whether it's sexual or gender nature, to make it very clear why I'm asking that question. Like when someone is having abdominal pain and we've hit the major, like, probable causes, I will look at them and say, so are you sexually active? Because that might change some of the diagnoses that we look at. You know, like STDs can cause abdominal pain. Pregnancy can cause abdominal pain. You know, like it's important to know in this context for the diagnostic process. So I'll try to like say, this is why I'm asking. But like I have seen so many times that people are like intrusive about stuff that they're just asking for curiosity's sake. And it's like, oh gosh. Well, 5-hour-long screaming of your girlfriend while being tied up. What?
It's part of a thread.
Oh, I was gonna say I must have missed the context there. I love it when I love it when I miss the comment that it's attached to and go, what the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah, that's quite interesting.
Oh, yeah. And when you present female, and then people feeling entitled to your person and get pissy when you demand to be friends first and you demand personal space and respect. And yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've gotten that in VR chat. Dude booped me, I blocked him right away, and they decided to throw a hissy fit to their friends. Oh, they're just a special little snowflake. I was like, no, you walked up to me, you booped my nose. I don't even know you, so I blocked you. We're in a public lobby. I don't care.
I
That's the
find
neat thing about
it,
VR chat.
and I find it just mind boggling to me when people are like, oh, you're so entitled. And I'll be like, wait a minute.
I have
Like,
boundaries.
I'm like, how am I being entitled because I'm telling you that I have body autonomy? Those are legal rights. And one of the things that my body autonomy says is legally protected is that I can choose who touches me. And that means that you are not entitled to just come up and fucking touch me. And when I enforce that right, you are the motherfucker who feels entitled by making that contact without consent. So who's entitled here? Because I'm the one who has rights that are legally protected in this situation, not you. Like, it amazes me what people think they're entitled to do. It's just like, whatever the fuck I want, I should get. And it's like, no, that's not how rights work. That's not how healthy relationships work. That's not how fucking societies work. That's not how, like, the world works, dude. Like, ugh.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh, my back.
Yeah, human decency. It would be really, really nice to just have people treat with respect. I think the thing that I find that is most misunderstood when I talk about bigender is people will then go into the conversation of, so when are you transitioning? And I'm not. I have, like, no desire to physically be male. Like, and they're like, oh, well, then you're not transgender. And having
You
to, like,
don't agree with your assigned gender at birth, you're trans.
and then,
That's
like,
the way it works.
and then trying to have this conversation of, like, how the umbrella of the transgender term works, and how gender is not black and white, and how transgender is about this conversation of gender being gray, not this static black and whiteness, and that they're just, even though they're embracing this idea that you can switch genders, you're still fixated on the black and white nature and the static nature of gender. And it's like, yeah. So I think that's what I kind of get finding the most frustrating, and the thing that I find people misunderstand the most about my experience is not understanding that it isn't this, that gender isn't this black and white. And then I love it when people try to tell me, well, in biology, there's only male or female, and I'll be like, no.
Yeah.
No, that's
tired of people
that's
like
not
basic biology.
That's not how biology works. Would you like me to educate you? Because that's not how biology works.
Oh boy, people. Basic biology says, well, take a moment to learn more than just basic biology, sweetheart.
Well,
Trust me, these boobs be growing naturally. Let me tell you.
and
They hurt today too.
sorry. Ugh. You know, and I talk a lot to people about this idea that we have two things that affect what our bodies look like. And this is all of our body things. And that is our environment and our DNA. And you can have DNA that says this thing, but that because of the environment, you present this other thing. And people don't understand that you can be XX, and because of the high levels of testosterone in your mother's body, you can present male at birth. Or be XY And because of other genetic factors or your mother's hormonal state, never make the transition hormonally into male because the starting gender default is female. Like, there's just so many factors that are involved in determining your sex. And it's just not black and white. It's a fucking hot mess of gray that we consider gender and sex. Like, so why would you think that the identities surrounding that would be black and white when the biology is such a hot mess of gray? Like, stop it.
Exactly.
And I love it when people say, well, basic biology. Well, no, you haven't been taught basic biology. You were taught a Christianized version of biology that suited their Adam and Eve narrative.
Mm-hmm.
You have not been taught actual biology. I will be happy to re-educate you on the basics of actual biology if you would like me to do so. Because basic genetic biology says otherwise. And they're just looking at me like, what? People recognize sexuality as gray, but misgender as that happens too. It's just, it drives me nuts. This is when it is fun to flex the biochemistry degree. Yeah, right. Well, actually, biology actually says things are more complex than you ever want to think about. Exactly. And that's why I said I can only teach you the basic biology, because I only know the basics. And the basics say that this stuff is super complicated and super layered and is never, and none of it is ever in these neat categories. Like, biology just does not work that way. None of biology ever works that way. Man, can I just give this skunk girl my bits? I don't want them. And yo, sounds like a fair trade. Wouldn't it be nice if it would work that way? Wouldn't it be nice if you could just be like, tradesies? It would be really nice. Man, I
Slightly used, but
Mhm.
you can totally have what's down there. It's slightly used. My apologies. I don't want it anymore.
Right?
Yeah. Oh god. I need coffee.
You just set up a way to give trans women our boobs, right? I mean, I would be so happy to give up my boobs. They are so overrated. In my life perspective, I would love to give them to you, Skunk.
I would love to have massive tits.
I would love to give you. I would love to give you my Fs. I would be like, here, honey, like you can have them in all of their excessiveness.
That's the thing. That's what they don't tell you as a trans woman. When you start budding and you start getting boobs, you have to learn how to freaking navigate the bra purchasing fucking thing, and like
that costs a small fucking fortune.
Sports bras and bras that are meant to cover multiple sizes are your friend, because fucking buying, like, doing the measurement thing where you're like, well, I'm a 40 underneath, I'm a 44 on the top, that means I'm a freaking 40 double D. No, you're not, sweetie. No, I'm gonna guarantee you right now, you are not a 40 double D. Not with those little small freaking handfuls. That's not happening. Okay, look, it's you're barely a B cup. And if you try to find a fucking 40B, you're gonna be it's costing. Go get that Hanes bra that says 40B fits in their extra large section. Do that instead. Do it. You're gonna love that better. It's gonna fit better. Oh,
like, the
God.
only way to get a bra that actually fits you is to legit go to a tailor and have that fucking shit custom made for you by a bra expert professional. If you get shit off the shelf, that ain't perfect. It just ain't.
So the other problem with
trans
women
pig wine bottle.
we have a wider chest too. So our chest is already wide. So our boobs are like further out than freaking a cisgender woman.
Oh yeah.
So.
I mean, and trying to do the measurements the way that they talk about, like, implies and assumes a lot of things that are really difficult to measure, like the fullest part of your breast. Okay, well, that assumes that
Mm-hmm.
A, your breasts are perfectly symmetrical, which most
They
women do
never are.
not have perfectly symmetrical breasts, first of all. Second of all, it assumes that you do not have pendulous breasts, which it's like 70% of women have some degree of pendulousness to their breasts, especially if they've had, given birth to children. You know, and the larger your cup size, the more likely you are to have some pendulousness because gravity's a thing. So, like, and then nobody talks about like shape of your breast and the way your
Mm-mm.
breasts point and all of that mattering to whether or not you should get a full coverage or a balconette or a full balcony, or like people go, what? Like most people don't even know what the difference between a balconette and a plunge and a push-up are. And I look at people and I'm like, can I help
I mean, I
you?
know, I know what a push-up bra is, but the other two, I have no idea what those.
So here I am, like the clothing nerd. Like I love to make clothes, and I like know how to make all this stuff. And I just like look at people, and I'll be like, why? Like I because you can see what people are wearing for their bra underneath their clothes. People don't think you can, but you can absolutely tell what bra you're wearing. And I don't know how many times I would look at people and I'll be like, you're wearing the wrong bra, honey. Can I give you advice? Like, you need 2 sizes bigger because you're overflowing and you need full coverage, not a balconette. Like, you're too much for that bra. It's not holding you, honey. I don't know how many times I see like that. And I just. Some days I feel like I could be a full-time, like, just find full-time work in being a bra person. Uh,
Oh, good
I
lord.
mean, yeah, the struggles are real. And like, how about the fact that women's clothes, just because it has the women tag, costs more? I was so floored when I started buying men's clothes. I was like, why is this shirt half the price even though it's like a higher quality fabric? What?
Right.
What? Just because the buttons are on the other side? Who decided that shit? It has darts and the buttons are on the other side and it costs me half the price? Just because titties are supposed to be contained in this shit? Who decided that shit? Be a tit wrangling counselor? I really think that I could. Be like, okay, honey, like, so this is the tit sling that you need. Oh my god.
The tits thing.
Because you know that I wouldn't, like, talk like a normal person. And then, like, when you have chronic illness on top of that, and people will be like, oh, I have so much rib pain, and I'll be like, corset or A-line. Don't put all of that pressure in one spot. If you're putting all that pressure on that one spot, you're going to be in agony. You need an A-line or a corset. And they'll look at me and be like, oh, corsets are Satan. And I'll be like, who told you that shit? Like, stop it. Like,
I've worn a few corsets.
I'll be like, waist training is bad for you. Like, any garment that is tight on your person is bad for you. Doesn't matter what kind it is. Like, a corset that is not overly tight is fine. Stop it. They get such a bad name, and it's too bad because they're, like, such a wonderfully, like, supportive garment that can do so much good for people that have back and rib problems, but they get so much hate. And, like,
Yeah.
we've totally fallen off the rails again.
We have. we have totally derailed.
I think that that's just going to be the theme for tonight.
All right. I have to go use the bathroom. I'm gonna put a pot of coffee on, and I'll be right back.
Those sound like good things to do.
I'll be right back.
I mean, learning new garments is a adventure. Well, I mean, so in that context, yeah, you're right. It is definitely part of it. I mean, like when I started exploring like buying men's clothes because I found them to be more comfortable, like to my person, and like I can't even tell you how delighted I was that they were cheaper and that they had pockets, and like it was really weird to get used to the buttons being on all the different sides. Like, and then I had to like go figure out why that was a thing, and then I was like, oh, and it's because rich women used to be dressed by servants, so buttons were positioned for the ease of servants on women's garments. And I'm like, oh, so that's a thing. Yeah. I wish men's clothes would fit my shape. Problems, women clothes generally don't either. Yeah, like finding clothing that is off the shelf to fit any like body that is not the perfect average is a huge challenge. I mean, especially a female shape, because there's so much degree in the angles and curves that the on the shelf market just can't address. So if you're not having clothing made for you, it's just not going to look good on you. And this is why I tell people, like, when you look at models in clothing, you will never look that good, because that model is wearing a garment that is tailored to them for their particular shape. So it will always look absolutely stunning on them compared to you, because you're taking an off the shelf item. If you went to a tailor and had it fit to your person, it would look that good on you too. Yeah, facepalm all day long. Like, clothes is one of my like high points of frustration and joy. Like, I love to sew and make clothes, but it's also like, why is it like this? Yeah, and anybody finding clothes it's a small act of God. Yeah, finding clothes is not fun. I mean, and it doesn't matter like really what your shape is unless you're legitimately, and it doesn't matter if you're male or female, if you are not the true genuine average. Because men can tend to find clothes, but it doesn't usually look good on them. Like, people talk a lot about how men look frumpy in their clothing, and that's because they are wearing off the clothes that are just off the shelf, and those measurements are actually based on a range. So when you take your measurements, your inseam and your waist, that garment is actually based to fit multiple people in that range so that you have some wiggle room in your garment. And that's why that even though it does fit your measurements, it doesn't really fit you as a person. I mean, and everybody within that same measurement has a little bit of a different shape. So if you're not getting clothes made specifically to you with a pattern cut for your shape, then it's not going to look good on you. I mean, especially when you consider that men's clothes are measured at the pelvic line. So how pants look can vary greatly depending upon whether or not you have a really flat stomach or a round stomach, or whether or not you have a triangular or rectangle top. I mean, all of that can really impact the way that these pants hang on your person, even though it's the exact same body measurement. Shoulder to waist ratio varies quite a lot for men. Also, how bits hang out and what undergarments are being worn also change how pants fit dramatically.
Pants? Wait, pants?
Oh, we were just talking about like how people just assume that men have it easier. I mean, and in some ways they do. Like they can take their measurement and know that the garment's going to fit them, but that's not the same as knowing that the garment is going to look good. I mean, and really off the shelf clothing never look good on. There's only like a really small percentage of people that off the shelf clothes look good on, because they have to be the true genuine average. Everyone else, it just doesn't. Yeah, Tunics and skirts are a good bet, but like very few people even know what a tunic is, let alone how to like wear it well. Clothes are a struggle for everyone. It's just so true. And then like nobody ever teaches anybody like what any clothing stuff mean. Like I don't know how many people like when they first start buying clothes come to me and go, what's an inseam? How do I measure that?" Like I'm trying to buy a hoodie and they want to know what my nape is. How do I get that? Like why don't we ever teach anybody anything functional? We teach them like such weird random abstract shit, but we don't teach our children like functional how to get through life shit. I don't get it.
Taxes? What? File those?
Right?
Huh?
Right? Why would we teach people how to do taxes? This is the first time in 7 years I've noticed how much are normal people blinking. Fuck, I hate that I have learned how to blink just once.
Oh,
Tunics with a good belt is one of the oldest and most pleasing clothing cut of like all of human. Yeah, yeah. And the airline, yeah. And the moisture of the eyes, yes.
Moist.
Know how to pass the test, but not pay taxes, cook food, buy clothes, yeah. It drives me nuts. It drives me absolutely nuts. Like I look at people and I'll be like, you do realize that childhood is not some magical enchanted time. Childhood is the training phase where your kids are supposed to learn how to become adults. So everything that you want your kid to know how to do as an adult, you have to try to teach them how to do while they're still a kid. And I love how people are like, oh, you're expecting too much of your child and you're pushing her too hard. And I'm like, what? Because I want her to learn how to do things like laundry so she knows how to do them when I'm fucking dead?
Right.
Like, I'm not going to be around forever. Okay, let's... Miss Roch is not going to be around forever to do her laundry. I don't fucking do laundry. We'll be real. Like... they need to know how to do the things.
Do the things.
Childhood is adult light, exactly. Yeah, you're right, Seeking. I totally have to fix it because I definitely didn't do any of the domestics. I like worked, came home and died because, man, working full time as a nurse with chronic illness, I was just like work, recover, resuscitate, work.
Right.
You learn the grind
That's-
culture and
that's
stretch
kinda
over
like life you're doing.
everything. Yeah, pretty much. And thank God I had an amazing partner who didn't get hung up on gender roles and was an amazing caretaker and raised our daughter very well and took care of the house and made sure that I ate and yeah, all those things. Yay for an awesome partner. All right, Skunk. So, what is one of the most important things that you've learned in your life during this whole transgender journey that you have been on? What do you think is like a big takeaway that you've gotten from this adventure?
Not everybody's path to being trans is the same.
I think that's very, very, very true.
But like, yeah, it's literally like everybody's experience being trans is different. Even other binary trans women are different. My girlfriend and I have very similar upbringings, evangelical Christian, joined the army in a combat role, swapped over to a new job, but we're different.
Yep.
She stayed in the army. I am not in the army anymore. She's an advocate for freaking trans and other things, while I am just merely a civilian contractor now doing what I do. So, but yeah, it's just like we've taken our paths are similar, but they're not the same, and that's close. But while my partner Zoe, she's a disabled vet like I am, but her path is completely different than mine. So everybody's path to being trans is different. What worked for you probably won't work for somebody else. But it doesn't mean it won't like completely work. There might be things in my life that will apply to you as a trans woman. I'm sorry, I'm binary, so that's
Yeah.
all that's But I mean, I do know a little bit about trans masculinity. I've had a trans boyfriend, so that and I know a few trans masks, and I basically, if I don't know the answer, I'll be like, well, here, go talk to my friend Gordon. He'll be able to help you
Right.
because he's taken that path. Me, I can like, you want to know HRT? I know a couple different variants of T blockers that like the pros and cons for taking each one. I took Ciproterone while I was over here. Most trans femmes take spirulactone. I chose to go Ciproterone because I like my French fries. I want to be able to eat my potassiums. I don't want to deal with that whole thing. I don't want to have to freaking pee all the time. And
Yeah.
Ciproterone has a small side effect of increasing your prolactin levels, which cause you to produce milk.
Yep.
So I woke up a couple days with wet spots on my sheets in the chest area, and I'm like, what's going on? So yeah, that's a thing. That means your prolactin levels are too high, and then you have to tone it down.
Yep.
I'm actually completely off of Ciproterone now. I'm straight on E and progesterone, and my T levels are being suppressed by E. Again, I'm on injections. Injections might not work for you. Like Zoe was on patches. Patches weren't working. Pills weren't giving her the levels she needed. And injections were the only thing that was going to work for her. Me, I don't know if pills will work. I've only gone straight to injections because I had pills or injections. That was the only two choices I had in Korea, and they give you ampules here in Korea. So it's either one shot every 2 weeks or store a needle and do one shot every other week. So just casually leaking boobs. Yeah, it's and I could literally like squeeze my boob and milk would come out. And I'm
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. That's
so
always an
so for
awkward
all,
moment. You're like, oh well, that. Yeah, I love hormones.
I do too. So that's the thing. Like that's another thing about the whole basic biology thing. I was like, if I'm a man, why can I still produce milk? Because I carry the freaking organs for it. It's
Yep.
just not activated. But yeah, so everybody's journey is different from point A to point B, and it's never complete. You'll get to a happy point in your life, but you're never completely transitioned. Like you may think you're completely transitioned, and to you are. But to like me, you might be missing steps. I don't know if that makes English. But this is what I'm trying to say is I might want to go further in my transition.
Yep.
Like like someone could look at me and all I do is wear wigs, makeup, and continue to take hormones, right? But I don't do surgery. Well, I feel complete in my transition. Somebody else would be like, well, I don't. I want to go further. I want to get the SRS. I want to have hair transplants. I want facial feminization surgery, a vocal correction. All that shit. Like, I hate my voice. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't have the $9,000 it's gonna take me to go to Seoul and have somebody tighten up my vocal cords for me to make me sound a little bit better, a little bit higher, because I don't feel like doing all that, and I don't want to have to not talk for a month.
Yeah.
That's one of the it's if you want something, you could talk to people and they can point you in the right direction. Find your trans elders, which are hard to do these days, and talk to them.
Well, and I think that one of the things that isn't being talked about in the trans community and in the medical world in general is the complete lack of research that I find very
Oh
concerning.
God.
That we're doing these procedures, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that these procedures are wrong and that we shouldn't be doing these procedures, but we're not doing any research to determine what, if any, long term consequences come with hormone replacement therapy? And the answer is we don't know because we're not doing the research. What are the long term consequences of having vocal cord surgery? We don't know because we're not doing the research. And I think that this is a grievous neglect to not do the research and ask the question of what are the outcomes and what are the potential risks and benefits. I mean, we have finally looked at what the benefits of doing these procedures are, in that it greatly reduces the risk of suicide, and it greatly improves, quality of life and psychological well-being. But are there long-term consequences? We don't know. um we know that, like, when people get hormone therapy in menopause, there are consequences and risks that come with that. We know that if people get hormone therapy for birth control, it comes with risks. So, do those same risks apply if you're getting estrogen for transition? And the answer is we don't know. And I think that this is a huge area of medical neglect, and I think that it's only tolerated because of inequities within our system. And I think that we need to be expanding the types of research that we're doing to better explore, so that people who want to make that transition can do so with a better understanding of what the pros and cons of the things that they're looking at doing to their bodies, so that when they make these decisions, they do so with that full knowledge, that they know what they're risking. Just like with any procedure, you're supposed to be able to do it with informed consent. But how can you have informed consent if we haven't even researched what can happen? Like, we just don't know. We don't even know which we haven't even researched which hormones transition better, like which combinations have better results. Like, I find it mind-boggling. I find it irresponsible. I find it to be grossly negligent, irresponsible medicine. Not that anybody
They don't
shouldn't have the procedures, but that's not how medicine should be practiced. We should be doing better.
They don't want to. They don't want to fund the research because of it's outside the gender norms for people.
Yeah,
Anyways,
exactly.
I'm gonna go get my coffee real quick.
Yay, coffee!
And, coffee and breakfast. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and I think that men definitely don't like to acknowledge that the biological female that biologically the female is absolutely default. And then there are definitely a lot of compromises that have to be made, and decisions, and money, and question of the unknown, and risk, and how much risk you're willing to take, because you can't have a surgery without there being risk, and you can't take a medication without there being risk, and there's a lot of unknowns. And yes, there's distinct benefits, but a lot of the unknowns are a factor, and the challenges in making those decisions. Well, if I wear makeup, I am just looking like a lass. I mean, I don't think that wearing makeup is the defining line between male and female. I mean, if you look at theater and movies, every single actor who's ever walked on the stage is wearing copious amounts of makeup, and we fawn over them and celebrate their masculinity. I mean, you look at the Die Hard dude, I can't think of his name, but he's wearing copious amounts of makeup in order to be seen well on screen, and nobody's going to say that he isn't a masculine male. I mean, so I don't think that makeup is the line between male and female.
Makeup is definitely not the line between male and female. It just was targeted more towards the female market when a while ago. But males used to wear makeup all the fucking time.
Oh, yeah, and I think that's something that people currently don't want to acknowledge, is that what is male and female changes all the time. Like, Ashley used to be a masculine name. Pink used to be a male color. Ruffles used to be male attire. Tights used to be male attire, along with a codpiece.
Codpiece.
That's
Labyrinth.
Labyrinth. Yes, Labyrinth, we love you. But that was the gender norm in one of historical eras. And yeah, wearing makeup was once very male. Like, these ideas of what is male and female changes all the time based on society and different eras and marketing. So, I mean, there's a wonderful trans elder on TikTok named New Girl NYFL supports trans on a legal level out of New York. Cool. If you want to throw that in my Discord, I would love to go check them out. If
I mean,
you,
are you
oh, I'm sorry. What?
are you following some people? So some people on Twitter, I mean, that I follow for like trans awareness are like Bryn Tanhill. Um, she's one of them. We have Aaron Reed or Aaron in the Morn, Katie Montgomery, Alejandra Caraballo.
I
Those are
will
some of the
say
people
that
I
I'm
follow on
pretty
Twitter.
new to a lot of these social platforms, so I'm not following like anybody.
Well, Twitter's getting ready to burn to the ground, but
I
you can
mean, I would
find
say
most of these people in other
Twitter's on
places.
fire, but you know. Ever get a time machine? Please stop the West Roman Empire from falling apart in 5th century. They already had blueprints for steam engine, so we could skip a lot of bullshit, right? Those are such ridiculous pieces of tire. Oh, come on. The cod piece is hilariously glorious. Like, I love talking about tights and cod pieces because dudes just look at me like, what? And I'll be like, yeah, like, don't talk to me about these sexy feminine leggings because I'll just talk to you about these sexy men with leggings and cod pieces. Stop it.
Cod pieces are male peacocking in ways I don't want to deal with. Well, look,
Right?
I want my things. I want my bits smaller down there. Usually an an innie if I can, instead of this Audi. I don't need a cod piece. Look, I'm not opposed to trans girls having, the other plumbing down there. I'm okay
You
with
just
that.
don't want dicks dressed up
I
pretty.
don't. I don't want that.
I just think that it's funny how we get really hung up on um gender stuff when the reason that pink is associated with females right now is because literally there was not enough sales of certain types of clothing, so they marketed pink and ruffles to women to increase the sales of those types of garments, and now they have been exclusively transitioned to a female attire because women tend to make more money on the clothing market. You know, companies make more money off of women for clothing, and that's complicated, but it is what it is. The female tax is real. Yeah. Well, have a good night, Danton. We appreciate you coming and joining us tonight. I mean, so many companies explicitly make efforts to feminize types of clothing because it's more profitable for women to be purchasing them than men. And this is why jeans and pants and all of these things that were traditionally male got marketed to females because they wanted women to be buying them because they could make more money. It's what was profitable. And it's largely companies that decide what is gender associated, not us as society. So when we talk about sticking to gender norms, what we're really doing is saying, yes, we are going to stand up for the corporate's right to dictate to us who we should be as individuals so that they can make more profit. That's it. That's all it is.
Conform.
I mean, it's mind-boggling to me. Like why do you want to allow a company to leech off of you financially at the expense of your individuality and your identity? Like, I don't understand how people have become so blind to what it is that corporatization has done and the corporatocracy in this country and the way that it has polluted our government and the way that it has polluted and corrupted our culture and our society and degraded our sense of community. And I just it is poison. Because, yeah, the corporations are all about controlling, because the more they control what we think, the more they can control the market. And the more they control the market, the more profit they can make. Toy manufacturers did the same thing. Pink sold better for boys, but it was more profitable and less shelf space. They only needed 2 models instead of 4. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's all so interconnected that it's really hard for me to talk about trans issues, because it's so interconnected with gender issues that I often like kind of fall off the rail. Because it is also caught up into some of the dumbest politics and some of the dumbest corporate moves. And so many people have decided that I am a bad person and that I need to die because of things that corporations have decided to govern about our society just so that they can make more money. I mean, it's mind-boggling to me. That's the thing they don't want us to understand. All they want is to pin us against each other, and they want to divide and conquer. Yeah, they're very interested in people fighting about shit that doesn't matter. And we do that a lot in America. We focus on a lot of shit that doesn't matter, while there's real issues. Like, people are going hungry, people are going without health care, like fundamental basic human needs, that foundational tier of the Maslow hierarchy of needs. Like, over half of the United States is going without something within that fundamental foundation being met, and yet we're arguing over whether or not it's okay for people to wear a dress and what pronoun they should use. Like, that's the fight that we're gonna fight. We're not gonna argue over who can eat. We're not gonna worry about people having houses. We're not gonna worry about people not getting health care.
Right.
We're not gonna worry about the boarding problem overloading and exploding the ED. We're not gonna worry about the fact that our health care is bordering on collapse. Like, we're gonna worry about what fucking
God.
pronouns. We're gonna worry about what fucking pronouns people are using.
Don't get me started on healthcare. I literally walked into the doctor's office for a thing last week. Got 2 tests done and meds prescribed, and it cost me like $50 for
I
the
could
copay.
cry. I could fucking cry. Because as someone with chronic illness who has complex chronic illness and comorbidities and medication dependent, the amount that I have to decide to triage my medical issues due to affordability is
Jeez.
fucking mind-boggling. Like, people will be like, if this is a problem for you, why don't you get it treated? Because I can't fucking afford the medication.
Right? It's
And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like,
disgusting.
well, the medication that would treat this thing, like, would best treat my SI joint pain, costs with insurance coverage $2,500 a month.
I got a week's worth of pills for the stuff that I got treated for, and it's like they're individually wrapped, so they're labeled after breakfast, after lunch, after dinner, and there's all the pills you need to take in each little packet here in Korea, and then and then it was, I am taking 4 pills right now for my stuff. 4. I don't even know what they are. I didn't ask, but they gave me like 4 like for morning and lunch, and then they gave me 1 more for dinner. There's like a nighttime med in there too. That's once a day, but like all that, the 2 tests, the doctor's visit, and the follow up on Wednesday for $50.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling to me. 1 shot for SI joint instability, and the best treatment for it, 1 shot every month, $2,500 that you have to take for the rest of your life.
Jesus,
And then-
$2,500 a month?
$2,500 a month for 1 shot.
Shit. Over here, probably about like $50.
And people look at me and go, well, if it bothers you so much, why don't you get it treated? Because who the fuck can afford to drop that kind of money? I mean, and that's
I've
just
got
one thing, you know? It's not even like all the things. Like, ugh.
I've got shoulder and right elbow joint pain from being in the army. My left shoulder's starting to go now too. I've got knee pain from being in the army. The biggest one is when I got blown up in Iraq, and I suffered a concussion from a blast. There's that from my army times. It's just,
Yeah, that shit
ugh.
sucks.
I deal with chronic pain and PTSD.
Getting mad at people
I
on your
understand.
level instead of the ones causing the issues. Yeah, people have a real difficult time seeing things as systemic issues and want to attack and blame individuals for systemic problems. Spin off of the brain's basic process to identify fear-based judgmental bullshit. Yep. The gays versus the lesbians to be the more cis-accepted one, or working peeps mad at the immigrants. Yeah, it's exactly. And it is. It's about distraction, so that people don't even know that the government is supposed to be providing services. Yeah. And good luck on having a copay under $50. I mean, and even if your copay is under $50, you then have a deductible, and it only
Right.
and you have a deductible, and then you have a copay, and then you have only have a coverage of percent. Like, it only then covers 80% of the procedure. I mean, so if you don't have insurance, that injection was $2,500 with my insurance coverage at the time. I don't know what it would cost without insurance.
I'm supposed to have 100% overseas insurance unless my policy changed, which means wherever I go, it's 100% covered.
And hello,
But, like,
Lucid. Welcome to the Dazzle.
It might be changed because I'm with a different company now. But back in the States, I have an 80/20. So
I mean,
whatever the bill is, I have to pay 20% of it up until my copay. I mean, up until my freaking deductibles
But the
are
sheer
paid.
quantity of money that we pay into healthcare, nobody should be paying fucking any percentage. We literally pay the most into our
right?
healthcare in the world, and yet we have one of the lowest. When you look at all the individual healthcare metrics, we have the worst fucking healthcare outcomes.
No, you're absolutely right. We should have universal healthcare in America. It would actually be cheaper than paying for our current healthcare plans that everybody pays for. Yes, it would come out of your taxes, but guess what? If you have the ability to just go to the doctor whenever you need to get seen,
And people,
it's
and people often struggle to understand that systemic issues means that all the people in the system could be pro-rights, and the system would still hurt people by the way that it was built. And my favorite example of this is me trying to take care of people of color. So there's an inherent bias in the medical system against people who are not male white. So
oh god, yes.
I am not like against taking care of people who are of color. But the problem that I face is inherently within the system. I was never taught what things look like in dark skin. I don't know what a stage 1 pressure ulcer looks like on dark skin because I've never seen it and I've never been taught that. I don't know what basic cyanosis looks like on dark skin. I don't know what skin cancer looks like. I don't know what the beginning of anaphylaxis looks like. I don't know what things look like on dark skin because I was never taught. My medical textbooks only told me what it looks like if you are white male. I wasn't taught what a heart attack looks like if you're female. I mean, it's mind-blowing to me. So even though I am not against people who are of color, not against people who are female, and I want to give these people great care, I wasn't given the tools to do it. I wasn't given the education to do it. So when I have somebody who is female or of color, I inherently come to them with a knowledge deficit that's ingrained in the medical bias because it starts at the research and it goes into our education system. So you can't get good care if you're female or if you are of color because it isn't to be had. No matter how much the provider wants to give it to you, we don't know how. And that's how the systemic problems make it so that individuals can't overcome biases and can't overcome systemic problems, and why holding me as an individual accountable for the crappy outcome of this person's care is not going to solve any of the problems. It's not going to make people of color get better health care. It's not going to make people who are transgender get better health care if we never do the research to know what better health care looks like for these people. We have to address the systemic issues if we're going to make systemic change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I do think that that's definitely a hot topic right now. Yeah, lots of emotional damage. Jesus. I have had so much emotional trauma. I literally had to leave bedside nursing because of trauma. And people are like, what are you talking about? I'm like, the moral injury of knowing that I am incapable of giving people good care and wanting to, and watching people die, and knowing that you could have done better if you were given the resources that you needed. It's really, really hard. And right now, so many people who work in healthcare are facing that dilemma. And it's this systemic problem that is this huge barrier that is creating issues throughout our whole society. And we have to stop looking at individual solutions. We have to look at the whole system if we're going to create real change. And yeah, I think that there's definitely a lot of debate on whether or not transition surgery should be considered elective or not, and healthcare coverage on it. And that has been a fucking hot topic. Ugh. I personally don't think that it should be elective. I think that because it has proven that it is life-saving care and statistically makes a huge impact on whether or not someone dies from suicide, it is life-saving care. We would not deny anyone else life-saving care, so we should not deny someone who wants gender-affirming care, period. It's life-saving. Suicide is fucking real. And it makes you just as dead as a heart attack. No country that has done universal care has ended the program yet due to it being less effective than corporate private care. Exactly. It has its own problems, but more and more countries are choosing universal health care to actually take care of people. Absolutely.
Exactly.
For better or worse, the reality is that if you are not white male, and hello, Tecker, if you are not white male, we don't know how to take care of you. So if you're Hispanic, we don't know. The research isn't done. Right now, the research is overwhelmingly biased towards people who are male and white. So if you are in any other group, the reality is that I don't know how to take care of you. I don't know what it looks like in your case. And they have started to make that change. And the research into heart attacks has been very telling in how it can be different. Because the way that women present for heart attacks is so completely different than men that the statistics were in the 80s that women have an 88% chance of not being diagnosed of cardiac failure until they are on a morgue slab. We are not much better. And it's because people do not know what a female heart attack looks like, because it does not look like a male heart attack. And the other problem is that people out in the public, women, do not know that their menstrual pain is going to be more severe than their heart attack pain. That's what the statistics tell us. So women say, oh, this chest pain isn't that bad. And then they fucking die because we don't do the good research. It's insanity. It's absolute fucking insanity. Transition surgeries and permanent birth control surgeries literally help prevent suicides and are life-saving. Absolutely. But they're considered bad because they're morally against the Christian faith. And whether people like to acknowledge it or not, we have not separated church and state, and this is a Christian nation.
I hate how it shouldn't be.
I mean, it shouldn't be, but if you look at marriage, you can only marry one person. We're still debating about whether or not it has to be of different genders. I mean, that's a Christian morality.
Mm-hmm. You're not wrong.
I mean, if you look at so much of our laws, it's based off of Christian morality. And we have not separated church and state. And now, in this current climate, there's more and more push to reinsert the church even more forcefully into the state. And it's frightening to me. And hello, Zandagios. Welcome to the Dazzle and our hot take rants because, we pushed the rant button. Sorry, guys. If you hadn't had my hysterectomy, I would have killed myself, but it wasn't covered by insurance until after many doctors to legitimize the need. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. We shouldn't have to doctor hop over and over and over and over and over again to justify what we want to do with our own bodies. We don't truly have body autonomy. We should be presented with risk versus benefits and then be able to make the choice for ourselves. But that's not what we're allowed to do. That's not how it works. I would love to have my tubes removed, but finding someone who will do the procedure, do it well, and actually cover the cost is a fucking miracle. And who will actually do it. Because it is mind-boggling to me how many people, when they have post-mortem autopsy, like on the MA slab, are documented as having had their tubes removed and have only had clips placed.
I'm SkunkworkXx. Hi.
I mean, it's just insane to me. And yes! This is SkunkworkXx. They are visiting my channel to talk about trans issues and apparently everything else that might even remotely be related. Because oh my god, yeah. we keep falling off the tracks.
For those of you that are new here, I'm a 44-year-old binary trans woman in South Korea. I'm American. I work here. I live here for now. So. Oh, we're asking questions about what?
Yeah, Seeking. It's completely jaw-dropping to me. We should not have it. Nobody should have the power to decide for us, and yet that's what happens all the time. People who are transgender have to have a psychiatrist give them permission to transition. Like, what?
Thankfully, there's some places that do informed consent in America.
Right, but you still have to have a doctor who will say to you, yes, I agree that you need this surgery and I will perform it. They're never legally obligated to do the procedure.
Surgery, yeah, the surgery, yes. I was talking about more of the hormones, HRT.
Or even hormones. They're never legally required to provide them to you. They don't have to write that script. They can look at you and say, no, I don't think that's the best option for you, and you're SOL if they say no. It's always ultimately them consenting on your behalf. And that is a fucking wonky healthcare system. Like, we ultimately are at the mercy of the healthcare decision making being made by our providers. And it's this whole idea of do no harm. Well, who are they to decide what's harmful for me? How dare we as a society presume that some asshole stranger that I've known for 15 minutes knows what's harmful to me better than I know what's harmful for me? I mean, somebody knows better than you whether or not transitioning is going to be harmful or not to you, or whether or not having my uterus out is going to be harmful to me. Like, how presumptuous is that? How hierarchical? Like, my healthcare provider is not my fucking parent or guardian. And yet that's how we treat it. And when you look at like the decision making process that goes
No, no.
into transgender affirming care, it goes the same way that all healthcare decision making is made. And it's really kind of gross. Imagine if you had to buy milk this way. And yet healthcare is just as much of a fundamental need as food.
Right.
And yet we have to go through hoops and we have to get evaluated and we have to have somebody else tell us that we need this thing and that we qualify for this thing. What? It's mind-boggling to me. Yeah, to actually remove the tubes, part of why it is better option under laparoscopic option, it can be done via local anesthetic, so you're able to be present for the surgery, then fully put under. Yeah, there's so many benefits to it. If I'm going to pay as much as a college education, I at least should get what I pay for. Oh, yeah, right? Am I a doctor? No, I am a nurse, and I have been a nurse for 20 years. I mean, there's a lot of things that happen that are ridiculously unethical in healthcare that it's mind-boggling to me. Well, welcome, Game Over Ghost. And I mean, there's a lot of things that happen without consent. Like, everybody thinks that consent is a thing. Well, when you are put out for surgery, having a vaginal exam or a prostate exam without your consent is just a thing. And it happens right now in the United States in about 38% of surgical cases. So you're going to have your knee replaced, and they'll have student doctors come in and practice checking for your prostate. Or you're going to have your toe amputated, and they'll have student doctors come in and practice checking and doing a uterine exam while you're unconscious without your consent, without ever being told. Happens in over a third of surgical cases. Mind-boggling shit. So kind of a shift away. Hydrate, right? Yes. Yes, take a drink because woo. So, getting off my like ranty soapbox because sorry guys. So Skunkworks, what motivated you to start streaming?
What motivated me to start streaming? Other than kind of COVID and whatnot, I used to be a cam streamer before a VTuber, and that was a lot of work to always like make myself presentable before stream. But COVID kind of started it. And I love to play ESO, so I played a lot of Elder Scrolls Online. And,
Nice.
I decided to get into that, and well, I've turned into a variety streamer since then. I've moved on from being a cam streamer to VTuber because it's I don't have to worry about how I look on camera. I don't have to worry about what's behind me, all that stuff. So it's easier. I can make my own stuff. I have, again, since I'm such a tech head, I've got so many interactions too. Like, you know, you could throw things or drop things on my character, spray me with water. It's kind of fun. But I decided to do this for interaction and not be alone because of COVID. Because I literally live in my apartment by myself. It's my cat and I. That's it. And I am very self-isolated and very self-conscious about going out. Granted, the COVID numbers in South Korea are extremely low.
Yeah,
for
they're
our
doing
population density.
way better than America. Not that
Oh
takes
God, they
much.
are. Well,
like everywhere is.
They have mandated you have to wear a mask whenever you're on public transportation or in a freaking cab. So they force you to wear masks. They might be removing that requirement here in a little bit. I don't know, because they removed the requirement for having masks on in restaurants and whatnot finally. But it's starting to ease up. But their numbers are steadily the same now. So even though they've eased up on the restrictions, the numbers haven't fluctuated much. But they're still
Nice.
yeah, they're still doing a pretty good job. Like seriously, like we're sitting at what 80,000 cases for the country when our population density is so much higher than that, and that's like better than Florida, where Florida's data was like horrible. Florida's data is non-existent right now. Do they force you to eat through your mask? No, you can't eat through your mask anyways. You take it off to eat, and then you put it back on when you're done eating. That's the way it was. So, but a lot of restaurants weren't even open for seating, and then they closed a lot of places down after 8 p.m. So people, because the major congregation time is after work, and people would like leave work and go drinking and partying, and they forced restaurants to close at 8 p.m., thus removing that thing, so they couldn't go out and party and drink like they always do in this culture after work. And a lot of Americans are like, what, COVID just doesn't exist after 8 p.m. That's why we got to close or only comes out at 8 p.m. No, because Korea knew that in their society, their culture literally is, you get off work, you go to like the nearest pub, not exactly bar. They don't just like drink like we do at a bar, and they order food. They sit down, they socialize, they decompress, they drink their soju and beer and eat their fried chicken and kimchi.
They
and
evaluated
they love
their culture and they made their interventions targeted towards the behavior their people were expressing.
Exactly.
What, targeted interventions? What a novel fucking idea.
And it worked, but the people were not happy with it, of course, because
Of course not.
reasons. There wasn't lockdowns. They didn't lock people into their freaking apartments and stuff. But if you did catch COVID, you had to isolate. That was one thing. You caught COVID, you basically had to install an app on your phone if you had one, and they basically use that to track you to make sure. Cause, yeah, it's another thing about Korean culture. Everybody has a phone. Everybody carries their phone on them 24/7 here. What genre of movies?
I don't watch a whole lot of movies. When I do, they tend to be horror or anime. But I don't tend to watch movies. If I have downtime, I tend to play video games or stream or watch YouTube or streams myself.
I am trying to figure out my web browser real
And
quick.
yes, you heard ESO, Serious Skulk. So yes, maybe Skunkwork in the future will be roped into playing with us, but not right away.
I run mainly Nightblades. I have Nightblade Tank, Nightblade Healer, Nightblade DPS. I have PvP and PvE versions of both. So
Right now,
I have like
am
16
playing
plus characters.
every Wednesday, and we're playing through story with newbies, little weenie characters.
Oh.
I have one that's
like, are you doing the mainline story, or what are you doing?
Right now, I'm working through the main story.
What faction?
I don't know. What faction are we doing there?
Daggerfall, yellow, blue, or red? That's yeah. Let's start with that.
I'm the
Daggerfall,
little
Ebonheart,
elf.
or Aldemary. Okay, so that could be Aldemary or Daggerfall. You're the Dominion, so you're Aldemary Dominion, so you're yellow.
I'm like, I'm terrible at remembering all of the like faction names. We're helping the queen.
We're helping the queen. Yeah, Queen Irene. Yeah, I know. I know about Queen Irene. 2 Bosmer Wood Elves. Wait, aren't Wood Elves DC? Isn't that Daggerfall Covenant for Wood Elves? Isn't it? No. Bosmer from the southern part of the freaking island. So that'd be Aldemary. Because it's orcs. Bretons, orcs, and what for DC?
I've only seen the first Despicable Me. I haven't seen any of the
Redguard.
related movies.
It's Redguard. And then Ebonheart Pack is the Dark Elves, the all of them Argonians and the Nords. So yeah. Your main tunes are Breton and Orc. I have a High Elf Nightblade, and I called her Alchemy. and dressed her just like Alchemy from Somerset. So if you don't know who Alchemy is, I'll let you learn that quest line because it is such a story. I love it.
All right.
I took a break from ESO though when that last expansion dropped. The one with Daddy Dagon. So I haven't really played that one. I'm kind of burnt out from it, to be honest.
Yeah, I find that I can play a game for like a really long time and get like super immersed and into it. And then suddenly I'm just like, I'm done. I'm good. And then I don't want to play it anymore.
Uh,
So what do you have for goals with your streaming? Like, what are you planning on doing next?
well, I'm almost at 1,000 followers, so we're
Woohoo!
working on that. I have like 50 subs, but I really don't care about subs. I've always told people you don't feel obligated to sub to my stream or give me bits because before I lost this job, I was making a good salary for myself. And then yeah, shit hit the fan, and now I don't have money. So
Yeah.
uh, it sucks. Like I would have totally saved money had I known I was going to lose my job January 13th. But yeah, here we are now, and it's just dealing with it. So
Yeah, I totally do that kind of thing, seeking where I binge a game and then I'm like, man, I'm good.
hmm.
And
Electronics
Skunkworks
section.
here is absolutely awesome, guys. So you want to go over to her channel and give her a follow and help her reach that 1,000 because she's awesome and she's not going to tell you that.
I mean, no, you don't. No, I'm not going to tell you that.
And they don't have
I'm
to.
not-
I'm just telling them that I think that you are
I
very much worth
am.
following because you're
I'm
awesome.
just a lowly. Just me.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing special.
No, I disagree.
Oh god.
I wouldn't have invited you if I didn't think that you were like a awesome magical skunk.
Just me. Yeah.
And that's enough.
Good lord.
So anybody got any questions for us? I mean, I'm sure
Yeah,
that
like-
I could totally rant about all the things, like political world and climate of trans and like medical field and
I mean, I was briefly in America being trans and presenting as myself in 2019. I had to see my dad in the hospital, and that was a very sad time in my life. I had to say
yeah, that's
He,
always hard.
goodbye. He got to see me as presenting female pre-HRT too. As funny as that, and he said I was the most beautiful daughter he ever had, and I cried.
Ah, that's amazing. What a gift.
Yeah.
That's
that
an
was the last
amazing
time-
gift.
That's the last time I got to see him. I got to see my mother too after
But
that.
I'm
We went
really
back to,
glad that you got
Wisconsin.
that. Because that's a really cool gift to get before you went. What are our pronouns? I do not have any pronoun preferences. People can use whichever because I feel like all the pronouns fit me in some aspect, so whatever. And I believe Skunkwork prefers she and her.
Yes, she, her.
And I'm very good at messing up people's pronouns, so I always hate to be like, well, I think. And whenever I'm
I
not
see.
certain, I just they people. So sometimes it's like, even when I like, I'm pretty confident I know somebody's pronouns, the habit of they and them come out.
Oh yeah, I'm a she, her. Have been for a couple years now.
And we're doing a wiggle.
Oh,
Everybody
God.
be good to your bodies and move around. Because we definitely been sitting here for a while. And we
I've
only
been
get
getting
this
up and
one meat
stretching.
boat.
I only get this one meat boat. Speak for yourself. I'm growing more meat boat. I mean, what?
Oh man, my meat boat is growing more than I would like it to. Especially like on my hips. Water in the face,
On your
all.
hip.
Thank you, Lily. I swear that I can like lose weight and still gain weight on my hips. It's like, what the fuck? Like, how does that happen? Weight down, ass bigger. Wait a minute. Who did this math? I love that kind of shit.
Wow.
So for me, I got into streaming so that I could have better conversations. Like, I started as a blogger and I've blogged for almost a decade now, but I find it really difficult to have active conversations with your audience over the course of days, typing back and forth. So I wanted to be able to have more of a real-time discussion. So yes, I could rant in person. I really didn't expect it to be like so triggering and ranty, but I should have known better. Especially where people are very interested in asking me about healthcare for obvious reasons, and right now that is a very, very sensitive topic. So it definitely goes emotional and ranty very quickly when I talk about healthcare right now. But yeah, I wanted to be able to create an online community where we could talk about things in a real discourse rather than the toxic positivity that's often around the chronic illness world and the avoiding real issues that are often in the LGBT community, like not talking about, the real issues of medical issues that people face that are different when you are not in that community. So I wanted a place where we could have, safe conversations where people were accepted. And not that I have all the answers, but the idea is that if you create a community, then the more people that are in the community, the more that we can kind of find the answers together. That's the idea. And this music is a vibe. Yeah, I'm really liking this station. It's Pretzel Rock's EDM station.
Pretzel Rocks. I used to be a subscription to them.
I just use their free version for right now, but yeah, I would really like to remove a lot of that taboo, and things are taboo when we refuse to talk about them. So I would like to bring a lot of things out into the open and talk more about stuff like having chronic illness, like, the LGBT community, just all the things. Like, why are we, the majority and hiding in closets? It doesn't make sense to me. I think this is craziness. Because most people, if they're like really evaluating, and what the research is telling us is that most people are in this LGBTQ umbrella complexity. Like, very few people fall into these, like, what we consider normative stereotypes. And this is true of the able-bodied, and this is true of being neurotypical. And the whole society is based off of this idea of being cisgendered, heterosexual, able-bodied, white, neurotypical. And you know how rare that person is to be all of those things? Like, why? Why are we doing this? Why are we building our society off of this minority when to be not that? Because that's how the bell curve works. They're looking at this very narrow band at the top of the bell curve and saying, let's build our society off of this top of the bell curve rather than the majority of the bell, which is like most everybody. My mom's side of the family accept me for who I am, but my dad's side not so much. Here I feel safe and welcomed. Well, I'm glad you found a safe place here. And what I will remind you is that you can choose who your family is. It's a little bit more difficult when you are not yet a legal adult. But when you become a legal adult, you can make choices for yourself, and you do not have to let people in your life if they are not respecting you as a person and they are not respecting your boundaries. And just because they are genetically related to you does not mean that they are entitled to you. They should be required to give you respect to be allowed into your life. I just think that should be the bare minimum. And I've had this struggle with my own family, and my relationship with my mother has been a tumultuous shit show. And it's just this constant, like, no, this is where my boundary is. No, this is where my boundary is. I'm not asking you to understand. I'm not asking you to agree, and I'm not asking you to be comfortable. I am asking you to respect the boundary.
Right.
You don't need to understand my experience. You don't need to agree with my experience. And you don't even need to be comfortable within my experience. But if you want to be within my life, then you need to respect the boundaries that I've drawn. And I think that a lot of relationships would be healthier if we could function under that principle. And man, I still struggle, Buzz. Like, drawing boundaries is hard. I'm not gonna, especially with people that you've spent your life in dysfunctional relationships with. It's a lot easier for me to draw boundaries with people that I'm just getting into a relationship with now, and you can establish those boundaries right from the get-go, and they can take you or leave you. But when you're trying to redraw boundaries with people that you've had dysfunctional relationships with for I didn't start trying to draw boundaries until I was 25. Wasn't really good at it until I was 30. So I'm 41 now. So most of my life, I've had dysfunctional relationships with people. So to try to redraw those boundaries into a functional relationship that's healthy with good boundaries is a lot harder than starting on that foundation. I'm to the point that if they don't respect me and refuse to do so, then they are just using you for their own gain to some degree. Yeah, I think that there's some validity to that take. How about you there, Skunkworks? Have you found that as you've gone through this journey of refiguring yourself out, have you found that it also has meant redefining how you draw boundaries with people?
Oh, abso-freaking-lutely. Because so many things are just like taken for granted. Being a cis hetero male, that's what I used to be. Then it's like just people in your space and just asking you questions and whatnot, and then you really don't have any clear boundaries. But then being a cis hetero male, people don't really cross any type of, they don't really do anything to cross a boundary, even if, because you have that quote unquote male privilege in your life. You're that side of the fence, so people don't just sit there and ask bad questions and whatnot, and try to get in your face with things. Like, but once I became a trans woman, people started feeling like they were comfortable with asking questions that shouldn't be asked, or you know, feeling that they can just touch you and stuff and whatnot. So you had to start defining boundaries, and then you have to like not no, what's the word I'm looking for? Not just you define your boundary, and then you have to like basically tell people not to cross it. And then when they do, you gotta back up and be like, look, don't do that. Enforce it. Thank you. Enforce those boundaries. I was trying to think of the word.
And I
couldn't think
think
of that word.
that what I want to, every time we talk about boundaries, I just want to make it really clear. Boundaries is always about what you're going to do. You can never control someone else's behaviors. When you draw a boundary, it's, I will not accept this behavior that you're directing towards me. And if you continue to do this, this is what I will do in response. It's not, you can't do that, because you have no control over what someone else will do or not do. So drawing a boundary isn't about trying to control someone else's behavior. Drawing a boundary is telling yourself and deciding for yourself what you're going to do when someone treats you in a way that is unacceptable to you. So if someone is choosing to be disrespectful to you, however you define that, are you going to leave? Are you going to challenge them? What are you going to do in response to that behavior? Me personally, I choose to exit stage left. I have told my parentals that if they can't respect these boundaries that I have drawn, then I will end the visit and I will go home and I will no longer be in their company. And I found that goes a long way, because if they want my time, they have to do it on my terms. That's how it works. My mom and dad do care about me, but my dad's family are so snobby and overbearing. I beg to go to my mom's side of the family every holiday because I hardly get to see them, but then my dad's family emotionally guilt trips him until he gives in and comes to them. Well, and a lot of this isn't about who's good and bad. And I think that's judgment that we need to set aside. It's not about whether or not a person is a bad person. It's about whether or not the way that they're treating you is good or bad for you. You can be a good person and have a bad impact on someone. That's not a judgment on your goodness or your humanness. A good example of this is the way that we choose to engage in negotiations and disagreements in relationships. How you choose and the rules that you write when you have a disagreement. Is it okay to yell? Is it okay to get blustery? If someone has the rule set that it's okay to get blustery and yell because it helps them process that information, and the other person says that terrifies them and it's traumatic, that's not a compatible style set, okay? And even though this person's style isn't wrong, it's not compatible and it's not good and it's damaging for this person. So it's not a judgment of who's good and who's bad. It's about what is good and bad for you, and you drawing your boundaries to protect you. Coming out as whatever I am would be total rejection from my immediate family. Yeah. Seek until you find, thus the family selection begins. Yeah, seeking. I think that it has definitely been interesting. I thought that when I came out, the immediate family would be full rejection. Instead, I have found full denial. It's just largely ignored and fully denied and passively aggressively attacked. So that's where a lot of that boundary setting is coming, and why a lot of times I have to exit stage left when they engage in bullshit and shenanigans. Boundary is don't hug me without getting permission first, or I will stop interacting with you, not just don't hug me. Exactly. That's a great example of a boundary. Hello, Kazak. Welcome to the Dazzle. How are you doing tonight? I plan to leave my dad's side of the family as soon as I can. Yeah, Lily, it's hard when you're not a legal adult. And until then, you got to do what you can to protect yourself as best as you can. But you don't have a lot of autonomy when you're not. It's not legally enforceable. The microaggressions and passive aggressions, yeah, it's craptastic. Hey Sierra, how you doing? And hey Raiders, how you guys doing? Welcome,
got a raid?
welcome.
Hello.
What were you
Sorry,
up to,
I'm like
Sierra?
in the process of applying for a job.
Work is good. Work is good.
Work is very good. I like money. Are you legally authorized to work in the U.S.? Yes.
Yeah, we're talking about trans life and the challenges it presents. You were playing some modded Minecraft. Nice. How did that go? And which mods were you using? I tend to play vanilla. Because modding is complicated, so I tend to just vanilla all the games. Huh? Yeah, like one of the things that like my mother frequently does that she doesn't want to like acknowledge is an attack is the frequent commentary about how I used to have beautiful hair and how I used to look more pretty and I used to be more feminine. And if I would just grow my hair back, I could have that again. And it's like, but I don't want that. Like, it's not important to me. That's not my value. That's you projecting your values onto me. She is this little adorable moth person. Nice. It went well. Quite a few mods. Mainly I have focused on the origin and chisel and bits. Oh, okay. Good, good. I'm glad that your stream went well. So sometimes, like, the passive-aggressive and the microaggressions can be difficult to handle. And what I found to be the most useful is to kind of play dumb and to just point blank, like, look at them and be like, so what do you mean by that? Like, like what did you intend by that comment? Like, when she comments, it's really unfortunate that you cut your hair so short.
Oh God.
I will say, so what about it is unfortunate? Like, why? What do you mean by that? Like, force them to unpack it for you.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Play dumb
Oh, God,
and force them to unpack it. And I find that the passive aggressive and microaggression comments do not stand well when they're forced to unpack it. So if someone's like, "Are you really gonna eat that?" then the comment should be, or I would take on, would be, so what do you mean by that? Like, why do you think I shouldn't eat this? Like, what are you trying to say? Like, just constantly going back to forcing them to clarify the point that they're trying to make and just keep playing dumb. And what's likely to happen is, nothing, I didn't. Usually they just back off and drop it. My mother would be like, oh, well, you were prettier when you had long hair. So why does that matter? And by whose standards? And she's just like, what? Yeah, like by whose standards of beauty and why does that matter? Like, why is that important? Like, so just continuously forcing people to unpack their bullshit makes people a lot less likely to toss that shit your way. Make them own it. It doesn't always work, but that's what I have found to be the most effective. I think I'll throw that shit back at me if you would just lose lose weight. I know, right? It's unfortunate that your ass is so big, Mom. I know, right? Like, I mean, that is another thing, is you can just throw it back at them, but I try not to go on attack. I try to just be like, so what are you saying with that? Because they can then say you're the one being mean if you start just throwing it back. Playing dumb is the best way to make an asshole admit their joke was bad or that their micro passive aggressive comments. Yeah, like, how do you justify, like, you should lose weight or, like, whatever? Oh yeah, my mom is notorious for the passive aggressive microaggression, like, bullshittery. I mean, literally every time I see my mom, the first comment is in context of my hair and the second comment is in context of my weight. Dude, and an ask.
Right. An account is already... What the hell? Then let me sign in.
Make them more uncomfortable than they make you, and they do it less. Exactly. Like, I find it really makes people uncomfortable because, like, what are they going to say? Are they going to, like... So when my mom says, wow, your face is looking really round. So what do you mean by that? What are you trying to say? Like, it's a whole lot less likely that she's going to say, dude, I think you're fat. What I get the most is, you used to be the sweetest little girl in your little pink dresses, and now look at you. And what else? So challenge that. Be like, okay, I'm looking at me, and what? What's wrong with me now?
Exactly.
What about me now? Challenge it. What about me now? And make a point. Look down. What about me now? Make them say what's being unsaid, what's being left unsaid, what's being implied. If you can corner them into feeling like they have to say the unsaid comment, they're less likely to make those comments because they don't want to be challenged. They don't want to say the unsaid thing. They want to be the asshole that isn't being an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
I stopped
Upload
wearing
resume.
dresses even though they fit me better because of all of those. You're not woman enough for my expectations. Yeah, it's so much bullshit. Yeah, I just accepted that she's on the spectrum. Leave it on that. What, the spectrum of asshole? I stopped wearing pink and started wearing a lot of black and dark eyeshadow. And it doesn't matter if you know what they're commenting. Doesn't matter. Make them say it. And then, well, you don't wear pink anymore. You don't wear dresses anymore. No, what? And why is that a problem? Wait until you make him get down into the meat of it. Because why is it a problem? Why is it a problem that you're not wearing pink and you're wearing black? Why is that a problem? You know what it comes down to? You're not fucking. You're not being girl enough anymore for them. And are they going to have the balls to say that? Probably not.
Nope.
Most people are going to get really fucking uncomfortable and back off. Once in a while, you'll have somebody who is going to have the balls to say, well, because it's not girl enough. Well, first of all, that outs them as an asshole. And now, most of the people around you aren't going to question who the asshole was. And second of all, you can end with, well, I'm okay with not being girl enough for you. And you're still not an asshole because you didn't fight them. You didn't argue. You just asked questions. And black is all the colors, right? And yeah, your dad's comments. Yeah, those are next level there, Seeking. Honestly, the best compliment I got in college from a roommate was, you look like a prep goth and I love it. Right? Hope your tires have lots of air. I said to him, I abuse myself enough, thank you. Exactly. Like, I do. I totally self-abuse myself. I don't need help. Like, I have these stupid asshole imps that run around all fucking day telling me how I'm not fucking good enough. I don't need somebody else. Thanks. I'm okay not being girl enough for you because it's my standards that I have to live with. Exactly. Yeah, the goddamn imps. I mean, like, spending your whole life being told that you were wearing the undesirable labels, and then being an
Mm-hmm.
adult and people looking at you going, why don't you love yourself? What? Like, did you look at my childhood where everybody said that I was unwanted? That I was gonna burn in hell for being who I was? That even God couldn't
Right.
love me? Like, because that's the message that I was raised with, that God made me so undesirable that I was never going to be able to attain heaven. That's what I was taught as a child.
Okay.
I mean, that's pretty
Two
fucked up.
jobs applied for.
Woohoo, jobs!
Jobs. I had a friend send me an email with a bunch of links for jobs, so I need to apply. So they're for Colorado, so we'll see if we get them. Shoving my resume out there.
And
Yeah, they
just-
told me December 14th that I'd be laid off from my job, and my last day will be January 13th. And have a
Ugh.
nice day. So
That's rough.
literally Christmas and New Year's between that, nobody's at freaking work. People aren't writing me back at work about how I'm getting a plane ticket. I have a pet. I have household goods I need to move because I literally have a computer, home office, and a shit ton of clothes. But like I have gone through all my clothes and I was like, okay, these are the ones I want to keep. These are the ones I want to get rid of. I will keep these. These will go to the thrift store, and then I have a bunch of other stuff I need to take to the thrift store too. So
And paring
other
that
people
shit
can
down
buy
is
shit.
real. That's we've been paring
Yeah.
down our shit. That is such a challenge.
it is like, what can I live without?
And my knee-jerk response is always, none of it. I can live without none of it. Give me and let me keep all the things forever.
And like it would have been nice to know that they were gonna lay me off, because then I could have saved some money for this move. But they didn't even do that, so I only got like less than a month. And like things I wouldn't have bought, this $1,000 freaking 49-inch display. I have a giant ass freaking screen because it's awesome, and I didn't think I was going anywhere for years. You know,
Yeah.
it's whatever now though.
You can keep all the things if you put them not in the same house, right? I just buy my own house for all my shit. Yeah, no, that's like next level hoarder shit. Nope, I'm not going there. You know that you have taken your hoarding to a next level when you have to buy a house to keep your hoard.
Yeah.
Hello, one ugly wolf. How you doing? Or one ugly, not wolf. One ugly myth.
MFF.
MFF. Hi,
MFF.
welcome to the Dazzle. I never know what to.
Hello.
And I have this hard time with like abbreviations and like knowing what letters stand for. So when it's in people's names, I really like, I just can't. And like numbers being used to represent letters, I can't, my brain can't do any of that. Just call me ugly. Okay, I got ugly. Woo! Welcome, ugly. How are you doing tonight? And you've seen that episode of Hoarders? Yeah, I'm telling you, that's next level. Right now, I think that I would be at stage 1 hoarding, and I really don't want to go to stage 2. I think that buying a whole new house for your hoarding would definitely be well into stage 5. I don't even... Nope.
A house for hoarding.
Yeah, I definitely do not want to go to that level. I'm doing pretty good. We've been talking to Skunkworks, who's visited the channel to talk about life and being trans and the challenges that we face and all the other tangential derailing shit that has come up along the way.
Yeah. It's yeah. Yeah.
Because I don't think that any of the conversations that I ever engage in are capable of going in a straight line. I mean, unless the other person is keeping us on that straight line, because I definitely can't. I'm all like squirreling. Hey, K Max, how are you doing? That is usual fare for a zebra pig stream. This is true. Very, very true. Well, good night and you sleep well. Thanks for stopping in and visiting. So, if you were sitting right now, Skunkworks, with
Mm.
the wee little young trans person who was like 12 or 13, what is the one thing that you would want to say to them?
That is a very interesting question. What would I say to a 12-year-old version of myself that like if I'm sitting in front of a classroom and they wanted to ask questions about being trans, like what would I say to them? Oh, that's big and loaded, especially in today's political climate, because then I could be considered grooming kids. But I think I would say if you feel uncomfortable with the way your body is, you're not alone. And if you feel like you need to explore your gender, then do so. Because these neat little things called puberty blockers are very reversible. And they give them to cis kids all the fucking time. So you could be on them, make your decision, and then move on with your life. Maybe you don't feel like you're gender non-conforming like after a year on freaking puberty blockers. Maybe you feel comfortable in your body, so you stop taking them and you continue with your normal puberty. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't feel comfortable and you need to change. Then you just go the other route. Don't be afraid to explore your gender identity. That's probably the best advice I can give someone that's 12. And talk. Be open and talk. That's probably the second best thing I can say. Be open and talk about it.
Yeah. I think for me, the one thing that I would want to say more than anything else to a young person is no matter what label you think you might have or might not have, you are a human being, you are important, and you are valuable. I just think that too many of us believe that we are unwanted. And I would just want to make sure that they know that there's a community that exists, that they're wanted. No matter what label they think that they have, that the communities exist. And yeah, big questions. Whew. And grooming. Oh my god, the topic of grooming. I can't even like.
Oh yeah, just.
And the people who like throw out the grooming accusations are statistically the most likely to be doing the grooming. You know, like the Catholics who are have one of the highest rates of sexual abuse. But you know, it's fine. Explores your identity in all capacities, including your gender, assuming you can do so safely. Absolutely. I think safely is something to also keep in mind. I think that it's like when people ask me about coming out, I always go, ooh, I don't know your situation, so I can't give you advice, but safety first. And people are like, what? And I'm like, if you're asking me how to come out to someone, it's usually because there's some reservation that you don't think they'll take it well. So if you're in an environment where that person can hurt you, like you are a minor or they're your guardian or you're an adult who is dependent on them in some way, then I would say always, 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 always put your safety first and foremost before all things. And if you are not 100% confident that that person will put your safety before everything else and respect your safety, even if they don't like what you have to say, then you probably shouldn't have that conversation. And I know that sucks. It sucks so much. But it's not worth being unsafe. If you don't exist, you're not going to be able to celebrate who you are either. And as long as you can stay existing, you have the opportunity to change your circumstances. So that safety has to happen first. And I think that's always what we have to think about when we're talking about coming out. And it's unfortunately all too real that people are in situations where it's not safe to come out, where people that they live with, that they're dependent on or legally obligated to stay with, would be abusive to them or neglectful or otherwise be awful to them if they came out. So I think we have to keep that kind of stuff in perspective too. Your identity is so important, but telling it to someone isn't worth losing your life over. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's it right there. And don't out people. Exactly. Don't fucking ever out people. That is never okay. You never get to decide when someone comes out. And it doesn't matter what and it doesn't matter what the outing is. You don't get to share other people's shit. Whether it's a clinical diagnosis of chronic illness or mental health or their gender identity or their sexual orientation. It doesn't matter what the thing is that you know about them. If they're not sharing it with someone else, it's not your fucking place. Yeah, it's a secret for a reason. Like, they don't feel safe with that person knowing. Like, exactly. That is such a good point. It also breaks trust with you that you will be added to the list to keep secret from. Yeah, exactly. Like, if I tell somebody information about myself and they just go and like spread it around without asking me if it's okay to do so, whether or not it's my phone number or my medical diagnosis, I'm not going to trust them to give them other information about myself. I'm going to consider them untrustworthy. When I came out, my parents loved and supported me. I still don't know how my dad's side of the family found out, but they wanted to send me away to a camp or mental institution because they thought there was something truly wrong with me. But my parents put their foot down and told them to basically fuck off. And go parents. And I'm glad that
really
you're
cool.
in an environment that your parents are fighting for you. Woohoo! Yay, parents.
Uh-oh. Did I break it?
Are things breaking?
Nope. No, I thought I broke something.
Oh, okay. We don't want things
I
to
closed
break.
the window. I closed the window.
Oh no, danger, danger. It's usually me breaking shit.
Like, I closed the window and then you stuttered for a second. I was like, wait a minute, no. No.
Like last year, I was in homeroom with an old friend and they outed me as trans to my whole class and I felt destroyed. I just walked outside and sat down against the wall and almost cried. Yeah, that's devastating, Zim. When you're not ready for people to know stuff about you, like, it's not someone else's place. Like, so just never, ever, ever. Never, ever, ever. Yeah, that's just not okay.
Yeah, my friend accidentally outed me to my new boss at one time, and she was very, very sorry about it. She thought they knew already, and she was just trying to be respectful and nice. And I mean, she didn't do it maliciously.
Well, and sometimes accidents happen. Like, you're in an environment where you normally speak to somebody that way, and that's the established thing, and you don't realize that the context has changed, and shit happens. Like, the example that you gave, I think, was a genuine mistake. I don't think that they did anything intentionally. But there are definitely times where it's obvious and someone knows. And I think that Seeking brings up a really good point. I think that it goes back to the reality that Americans do not understand boundaries. Like, people are not taught in this country what good boundaries are and what's good respect looks like. So they just think that it's their right to be able to just say whatever the fuck they want, and it's their First Amendment protection. And it's like, first of all, that's not. No, just stop.
That's not how the First
That's
Amendment
not even.
works.
That's not even what freedom of speech is about. So stop. Like, it drives me nuts. And like, they just don't understand what good relationships are about, because there's been so much focus on individualism and self-promotion and egocentric goal setting that Americans have lost the fundamental basic skills of how to interact with other human beings in a normal, healthy, and appropriate way. So I do think that some of it is that they absolutely have no fucking idea that what they're doing is not right. Like, they think that they're helping people, and it's like, no, that's not hopeful. And hi, Charlie, how you doing tonight? This isn't like outing that someone likes sappy romance movies. This shit has real consequences that cost lives in our current environment. I mean, and I would argue that if somebody has told you in confidence that they like sappy romantic movies, you shouldn't fucking out them for that either. Like, anything that someone has told you in confidence should stay in fucking confidence. Like, it doesn't matter if it seems inconsequential to you. If they're telling it to you in confidence, then keep it in private and keep it to yourself, because obviously it matters to them. But absolutely, the point being made here is that when people are dying because of their gender identity, the stakes are much, much worse than being bullied for liking a sappy movie. The stakes are much higher. I absolutely agree with that. I listened to it, Pencil Rock. I'm sorry, Charlie, I have no idea what that is.
I think they're trying to say pretzel rock.
Oh, see, like, man, you spell something wrong and my brain can't. Like, even one letter and my brain can't, like, this is why my moderators are like godsends. They'll be like, dude, it's just one letter difference. They meant this. And I'll go, oh, yeah. This is why I struggle bus when I'm trying to, like, do traditional learning. We're coming out of, if you don't fit into the husband, wife, 2.5, you belong in an asylum with shock therapy or lobotomy. We're coming a long way uphill. This is a radical change that, yeah, I mean, we are moving in the right directions for sure. Overall, if you look at the overall trends that are being made, but it's slow and it's hard, and and there are definitely consequences that are immediately being made. And I mean, like, right now, I mean, we're still fighting for whether or not it's legal to use shock therapy as a behavioral modification therapy, and the FDA was overruled and told that they were not allowed to make shock therapy illegal. Luckily, yay, at the end of this year, last year, it was just made that the FDA was given the authority to make that ruling. So hopefully, the schools that are using shock therapy to discipline autistic children will become illegal. Like, I'm hoping that that's gonna happen. So I can't fucking believe that it's been a legal thing, and it's blowing my mind. But yeah, we're moving in the right direction. It's just really slow. And what I tell people is that these things can't happen quickly. These are things that have been established for centuries and generations, and they have to change course over centuries and generations. It takes time. But when I look at Sarah Skulk's group, and I look at these young kids coming up. Okay, she's not a kid, but My daughter will always be. I'm sorry. Um, I always say youngin. Um, when I look at them, I see so much promise because they just don't care. They say it doesn't matter. That's not what defines whether or not you're a good person. And that's probably the most beautiful thing that you can say. That these aren't the things that determine whether or not I'm a good person. What decides
Mm-hmm.
whether or not you value me is how I treat you. Like, I have so unanimously heard this from this generation that it is so amazing that I see so much promise, like how things have changed and how things are shifting, and a lot of the people that are most bigoted are aging out. So there's that.
Uh, just need to get more people out
I
of places of
sh-
power that they
yeah.
shouldn't be in, making decisions for people like us.
Yeah, and as much as there are things that still need to be changed, it is important to recognize that we are moving in the right direction. That's absolutely true, Seeking.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes I think that we forget that we're making progress. I mean, especially in light of the kick in the ass, like Roe versus Wade being overturned, it feels like everything's falling apart. But you're not going to make a straight line. It's going to be up and down. That's how all of this is progressed. But you're right. We are our overall trajectory is in the right direction. I struggle about sometimes with spelling and words and English and direction. Oh yeah, me too. In my lifetime, people have been killed for being gay in my state. Oh yeah, yeah. Like the things that I've seen in my lifetime, that it's just been horrendous. Yeah, you accidentally typing ABD instead of AND. Yes, makes my head hurt, and I have to actively process what that means. Yep, and it takes me. Sometimes I can, and sometimes I can't. Like convert it.
I
And
will
it,
be right back. I have drank too much coffee.
it's got to go somewhere.
It
Everyone who
does.
hasn't struggled with fitting in or hasn't been discriminated for something they can't change always like to say, oh, we're progressing so much for people. And um, I love that you feel that way, Lily. I love, and this is what I feel what is so promising about this next generation. And this is why I'm saying we're moving in the right direction. The fact that you feel so angry, like that is a that is a social change that can't be described. The fact that when I talk about somebody being given shock therapy because they're autistic and they're stimming causes you moral outrage is a change in the way that your generation looks at things that I can't explain. So that is progress in the right direction because you and your generation will not accept what was accepted in previous generations because it outrages you, because you find it unacceptable. You won't say that that's okay. You will rage against it. You won't just sit there and watch somebody be shock therapy because they're stimming and be okay with it and be like, oh well, like you will question that. You will, and that is a progress on a social level that is so fundamentally important that I can't even articulate like how important that is. Because change can't happen if that moral value at your core doesn't exist. The fact that you see me as an autistic person as a person is enormous. And I wasn't always. And it's just amazing and I love it and thank you. So that's where we're at tonight. We're gonna make zebra print. All right. I hate people into putting people into separate groups, But why do people love to speak for other people when they have no experience as a person who is discriminated against? And I just don't like the fact that people think that they can speak for us with no understanding about us as a community have gone through. Yeah, I do think that we have to let the people who are struggling in the experience speak for themselves. Like, people of color are the only people who can speak to their challenges, and women are the only ones who can speak to their challenge, and the chronic illness people are the only people who can speak to those challenges. I mean, and those lists continue. It's hard, though, to look at this systemically without also talking about how do I, as someone who is white, address the systemic issues so that people of color are better taken care of. And looking at the conversations they're having and how do I integrate that into my practice. So yeah, there's a lot of layers to it. Seeking us is us, the human race. There is no separation. And that's the voice and the view and the morality that we're seeing in this new generation that has not always been present. And that is such a fundamentally important moral shift that I can't even articulate how fundamentally important that change is, and that is why I'm saying that we're moving in the right direction. And we're wiggling. Part of being an ally is often weaponizing your privilege against systemic oppression. Yeah, it can be. Like, how do you break down? I mean, and I don't have the answers to that. Like, I really don't. I don't know how we break down and rebuild things that are so fundamentally built into our systems. I don't know what the answer for that is. But I do know that if we do not morally value people, and if we do not find moral outrage in the injustice that is being served to people, that change cannot happen. Change doesn't happen until it is seen as an injustice. A great deal of my friends are autistic, have ADHD, and are part of the LGBTQ community, and they are as much a person as I am, and it is an injustice to literally torture them for who they are, and seeing this discrimination outrages me every day. Boop for you, my half zebra and half pig friend. Well, thank you, Lord. I appreciate that. And Lily, I can't tell you how much that means to me. Because it really does represent a moral and cultural shift in your generation that is very, very, very important and very profound, that has so much promise. Because when
There's a lot more empathy with the newer generations.
When I was growing up, I was literally told that my stimming made me undesirable. I was literally physically abused and verbally abused by my peers on a regular basis. Literally told that the things that made me autistic, defined my autisticness, were all terrible things and should be suppressed, to the point that now I, as an adult, don't even know how to take my mask off. It's so embedded into my person. I don't even know what I look like without a mask, because I don't know how to unmask. So the fact that your age group is outraged when I talk about stuff like shock therapy for autistic stimming, the fact that your response is outrage is a huge change. In my time, I have seen people who are autistic being put away into special schools all by themselves. I've seen us treated with bleach that we were forced to drink, bleach that we were forced to take by enemas, because we were not considered clean enough. The atrocities that I have seen in my time that no one morally outraged against. So it was allowed to happen. So without moral outrage, change can't happen. And that's what I'm seeing in you. What I'm seeing in your generation is the acceptance, the inclusion, and the moral outrage when we talk about being transgender and unwanted, when we talk about being autistic and unwanted. You look at us older people like we're fucking insane, and I love you for that. And Seeking is absolutely right that this represents the right trajectory. It represents a social healing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's really cool, Zem. Having cool, like, stuff for your buddiness is awesome.
It is awesome.
And we gotta celebrate the small stuff because it's more often small things that is present in life. The big moments happen occasionally. The small moments happen multiple times a day. And if we don't take the time to celebrate and experience the joy in those moments, we're going to miss out on a lot of happiness and a lot of joy. So take the pleasure. Take the joy in the little things. Because we're not designed for big moments. We're designed for the everyday little and yeah. So celebrating those. And celebrating in the small things, I think, is what brings contentment. Because I'm all about that. I celebrate in the small things because I'm like easily happy.
I'm trying to celebrate the small things, but right now I am slipping into hopelessness with what's going on in my life right now.
When people feel in crisis, it's really hard to feel anything. Had you asked me 2 months ago if I celebrated the small things, I would look at you and say, I'm not sure I know how to breathe right now. Crisis state is just trying to survive and getting through that. And sometimes it is as fundamental as one breath at a time. I've definitely been there. Small things are hard when you feel like the world is on fire, literally and figuratively, and who knows if in 3 months I will be able to do the basic adult things. Yeah, it's really hard.
Exactly.
But I also think that's why it's more important. The more uncertain life becomes, the more precarious our mortality becomes. The more precious the people and the more precious those small moments we are given become. So I feel like it becomes all the more important to hold on to them and to celebrate them when we have them. But yeah, it's absolutely hard when you're looking at everything and it's this fucking raging dumpster fire. Believe me, I feel that in my soul. Everything that is living and breathing is valuable because items can replace, but living things cannot be replaced. And I'm not saying there's bad living things, but no one is ever truly bad or truly good. I completely believe that. I believe life is sacred. That there is a fundamental value just because it is living and that it deserves respect, regardless of the actions and behavior that person might have chosen to engage in. Life is sacred. Yeah. And a lot of people get really up in arms about that, but yep. It also kind of serves as a moment of sadness. All the friends I've lost along the way, when I had a boom of friendship to the point I only have one remaining friend left, and they are one of the final reasons I'm surviving right now. So many of my friends have turned out to just never log on, turn into rude people, etc. But it's nice having one person left to survive for. I think that's something that is important to remember. and that oftentimes social life online misleads us on, is that what's real is that maintaining relationships requires the investment of time. And what research has shown is that we only have enough time in our lives to invest in about 3 to 5 close relationships. Everything beyond that, we don't have the time for. So when we see these social media accounts and they have hundreds of friends, our brain says, oh, I don't have enough friends. Well, they're not friends. They're people that we know the names of. They're acquaintances.
There's acquaintances.
Which is
Exactly.
different than a friend. If you have one really close friend, you are doing just fine. Focus on the quality of your relationships and not the quantity of your relationships, and you will be happier. I have been in the deathbed of many, many, many people over the 20 years, and no one has ever complained that they did not have enough people in their life. But many, many, many people have complained that they did not invest enough in the quality of their relationships, that they didn't invest in the people, that they didn't spend enough time with the people that mattered. So my advice is not to focus on the number of people, but the quality of the relationship that you have with the people.
Communication, empathy, connections, time spent. Not I have 20 friends. It's I have 2 or 3 really good friends that I can call probably 2 or 3 people any time of the day right now, and they will be there for me. I have others that'll answer like after they're awake. You know, those are like the next quality of friends. And I have people that like if I post a tweet saying I'm not okay, they'll just like it and move on with their life. Those are acquaintances.
Yeah, there's layers. And I think that's important. Like, there's the people that we're really intimate with, that we never reveal all of ourselves because we're not capable. Like, you can't give all of your inner workings to someone else. Our communication doesn't work that way. We're not capable. Like, we as human beings don't really understand our own inner workings well enough to give that to someone else. But the people that we are most vulnerable with, we call that our intimate relationships. And they tend to be the people that we commit lifelong relationships with. So spouses and intimate partners that we like commit to spend lifetimes with. And sometimes they're platonic, sometimes they're not. You know, those relationships have layers of complexity, but those intimate relationships. And then we have, you know, the relationships that we usually label as family. And these are people that we are not quite as intimate with, but we still reveal more. And then we've got that friendships. And then you've got the acquaintance. And then you've got familiarity, like the people that you know of. Like the friends of acquaintances, you know who they are, but you don't really know them. And then there's strangers. You know, there's like, there's layers to socialness. So, I mean, it's important to kind of think about, like, what layer they're in. Society is saying now, go join all the mess with everyone is dying and screaming about the abuse, but go be a good little worker who hates their life. Yeah. It's really hard for your generation to want to, like, dive into adulthood when all of us adults are like, fucking adulting sucks. Yeah. Society expects us to be perfect or else we get thrown away to make room for perfect people. Well, and I think that they don't even want you to be perfect. They want you to be profitable. Like, the reality is that the perfect employee usually isn't the most profitable employee. So even being a 10 out of 10 worker, speaking from a management perspective, a 10 out of 10 worker is usually more trouble than they're worth. So you'll settle for the 6 out of 10 worker because they're actually more profitable. So it's not even perfection. They're looking for profitability. So if you're too good of a worker and you're too functional and too knowledgeable, you'll get discarded. I mean, business just expects a certain amount of turnover and discardability. It's insanity to me. Management was so painful. Yeah, and I think that that's a really good way to define whether or not someone's really your friend, Lily. Like, would you go to bat for them? Would you fight for them? Would you risk yourself for them? Like, if the answer is no, then they're probably not really your friend. There's this one dystopian anime I really like of a conveyor belt, and it shows all the people, undesirable things about them, and they just get thrown in a pit, and it shows how society just hates people who aren't perfect. Yeah, that sounds really awful. But there's a lot of literature and art out there that warns us about the risks of uniformity, and it's not really about perfection, it's about uniformity. You know, the desirable and the undesirable traits. Like, the people who fit the desirable categories are not perfect people. They just check the right boxes. You know, so uniformity is desirable under the capitalism market because you can make that more profitable than us chaotic demon squirrels. I am difficult to make profitable. Hey, Z-Bird, how you doing? It's been an interesting new year. The discussion has been chaotic and tumultuous and intense.
Right?
Hey, Jetty Bean.
It's been all over the place.
Yeah, it's definitely been one of the more intense conversations. I find my chat nights are ones that I have to like, they take more energy, and people are like, what? But you do longer streams when you game. And I'm like, yeah, but like I have a lot more emotional work to do when I do my chat streams. So tonight I have Skunkworks with me on the stream. I wish I had thought to have the foresight to like put your name on the screen with me so that people would be like aware of who you are. So that's something that I'm gonna have to remember to do on the future interviews.
I could take this a step further, but I'm gonna hold on a second. Hold on.
I'm trying to like learn from my previous like interviews. Like, I like this interview screen better than previous ones. I don't know, how do you guys feel about this compared to my previous interview screens? Like, I like the person I'm interviewing taking up the same amount of space, and you seeing them rather than just a little talking head is way more. However, there's this weird like empty floating space when the chat isn't rolling. So I mean, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's you're gonna have to play with your design and whatnot.
Yeah,
so,
I'm definitely still playing with it. I did think that the rainbow background fit our topic.
We'll shift 2. There we go. Turn the UI off. All right, and then we want. I don't want you in my face, please. I need. No, why is the UI back on? Turn
so
the
you
UI
definitely should go give some Skunkworks some love, because she is amazing and her stream is awesome, and I enjoy the like chill vibes of hanging out on her stream.
There. Oh Jesus! Who's following me? God bless it. The downside to turning this one on. You're gonna have to click the camera thing to turn it off and on again.
Click the camera thing?
Yes, go to your Discord and then click my camera thing to minimize and re-maximize it. Because I changed the camera source. There you go.
Oh,
Look,
there! Oh,
my
yay!
name.
Oh,
Oh
well,
no, there we go. Beautiful.
there we go.
Yes,
You're like,
I made this.
She's all like, I got you.
And now I'm getting follows because they are happening now.
Like confetti fireworks for the holiday, everybody.
Yeah. That was yeah, we got Skrilly, Sulk, and Ellie Star Lily followed. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Have you heard of
But yeah.
HD Motivator? No, I have not.
HD Motivator. Don't know that.
You say that and I go, high definition? Like, what's a high definition motivation? Like,
I don't know.
motivation with clarity. Like, I
Please, more follows. Why? Oh my god.
because you are awesome. He's a YouTuber. Oh, okay. And what does he do over
Oh.
there?
Ah. What does said YouTuber do? Oh, we need to move you out of the way. Blah.
I really, really enjoyed when Skunkworks was playing through Cyberpunk, which was how I met them.
Yeah, we did a netrunner build for Cyberpunk. I'm gonna do a corpo later. We're
I
probably
was
gonna do a
all like,
corpo
"Oh, I
pistol build.
haven't seen I haven't seen the story for this. I want to check that out." So I lurked on your channel for like ever, and then finally started talking to you, and then I had the weirdest, like, most awkward moment ever when I decided to talk to you. I was like,
Hi.
your clothes changed."
Oh lordy.
And you're like,
Yeah.
"Huh? What?" And then I'm like, I mean, I'm not trying to say that I didn't like your old clothes. I'm just saying I like your new clothes. I mean, and then like I just had this whole like awkward moment of like, no, wait a minute. All your clothes
Awkward
are
moment.
nice. Your clothes are nice. The skunk is pretty. And I was just like, oh man.
Oh god.
Because every
yeah,
time
so-
someone asks who you are, I give you a shout
Oh.
out, right?
Yeah, thank you. We did Job Week last week. So we did Power Wash Simulator and Car Mechanic. I was gonna do Arcade Paradise, but never got around to it. So we did some Power Wash Simulator, and then we did our Tactical Tuesday. So we played some MechWarrior Online on Tuesday. That was fun. I always like dropping and doing dumb stuff in MechWarrior. So
It helps homeless people and gives people in need money. Interesting. I agree. Like, I look at the skunk model and I appreciate the way that the clothes lay and the layers, and like my little tailor brain like really appreciates that when you look at the straps on the top, that they're actually alternating and weaving the way that they should, and that there's little
yes,
like stands, like little buttons, that
little metal freaking snaps, buttons, whatever.
yeah, that
holding
they're
it together.
it doesn't matter if they're like stays or buttons or clips. There's got to be something like
Yeah.
gravity's a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. The skunk model
The
is
chest
like
area is a little like, because it's like an over under. I don't get it. It would have to be under for both of them, but physics wise is a little different in 3D models. This is a
yes,
custom
my
made top,
tailor
though.
brain is very happy. Exactly, sad. You got it.
Yeah.
I mean, so many times I see people's like drawings and stuff like where people don't pay attention to like how clothes layer on the body, and I'll be like how is that not falling off your tune? Like what's holding that? Like, a lot of people don't realize that like your bust garments are literally supported by the strap of the garment and not by the over shoulder or cup. Like, the cup is shaping and the strap is like to help keep the cup in place, but like the actual weight of your breasts is held up by the everything underneath the breast. So I always like, it's always interesting to see how people come up with like garments that are supposed to be holding a bust, and I'll be like, physics don't work that way, honey. Like, they got these two little spaghetti straps and nothing under the boob, and it's just magically holding everything, and I'll be like, what's holding them titties there?
Right.
I'll just be like, what? Like you can't do
Little double
these
sticky
two
tape.
like these little two X's across an outfit, and your boobs just magically stay there, and I'm like,
Right. Oh god.
My favorite
I
is when
forgot I had this.
RPG games just magnet the weapons to the back. Yeah, magic titties and magic
Magic
weapons
titties.
that just magically stay put.
When you The Division 2, your weapon just magically freaking adheres to the side of your backpack when your alternate weapon.
That's the
Like,
magic item. The pasty
your
tits
pistol's
of
in a
levitation.
holster. Your pistol's in a holster on your hip, so that's at least correct.
Right,
but your
right.
secondary like rifle is on your fucking backpack, just glued onto the side. And I'm just
Yeah,
like,
it's just
that's not
totally
how this
chill
works.
there. Like,
Look, I've carried multiple weapons on my back. You know, I had to have my M16 or M4 on my back while I was carrying my fucking machine gun 249 saw. It's not pleasant, and it doesn't adhere like that.
well, I just
Absolutely
think
not.
about how like flexible I am as a hypermobile individual, and I think about like, how the fuck would I get that off of my backpack? Like, I legit would have to take off my backpack,
Yes.
unstrap it, put my backpack on, and then I could cock my weapon and go. Like, this is a bad plan, peeps. Like, I'd be dead before I had gun to go. All the magical shit, exactly. Me slowly convincing my friend to watch the next Don't Star stream, even though they hate people. They do not have to interact with any people when streaming. That's the cool part about streams, is you can choose how much you want to engage. And some days I totally lurk, and other days I'm like super social on the exact same stream. And that's what I love about streaming, is that I can choose how engaged I'm going to be. The levitating gun, yep. Like, I take pictures of ESO all the time, and people will be like, why do you have a picture of this? Like, when my sword is just like floating on the ground and I'm in mid combat, and I'll be like, I don't know how I'm killing shit. This sword's down by my feet. I do too, but I still feel safe here, so I like talking. Good, I'm glad you feel safe here. Dragon Age, especially Origin, just slaps the shit on your back. No scavenger strats or nothing. It's just boom, there, yeah. It's magic. I wonder how the fuck you could pull out a big ass gun all. I mean, and then some games don't even try. Like, let's just talk about mounts. Where are all those mounts? Like, the ESO mount that I'm just like, what, shitting out of my ass? Like, or World of Warcraft and their mounts? Like, where do all those, like, come from? Or the Witcher swords? Yeah, you ain't pulling a long sword off of your back like that without a very soft
No.
scabbard. Exactly.
No. Absolutely not.
Oh, don't worry about it, Zebra. Nobody needs to donate. What I remind people is that there's multiple ways that you can support streamers. One is following, because that helps drive traffic to the channel. The other is
Yes.
that if you are not subbed, you watch ads, and ads give me revenue. So you're paying for my time through ads, and if you're subbing, then you're not seeing the ads, and instead you're paying me with a sub. So don't worry about not donating or not subbing. You're paying me with an ad, and that's okay. Like, I'm getting paid with your ad viewership. So I mean, just keep that in mind. You're still paying me for my time, and I appreciate all the different ways that people pay me. And that's why, we try to make it so that people can have multiple options, because we understand that everybody has different financial like needs and means, and nobody has a golden goose that can shit them out a golden egg whenever they want to get something cool. I mean, if you do, can I have a baby golden goose? Because I could use a golden egg producer. You sound them like the Phantom Steed spell in D&D, right? Kind of. I mean, that must be what's going on. At least in Legend of Zebra, the musical instrument, I don't know how to spell of time. You have to play a song to summon your horse? Just an egg or two? Yeah, like if somebody has a magical, like, that makes more sense to me, Lily. I was like, what? Legend of Zebra? Is there something I don't know about my lore? Hey, Sleepy Wolf. Oh no, you're showing up. In a few minutes, we're gonna be looking at ending stream. But hi. The Orcrata of Time. Oh, where they're like, "Ooh-doo-doo-doo-doo," and they do all the different things. Do you like how I play music? How's it feeling being on TikTok? TikTok is a weird platform, and I still haven't decided how I feel about it.
It is a interesting platform.
So yeah,
I
yeah.
watch my furry friends on there all the time.
Honestly, I wouldn't have like content on TikTok except for that like overnight with the whole viral event on TikTok. I suddenly had like I watched people on TikTok, so I had an account, and then like I went viral on TikTok, and then the next thing I knew, my account that had literally nothing posted on it had like thousands of followers.
Hmm.
So I was like, I kind of feel like I should have content here for all these people who are like talking to me on TikTok. So I started putting stuff on TikTok, but I like have no idea what I'm doing on TikTok. I mean, I feel like I'm struggle busing to know what I'm doing on any of the platforms, but I feel like TikTok is probably the most alien.
It is, it's different.
When I had very little followers. Yeah, I had like 9 people, and then I went viral, and now we're oscillating right around 140,000, and it's been a wild ride.
I'm sure if I made TikToks, I'd probably get some followers, but I'm just not into I'm 44, okay? Making new content is not what I do. I stream on Twitch. It was like pulling freaking teeth in order to get me to make a Discord. My community's like, so we're gonna get a Discord, ooh woo, a Discord, please, for us, a small Discord as a treat.
Honestly, I wouldn't have a Discord if there were not tech ninjas who said, "Yeah, I got you." And
Yeah,
like
that's
Stack just
ugh.
sort of like, I don't know, tech ninja'd and went, here's your Discord." And I went, "Thanks, bro."
Yeah. I
And
made a Discord in like 3 days. All the roles, permissions, did everything, put it all together. It was a little labor intensive, but we got everything put together. I have a Me6 bot, Me6, and
I
I
just go,
customized the Me6 bot.
I never know how any of that works. It's so like
I can't help it. I'm a tech ninja. I am the tech samurai.
Yes, you are one of the tech ninjas. And it's so weird being a streamer and not having like any tech knowledge, because I thought like I was gonna have plenty of time for the learning curve. I thought I wasn't gonna have an audience for years and years. That's not how it turned out. So now everybody gets to like look at me with the expectation that I have some kind of basic tech knowledge, and I'm just go, no, I know fucking nothing. So I've spent like most of 2 weeks trying to figure out how to edit a video so that it only shows all my like repetitive deaths and 0 Cybert, so we can have like a death run count, because I think that video would be hilarious. I've already put in like 100 hours and I still don't have a video of a death montage. Because the learning curve is real, man. The first attempt, I ended up with like, I don't know, 20 little mini videos somehow. It like exploded my video into little videos, and I just had all these little baby videos, and I went, well, I guess those are little shorts that I'll post. I don't know how that happened. I still don't know how that happened. So, yeah, things like that happen. Yeah, talking for really long periods of time is something that I'm really, really good at. Yeah, I had no idea what he was talking about, Me6. I take it that we also have a Me6.
So the Me6. It looks like me, MEE, and then the 6. It's Me6 from what was that show? Rick and Morty, Mr. Meeseeks.
Oh.
Always willing to serve, and it's a bot. It's one of the biggest bots that Discord can use out there.
Oh, so apparently it's also on our Discord. See, this shows you what I know.
It's a wonderful little bot. It has a lot of stuff for free. I've upgraded to a lifetime membership for my server because why the f not? So I made the server, and we have reaction roles and subscriber stuff, and like I went in depth. I was looking to starting up some community servers for things like 7 Days to Die and whatnot, so we could do like a community server day and stuff. But yeah, this whole job loss thing.
Yeah,
Just gonna put everything like that
real.
on hold.
Well, you're welcome to like come hang out with us and play games with us. So yeah, I'm not likely to ever info dump on you in the world of tech, but that will likely happen on a semi-regular basis in the medical world there, Lily. Like, it does not take much prodding for me to be like, oh, this medical thing, and I just, like, vomit medical information on you, and then I'll be like, oh, sorry about that. The word vomit happened. I hope you didn't get too much splash damage. Alright, so we are after midnight, so we should probably, like, take a look at who we're going to be raiding tonight. Let's see who is on. Boop, boop, boop.
Well, I mean, if you want, I can make a suggestion, or
I
you
am
might already
open
have
to
somebody.
suggestions. Do you have a friend you would like us to raid?
Well, she is currently streaming. I think she's already past her break time. She usually goes for 6-ish hours. She's at 3. It's Many Sharp Teeth, my friend, and she could definitely use the viewers.
Many Sharp
She's a
Teeth?
wonderful. Many M-A-M here. I will text it to you here in stream.
That's a very good idea. Because
So that's
man,
her
it would
Twitch
be
ID.
awkward if I accidentally like popped into the wrong place.
VTubing Eldritch. She's a VTubing Eldritch Shark, and she is currently playing Resident Evil 4.
I'm not sure how to raid somebody who's not in my.
You hit the
Hit
slash
the-
command, so you type in /raid without the space, and it didn't let me do it.
Are they playing
because
Resident
reason.
Evil? Is that the person?
Yes, Resident Evil 4, and they look like a shark with tentacles on their
I'd
back.
say and they
Because-
look like a shark with tentacles. All right, I just wanted to make sure I had the right person before I like. All right,
She's going
guys, let's go meet Skunk's buddy. All right, so the usual rules apply. We're gonna bring snacks, but you can only throw like 2 or 3 Doritos. Don't spam the whole page, guys.
Snacks. I like snacks. Thank you
Alright.
for having me today. It's been a pleasure.
Well, I really appreciate you joining us. The discussion was awesome, and I hope that we can keep having these kinds of real conversations rather than talking about superficial, empty fluff. It's nice to have conversations that are meaningful. I mean, it's also fun to talk about fluff once in a while, too. Don't get me wrong. But it's nice to have conversations that are meaningful and can kind of look at big issues. Everyone's spam. No, just 2 or 3 Doritos.
2 or 3.
2 or 3
or
Doritos,
3.
okay?
There's not many in a bag these days, okay? They keep making them way less, puffing them up, making it look like there's more.
So thank you everyone for coming and hanging out with us. You guys are all awesome. Thank you everyone who has sent in fan art. You guys are awesome. Thank you everyone who has been doing donations and subs and follows and hanging out. You guys are awesome. I appreciate the support. You're amazing. So we're gonna go raid. Give them some love and some Doritos.
Doritos.
All right. So bye guys.
Bye.